September in midsummer evening. Except for the sly moonlight outside the window, there is the irritable chirping of cicadas. Inside the house, Lu Ji stared intently at the TV in the living room. On the screen, a dignified and beautiful host in a small black suit was reading a news release. But it wasn't the beautiful host who attracted Lu Ji. It's the news in her mouth. According to our news, a new round of weird fog has come. This time, the weird fog in the first area will appear in Annan, Zhangjiang, a total of 13 cities. After the fog falls, countless strange creatures will appear in the area. Citizens, please be prepared. Try to avoid unnecessary going out. And always have the phone number of the Psychic Association. The content behind. Lu Ji was no longer in the mood to listen. At this moment his heart is slightly cold. There is no other reason. Annan City, where Lu Ji is located, is the area shrouded in weird fog in the first district. This means a long time to come. There will be unimaginable crises in Annan City. At that time, the mysterious and powerful strangeness will attack from unimaginable angles. Ordinary people encounter runless luck is against the sky. Basically a dead end. Oh, should I say that I am lucky or bad luck? Lu Ji laughed at himself, with a slightly helpless expression on his face. The reason why I feel lucky is purely because the weirdness has appeared for 10 years. 10 years. The strange mist has developed to the 5th district in 7 countries, including Dragon Country, Lighthouse Country, Asen Country, and Neon Country. What Lu Ji is about to encounter is only the lowest level of the 1st district. The higher the area, the more dangerous it is naturally. This is why Lu Ji lamented his good luck. The mist of warp is mysterious, and no one knows how it came to be. No one can figure out the law of the strange arrival. Human beings around the world have been groping in the dark for 10 years before summing up the following experience. There are different weirdnesses in each area, which are more scattered, but there will be a weird fog immediately, and weirdness will appear. And you can get resources to improve your strength by clearing the level. Yes, the fog will bring weirdness and danger. But after clearing the levels, you will also get rich resource rewards. Snapped. Lu Ji turned off the TV casually. There was no light in the room and he lay on the sofa, staring at the dim ceiling. Ugh, sigh slightly. Lu Ji is worrying about his fate and future actually. He is not from this world. A year ago, when Lu Ji traveled here, besides himself, there was also an older sister in the family. End. The fused memory told him that the original body was not the biological child of this family, but was adopted by the parents of this family when he was 3 years old. In other words, his sister Lu Qingyi has no blood relationship with him. But this does not hinder the relationship between them, which is intimate and harmonious. 2 years ago, Sister Lu Qingyi suddenly awakened her supernatural powers, and there was a lot of movement. Lu Ji was still in school at the time and was not able to witness it with his own eyes. When he got home, he found that his sister had been taken away. As for the specific ability of Sister Lu Qingyi's awakening, Lu Ji asked all the neighbors in the neighborhood, but no one can give an accurate answer. But it is rumored to be very sensational and powerful. After Lu Ji never saw her sister again. Think here. Lu Ji on the sofa sighed again. It's a pity that I am not an awakener, alas. This world is full of weirdness. For ordinary people, nature is extremely dangerous. Once encountered, it is basically a narrow escape pattern. Naturally, those powerful awakened ones became the masters of this world. After all, they are the only existence that can fight against the weirdness. And as far as Lu Ji knows at present, the strongest awakener of human beings has surpassed Jiuxing. Even the 4-star and 5-star awakeners are already considered a powerful group, the kind with explosive combat power. And the top awakened people of mankind are all concentrated in a place called Holy Spirit Academy. Holy Spirit House. It is a place that all human beings in the world dream of, including Lu Ji. But although the awakened is very powerful, but everything about them, ordinary people don't know much about it. It's been a year since Lu Jie traveled here. Except for my sister, I have never heard of anyone who awakened in place and became a powerful and mysterious awakener. All in all, there must be a lot of awakened people among human beings, but definitely not too many. Perhaps most of them are low-level rookies with 1 or 2 stars. To become the top existence among the awakened ones is probably as difficult as reaching the sky. They are basically rare existences suddenly. Just as Lu Jie's thoughts were racing, the bright moonlight outside the window and the irritable chirping of cicadas seemed to have been pressed the pause button in an instant. Disappeared in an instant subsequently. Lu Jie's eyes went dark, and his surroundings fell into complete darkness. Even the little natural light seemed to be swallowed up by some ominous and strange existence. Lu Jie's heart skipped a beat then sank, damn it. The news just reported the strange arrival. Didn't expect it to come so soon, blinded. There was absolute silence and darkness all around. This abyss-like scene is enough to drive anyone with an immature mind crazy. Calm down first. Lu Jie's body immediately curled up from the sofa, carefully feeling all the troubles from the outside world. Strange existences are both intangible and tangible. Generally speaking, invisible weirdness is more dangerous and difficult to deal with than tangible weirdness. But Annan City is in the first area, so there is a high probability that all the strangeness encountered will be tangible. It's likely to be some weird monsters. Lu Jie began to search quickly in his mind for the strange knowledge he had collected before. Although he failed to become a powerful awakener, his sense of crisis as a time traveler had already prepared him. But whether tangible or intangible, the common feature of the weirdness is bloodthirsty. Once caught by them, there is no other choice but to be forced to fight. So Lu Jie's current best strategy is hide well. Don't be spotted by the spooky. He is not a fool, of course he would not choose to go out. However, a bloodthirsty wolf howl suddenly resounded in the small room. At the same time, there was a dark red glare. With the help of this dark red light, a wolf-shaped creature with 2 heads appeared in Lu Jie's field of vision. And the wolf eyes exuding cold-blooded bloodlust just met Lu Jie's eyes. Damn it! Lu Jie was startled by the cold-blooded vertical pupil, and cursed in a low voice, luck is really back home. The fog has just descended, and the strangeness actually came directly to the house. Is there anything more unlucky than this, after cursing? Naturally, Lu Jie would not sit still, he saw the right moment. Got up from the sofa vigorously and quickly. And then with the help of the red lights, he found the rope he had prepared a long time ago, tied it to the balcony, and made grips every half a meter dead knot. Then holding the rope, he slid down from the 5th floor. The situation downstairs is not optimistic either. As soon as Lu Jie stood firm, he saw an ugly and hideous monster at the other end, chasing and killing a group of people. He was forced to join the fleeing ranks. The result was less than 10 seconds. The 2-headed wolf monster upstairs appeared on the other side. The 2 weirdnesses intersected at both ends, directly blocking all the way of life for Lu Jie and the others. An atmosphere of fear permeated the scene. Many people even covered their mouths and noses and sobbed softly. Lu Jie clenched his fists and took a deep breath, his chest heaving violently. He looked at the environment as dark as an abyss, with the cruel and bloodthirsty weirdness on both sides. A deep sense of powerlessness and oppression filled Lu Jie's chest. Awakens if I am an awakens. Don't be in such a dangerous situation. You can control your own destiny this moment. Lu Jie's desire to become an awakened person is extremely strong. He hated his incompetence now, the awakened. The awakened is here, great were saved, at this time. There were loud and excited voices from the crowd. The word awakened quickly attracted Lu Jie's attention. He followed the voices and sights of the crowd. And sure enough, he found 5 people in uniforms with different appearances and demeanors. Awakened are these people awakened? Lu Jie keenly noticed that there was a golden 5-pointed star on the shoulders of these people's uniforms. Wait for the idlers quickly retreat. After the 5 visitors saw that there were
Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
2 strange ends on the scene. Their faces were also very solemn. The leader made a decisive decision and drove off the ordinary people who were crowded together. Give them room to fight, so as not to let go of their hands and feet, and worry about hurting everyone all the time. Luigi followed the crowd and quickly squeezed to the corner. But his eyes were still fixed on the 5 legendary awakened ones. He wanted to see how these people were different from ordinary people, and what strange abilities they had awakened. Cracking wind. The 5-member team quickly fought with the 2 strange ones. The captain yelled, and a semi-elliptical cyan gust appeared in the palm of his hand. Then, with a slap of the palm, he slashed the blue split air wind on the strange neck of the 2-headed wolf. Kaila, in an instant, a large amount of wolf fur and bright red blood splashed out. Zoro. The 2-headed wolf let out a strange and painful roar, and its size actually swelled by 3 points again. A pair of huge and sharp wolf claws slapped down on the captain of the awakening team in front of him. The captain looked at the ever-growing wolf claws in his pupils in horror, and found out in horror that he and others underestimated the strange strength of these 2 heads. Second level. These 2 strange heads have almost reached the 2nd level. Puff, however, the captain's horrified words were not finished yet. The giant wolf claws had already opened a bloody gash in his chest. The internal organs and blood clots flowed out. Bloody but brutal team leader seeing this. The other 4 members couldn't help crying out in grief. However, he didn't pay attention. One of the team members was beheaded on the spot by the other side, whose strength was close to the 2nd level. Only one face-to-face. The 5-member awakened team lost 2. The scene fell into a frightening and stiff atmosphere. Ordinary people crowded at the base of the wall, including Luigi. Watched the bloody scene in the middle of the street without daring to breathe. Many people's legs were weak in despair, and they were trembling and about to collapse to the ground. Despair, cold fear. Even the awakened ones are no match for the strangeness. Aren't they ordinary people more lambs to be slaughtered? Everyone huddled in the corner of the wall tremblingly, looking at the condescending 2 strange men with evasive eyes, who kept smirking cruelly. The remaining 3 members of the awakened also kept swallowing saliva in their throats, and they were under a lot of pressure. The atmosphere tensed into a full bowstring suddenly. Whoosh! There was a muffled crackling sound in the distant night sky. Zizz. Haven't waited for everyone to react. The blue-purple thunder that filled the sky filled the entire street. What? The 2 ends locked by the violent thunder let out a painful roar. And in the blink of an eye, it became 2 black lacquered cokes. Everyone stared dumbfounded at everything in the middle of the street. I saw a graceful figure appeared there at some point. Like the previous 5-member awakened squad. They also wear specific uniforms, only 4-star. She is a 4-star awakener, oh my god. Annan City can actually see a powerful 4-star awakener. Our Annan City is located in the 1st area. The highest is only 2 levels of weirdness. But unexpectedly, a 4-star awakened adult comes to rescue, great. With the support of the 4-star awakened ones, we Annan will definitely be able to turn the crisis into safety. Many people in the crowd noticed that there were 4 golden 5-pointed stars on the uniform of the graceful figure. This means that this person's strength has reached the 4-star level. The 4-star awakener is the mainstay. At least much stronger than them, however, among the crowd. It was different from a group of everyone whose expressions were boiling with excitement. Luigi looked at the girl in the middle of the street in surprise. 4-star awakener, my sister Lu Qingyi. Luigi was amazed as he looked at the sassy and graceful figure in the middle of the street. A powerful 4-star Awakener. A powerful master who can kill two strange creatures in one blow. Is actually his sister just now. I was still lying on the sofa, guessing what kind of power my sister had awakened. Now, she held a knife and killed two hideous and terrifying creatures with a lightning strike. This a middle of the street. Different from Lu Ji's surprise. After Lu Qingyi got rid of the weirdness at both ends, she calmly put away her sword. She turned her head and stared into Lu Ji's eyes. As soon as those bright star-like, yet calm eyes fell into Lu Ji's eyes, she's heart skipped a beat. Compared to my memory, Sister Lu Qingyi's demeanor is much cooler. Brother, are you okay? But when he looked at Lu Ji, he showed a gentle smile. I'm fine, sister, why are you back? Lu Ji shook his head and explained. Of course I came back to see you. Lu Qingyi looked at Lu Ji. And after confirming that there was nothing wrong, she took away the two red beads that fell on the ground. Let's go, I'll take you somewhere. Lu Qingyi looked at Lu Ji and her voice was very crisp. Like the jingle of a winter spring, good. Lu Ji saw that the two fiery red beads were dropped after killing Weird. I was wondering if this was monster-killing explosive equipment. When I heard my sister's voice so, I immediately agreed. Lu Qingyi didn't talk nonsense either. He took Lu Ji's hand and left here along the way. Lu Qingyi exudes her own aura without any scruples. The pressure of the 4-star awakened people made it impossible for any weirdness to harass them. Lu Ji silently followed behind his elder sister Lu Qingyi. There were many questions he wanted to ask, but he kept his mouth shut tactfully. Actually, I came here specifically, finally. Lu Qingyi took the initiative to speak some time ago. I learned that the weird fog in the first area was about to descend on Annan City. So I planned to come here, originally. The weirdness here should be handed over to the awakened people in the first area to deal with. The resources here are no longer useful to me. But thinking that you were still staying in Annan City, I made a special trip. Luckily I had time. Lu Qingyi was also thankful that she came in time, otherwise her little brother would be in trouble. Hearing this, Lu Ji was a little moved. For his own safety, his sister came back in person, after all. As a 4-star Awakener under normal circumstances, he would not appear in low-level weird areas. While being moved, Lu Ji did not forget to ask about the purpose of this trip. Well, sister, where are we going? Lu Qingyi calmly said. Psychic Association take you to the test. Lu Ji didn't know why. Test whether you have supernatural talent and, if so, perform the awakening ceremony. Now that the world is recovering strangely, if you can awaken the supernatural power, even if I am not by your side, you will still have the ability to protect yourself. Lu Qingyi patiently explained. What my sister said made Lu Ji's expression stagnate. And then his heart instantly became hot. Supernatural talent awakening ceremony. He has learned before that in order to become an awakener and awaken powerful abilities, talent is very important for ordinary people. If they have detected their supernatural talent, they only need to use a special ceremony to successfully awaken and become an awakened person. And for a very small number of gifted geniuses, they can awaken their abilities without an awakening ceremony. Such people are generally very talented, such as my own sister Lu Qingyi, but anyway. As long as you have even a little bit of supernatural talent, you have a chance to awaken it. Of course, the strength after awakening is hard to say. There is a chance to wake up. For Lu Ji, this is already very good news. Soon, the two came to a grand and magnificent building. The first area covers a large area, including 70 cities including Annan, Xiancheng, and Suicheng. The range of each strange fog is not fixed. For exempleth's time, only 14 cities including Annan were the only ones covered by the strange fog. Except one area, there are more dangerous, more eerie and gloomy 2nd districts, 3rd districts, 4th districts and 5th districts. And based on past experience, sooner or later there will be a 6th district, and even more dangerous districts 7, 8, and 9. And in each district there will be a psionic association. At the moment, The place where Lu Qingyi brought Lu Ji was the Psychic Association of the First District. President of 4-Star Awakener is here. In the office, a young man ran in hastily and said hastily, "What a 4-Star Awakener? How did such a character come back to our first district?" Jiang Yongguo stood up abruptly and said in a deep voice, "Most of these characters are in the second district, and they are extremely powerful." Then the two left in a hurry and soon saw Lu Qingyi and Lu Ji. "Hello, I'm Jiang Yongguo, the president of the Psychic Association of the First District. I don't know what the two of you are doing here." Jiang Yongguo came down in person and asked the two of them what they wanted with a smile on their faces. "I am Lu Qingyi, captain of Team 106 in the 3rd District. And this is my younger brother Lu Ji. This time I brought him here to test his talent." Lu Qingyi nodded and explained, "The 3rd area. I heard that it's weird there, it's extremely scary. 4 stars can actually go to the 3rd District. Isn't that a place only 5-star and 6-star awakeners can go? Because she's strong enough, I've heard of this person. Nicknamed Female Rakshasa. And I heard that her supernatural talent is above A level. Only such a person can leapfrog to higher level weird areas. If this younger brother is tested, I'm afraid the talent level will not be low." The people around immediately talked about it. "So that's it, it's a trivial matter." Jiang Yongguo learned that he was going to test his abilities. After the awakening ceremony, he personally accompanied Lu Qingyi and Lu Ji to the awakening department for testing. He is also looking forward to what level of talent Lu Ji can test. On the way to the Ministry of Awakening, Lu Qingyi's identity has alarmed many staff members of the Psychic Association one after another. They stretch their necks one by one looking here. They all want to see what kind of abilities Lu Qingyi's younger brother will awaken. At least grade B, your guess is too conservative. No matter what, you have to awaken an A-level ability. A-level is too exaggerated. There are only a few A-level awakeners in Dragon Kingdom. But he is Lu Qingyi's younger brother, his tilde. What the hell if it's Lu Qingyi's younger brother? Then it's entirely possible to awaken their level ability. I'm so excited. Could it be that our first district psychic association can also witness the birth of an A-level boss? Countless people flocked to look at Lu Qingyi and Lu Ji curiously. Lu Ji was a little unhappy when he was surrounded by so many people. But he didn't say anything. "Okay, Mr. Lu, please stand up. Then relax, keep meditating. And let go of your brain for about 10 seconds. Jiang Yongguo's kind and polite voice sounded. Lu Ji then stood on the test bench according to Jiang Yongguo's request. The frame of the test bench, except for the part where Lu Ji is standing, is also connected to a huge pure crystal ball. Later, if the crystal ball lights up, it means that the tester has supernatural talent. After Lu Ji stood up, he relaxed and began to meditate. In 10 seconds, the crystal ball then emitted a hazy light. When Lu Qingyi saw this scene, a trace of imperceptible joy flashed across her calm face. Jiang Yongguo even shouted, "The test is passed, Mr. Lu Ji is indeed gifted with supernatural powers." After Lu Ji heard this, his heart was even more shaken. "I have supernatural talent and can awaken into a powerful awakener." Next, this is the most critical awakening ceremony. Jiang Yongguo personally ordered the secretary to bring a deep black profound stone with a simple and heavy shape. It is engraved with complex and mysterious runes and patterns. At first glance, it seems to be able to involve the soul of a person. Lu Ji only needs to put his hand on it, and the physical abilities will manifest under the traction of the black stone. At that time, what ability and level it is, you will be able to see it at a glance. The hearts of many onlookers also mention their throats. They are all curious. What level of power can Lu Qingyi's younger brother awaken? Take a deep breath. Lu Ji put his hand on the black stone slowly and solemnly, accompanied by the closeness of his palm. The mysterious stone that was originally deep and calm suddenly burst out with brilliant divine light. On the mysterious stone, those originally quiet, mysterious and complicated runes and patterns seemed to come alive, spinning and flying on Lu Ji's palm. Teng. A ball of flame suddenly appeared in Lu Ji's hand. Ability Fire. Seeing the fire, Jiang Yongguo instinctively frowned. The power level of this ball of fire seems average. The other onlookers also looked blank, that's it. They had waited for so long and been curious for so long. But Lu Qingyi's younger brother awakened such an ordinary group of flame abilities. At this time, Jiang Yongguo took the black stone from Lu Ji's hand. And after looking at the ancient and mysterious and complicated rune patterns lit up on it, he finally shook his head side. F-level ability aerobic inflammations, wow. When everyone heard that it was only an F-level ability, there was an instant uproar. Aerobic inflammation means that it is just the most common and basic flame. It needs the supply of oxygen to burn to form. And it has no characteristics at all. No one thought that Lu Qingyi's younger brother would awaken the lowest level of F-level talent. Looking back at the person involved Lu Ji, he was also stunned in places if he was dumbfounded. Everyone shook their heads. And many people sighed slightly, it's normal. After anyone awakens a garbage F-level ability, they will be in this state of despair, however. To the surprise of all of them, at this time Lu Ji, it wasn't because of the awakening of the F-level ability that he froze in place. Instead, an unfamiliar voice was heard after a long time. Lu Ji regained his composure. He found that the eyes of the people around him looked at him as if something was wrong. It was a look of pity with a little gloating. Even her elder sister Lu Qingyi looked complicated when she looked at her. Zazimwil, since little brother Lu has completed the awakening ceremony, come and report tomorrow. Jiang Yongguo coughed twice at this moment, breaking the existing deadlock. The others also had strange looks frequently, and when they walked, they turned around every step of the way. It seems to be wondering why Lu Qingyi's younger brother is so weak in talent, but everyone was silent. So they wouldn't be so stupid as to say it face to face, Lu Ji. It's not just an F-level supernatural talent. And it's not that no one will become a strong one. Besides, it's not terrible to have low talent. What's terrible is that you don't have an indomitable and strong heart. At this moment, Lu Qingyi opened her mouth to comfort Lu Ji. Her pleasant voice was like a clear silver bell well. Lu Ji touched his nose, he wanted to say it, yes. Although the strength of my awakened ability is very low. Only F-level, but I can't stand it, I have a system, just now. A God-level fusion system that I just bound. Came up with a set of God-level templates. As long as they merged, they will be able to possess God-level supernatural talents in the future. However, as long as Lu Ji is not out of his mind, he will not say anything about the fact that he has awakened the system. Then he smiled with a sunny arc at the corner of his mouth. And he said cheerfully, I'm fine, don't worry, sister. I'm too happy to be happy after awakening the power. After Lu Qingyi heard this, her cold face froze. A little stunned, obviously. He doesn't understand why his younger brother has such a good mentality. But she let out a long breath. That's good, let's go back first, subsequently. Lu Qingyi took Lu Ji and Jiang Yongguo to say hello. And returned the same way, Lu Ji followed behind. Perhaps it was because of the successful awakening just now. He felt that his hearing was much better now. He heard the whispered discussions of many people in the entire psychic association. It's such a pity. The younger brother of a dignified S-level superhuman is actually only an F-level. God really likes to tease people. Even though they were all born in the same family. The younger brother and older sister are so different. Don't look at my brother who looks very open-minded on the surface. I guess his heart has already been twisted and crazy. Lu Ji was shocked when he listened. What surprised him wasn't what others thought of him, but his sister's talent level, which was as high as S rank. To know, the talent levels of the awakened from low to high are FEDCBASSSSSS. S-level supernatural talents are almost the top batch. Okay, Lu Ji couldn't help but cast his eyes on Lu Qingyi, and found that she was quite calm. He didn't seem to take other people's comments into his heart at all. So cold, such a cool sister. Lu Ji made the final evaluation in his heart. After going back, it was discovered that the weird fog that had shrouded Annan City had dissipated. This is the case with the strange arrival. It comes and goes without a trace, and it is difficult to grasp the law. Go to the door of the house. Lu Ji took out the key and opened the door. At the end of the facing corridor, a black and white photo is hung on the white wall. Those were the dead parents of Lu Ji and Lu Qingyi. 5 years ago, they died together in the weird mist. It seems to be touched by the scene, and it seems to be the sadness of returning home. Sister Lu Qingyi stared blankly at the photos of her parents on the wall for a long time. After a long time, he said, "When I enter the 4th district, I will take the assessment and go to the Holy Spirit Academy." Lu Ji turned to look at her, his eyes wide open. Holy Spirit Academy. This is a holy place where top awakened human beings gather. It is the place everyone yearns for. The gold content is countless times higher than that of the Northern Qing Consortium in the previous life. Sister Holy Spirit Academy is not that easy to get into. Lu Qingyi nodded and said nothing. It's just that there is a little more firmness in the eyes staring at the photos of his parents. Brother, do you know that there is actually something else hidden about the truth of this world? Behind the strange recovery lies an astonishing secret. Only by entering the Holy Spirit Academy can I find the answer. These inexplicable weirdnesses have taken the lives of my parents and countless people. Maybe I can know how to end the weirdness. So for my parents, I must go in. Lu Qingyi said these words firmly. Okay, sister. Then I will go to the Holy Spirit Academy to find you. Lu Ji grinned, without any doubt that with her sister's talent, it would be a matter of time before she entered the Holy Spirit Academy. As for myself, I must enter the Holy Spirit Academy. Become the most powerful and majestic strongman in this world. Okay, I believe you can do it too. Lu Qingyi smiled softly and touched Lu Ji's head. Although he knew that his younger brother's awakening was only an F-level talent, the hope of entering the Holy Spirit Academy was almost zero. But she didn't want to hit the only younger brother. Don't keep touching my head, my hair is all messed up. Lu Ji shook his head, a symbolic resistance. I'm your sister, what's wrong with touching you twice? Didn't you often touch like this when you were young? Come here, Lu Qingyi started directly, facing the elder sister of the 4-star Awakener. Lu Ji can only obediently catch her with nothing. After playing and playing for a while, Lu Qingyi's eyes showed a bit of reluctance. These 2 fire source crystals are left for you, which can help you increase your source power and promote the cultivation of supernatural powers. You are already an awakened person. If my sister is not by your side in the future, you must work hard to cultivate and become stronger, and strive to become an independent and strong person as soon as possible. I heard that in the strange mist, sometimes some rare treasures will appear, which can improve the talent level. When there is a chance, I will help you find it. Lu Qingyi handed over the 2 red beads she had put away to Lu Ji's hand. After instructing the functions, he said, I still have a mission to do. I have already delayed too much time in Annan City this time, so I can't stay any longer. It's weird and dangerous, you must be careful. Seeing her sister Lu Qingyi's serious eyes, Lu Ji blinked and nodded, don't worry. I've remembered everything subsequently. After Lu Qingyi looked at the black and white photos of her parents for a while, she left in a hurry. Lu Ji shook his head. It was the first time to face this unrelated sister in person after traveling through time, and it felt amazing, that kind of deep affection from the elder sister's deep love for the younger brother made him feel a bit of warmth in his lonely heart in this world. Forget it, don't think about it too much. Let's quickly see what the template I got is. I was at the Psychic Association in the first area before, and time was tight, so I didn't have time to check it myself. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the God-level template, Ghost Rider. Is it integrated weather? When Lu Ji heard about Ghost Rider, he was taken aback for a moment, and then his heart suddenly burst into endless ecstasy. He actually got the template of Ghost Rider. This is immortal, eternal, and immortal. A single eye of judgment can turn a conscience-stricken thug into good. One stare can cause the enemy to suffer great mental pain, and even stare to death directly. A mysterious and special supernatural fire of hell, which can burn and incinerate all matter and souls, especially when it turns into hellfire itself. All physical and non-physical means of attack are ineffective. It is 10,000 times stronger than the elemental body of a devil fruit. It really deserves to be a god-level template. If it doesn't merge now, when will it be? Luigi directly checked yes, start fusion. Fusion successful, ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully merging the Ghost Rider template. Current template fusion degree, 1%. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ability, Hellfire. With the clang of the system sound, a series of mysterious changes took place in Luigi's body. He was surprised to find out, my original F-level ability, the aerobic flame of the thief's garbage ability, directly turned into Hellfire, F***K awesome. Luigi called him a good guy. Just 1% of the fusion template gives Hellfire such a good thing. If the fusion is 100%, is it still worth it, ding. Reminder, the Hellfire currently owned by the host is only the lowest level version. With the increase of the fusion degree, the Hellfire will be stronger, and even burn the soul and burn the void. Sure enough, it's just the lowest level version. Luigi had expected this, even so he also felt satisfied. Because even the lowest level of Hellfire is probably rated at least S level in this world. Even higher in the future. If I improve my cultivation and increase the degree of template integration, the Hellfire will only become stronger. Not to mention unlocking a series of other perverted bug-level abilities of Ghost Rider. Oh great! With the Ghost Rider template and the Academy of the Holy Spirit, I can also enter. Luigi's heart was surging. Immediately decided to strike while the iron was hot. He took out the 2 fire source crystals that his sister gave him just now. Then hold it in the palm of your hand, meditate and refine. Wisps of fiery red attribute energy began to flow continuously in his body. Soon, with one point of Luigi's finger, the Hellfire he can summon is bigger and more blazing. Luigi felt that he had guessed right. Improving the strength can indeed improve the integration of the template. Just now, he just casually refined 2 fire source crystals that exploded strangely, and the progress of the template increased by 1%. Certainly in the early stage, it was because Luigi's cultivation base was low, so he improved quickly in the later stage. The improvement speed will slow down, and it may take a long time to increase a little progress. However, it would be too monotonous to rely solely on practice to improve the integration of templates. Luigi felt that the system should be more than that. He immediately asked, system besides improving strength, is there any other way to increase template integration? Ding answering the host improving strength, killing strangeness, and improving the proficiency of Hellfire can all increase the degree of template fusion. I see, in addition to improving the cultivation base, the system also gives 2 options for killing strangeness and improving Hellfire proficiency. It fits right in with this weirdly resurgent world. I can use Hellfire in actual combat, while killing weirdness, while improving the proficiency of Hellfire, moreover. During the battle, feeling the pressure of the moment of life and death will be more conducive to my future practice. Trinity as long as I fight a lot. The fusion of the templates will definitely soar. Luigi was in a great mood to know Ghost Rider is strong. The Eye of Judgment can influence a good-hearted person to repent in place with a single glance. And it can blast a person full of evil with a glance, causing them to explode on the spot and spiral up to heaven. In the later stage of Hellfire, it can even transform into Hellfire Rain to eradicate evil in the world. Ghost Rider's iconic weapon chain can also be transformed into a death scythe, short sword Nunchaku, stunned mallet and other artifacts at will. In terms of setting, except for the creation level existence, Ghost Rider can't kill ordinary people at all. Ghost Rider's immortal body is a bug-level existence in terms of spirit and soul. Any non-material attack will cause 0 damage to him. Illusions can also be easily broken. His head was blown off. His limbs were torn off, and he only needed 1 breath to grow back. Ghost Rider was blasted into a skeleton by the missile and reassembled within 3 seconds. The skeleton is blasted into slag by the plasma energy at the speed of light, and the Hellfire can restore it after a while. In other words, if Lu Ji suffered any harm in his mortal body, he would be stab-bombed and cut in half. What the hell, just transform into a Hellfire? In less than 3 seconds, it can be restored. Ghost Rider is such a pervert. As long as the degree of fusion continues to increase in the future, it will reach a sufficient height. In this strangely revived world, I am a godlike existence. But the premise of everything is that the degree of integration is high enough, and it needs to be gradually improved. Lu Ji calmed down for a while. He held up his right index finger. With a tang, a small flame appeared. There is little change in the appearance of the flames on the fingers, but there is a trace of golden outline in the core. Lu Ji feels that if the Hellfire continues to improve, it should completely transform into a pure golden flame later on. Think about it. Lu Ji aimed the flame at the wall of his own house, and then gently loosened it forward. There is no blockage, no stagnant feeling. Lu Ji's finger, burning with pale golden Hellfire, directly penetrated this thick reinforced concrete wall. This scene really shocked Lu Ji himself. The walls of my house are at least 24 centimeters thick. With such thick reinforced concrete, let alone a flame as big as a finger, the whole house may not be destroyed if it burns for 3 days and 3 nights. My Hellfire actually melted it in an instant. Obediently, so scary, so scary. Lu Ji felt the power of his Hellfire firsthand. Such a high temperature and destructive power. I don't know that those weird creatures in the mist can't stand it. Then Lu Ji began to try to develop various new moves from Hellfire. After all, the proficiency of Hellfire is also an item to improve the fusion of templates. Lu Ji first transformed the flames of his fingers into the shape of a 10-centimeter fire sword. This light golden fire sword with a length of about 10 centimeters flew in the air above Lu Ji's palm. Do whatever you want like your arm dictates, go. Lu Ji looked at the big tree outside the window, and there were cicadas singing all the time, boom. Under the command of Lu Ji Xingxin, the little fire sword shot out through the air, piercing through the big tree outside the window instantly with lightning speed. The big tree was directly shot bald by the light golden small fire sword made of Hellfire. Starting from the upper trunk, the entire head of the tree was burned to ashes. The distance is about 20 meters after the test just now. Lu Ji found that the limit distance he can currently control over Hellfire is 20 meters. If this number is exceeded, the speed power and sensitivity of Hellfire will drop by a large margin. After experimenting with this number, Lu Ji tried to turn the Hellfire into the shape of fire rings. Bullets and devil's claws a full half of the night. He spent all his time experimenting with new moves, until finally exhausted unable to lift his tired eyelids. He collapsed on the sofa and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, when the sun is 3 poles, Lu Ji just woke up yawning. He covered his mouth with one hand. And he didn't forget to go to the Psychic Association in the 1st District today to report. After washing, Lu Ji simply packed up his clothes, followed the route he remembered from yesterday, and came to the Psychic Association in the 1st District again. But Lu Ji found that he seemed to have become a celebrity here. As soon as he stepped through the door, he attracted countless eyes. Many people whispered, and looked at themselves from the corner of their eyes from time to time. That posture is like that of a 30-year-old unmarried girl who is secretly discussed by countless old women after she returns to her hometown. Lu Ji's perception is very good. Almost no need to listen carefully. You can hear words such as S-level sisters trash brother, F-level trash, and so on. Laugh it off. Lu Ji didn't take other people's eyes seriously. Only the weak are self-pitying and sensitive. Hello. I'm Lu Ji, who came to Awaken yesterday. And I'm here to report today. Walking to the front of the Psychic Association, Luigi explained his purpose after simple registration. After a William man and a woman walked down the stairs, holding folders and wearing black suits. That woman Luigi has the impression that she is the secretary of the president Jiang Yunhai. I'm Wang Qi, secretary of the president. You're here to report, right? Secretary Wang Qi glanced at Luigi lightly. Her tone was very cold. Not even a hello to greet each other. It was in stark contrast to the respectful appearance of holding the mysterious stone in both hands yesterday. In her eyes, the opponent is just a small character with F-level talent. Nothing more than having an S-rank older sister. As long as you don't blame yourself, it's fine. There is no need to waste your enthusiasm. Luigi saw it and didn't say much, just simply nodded. Okay. Then come up with me, finished speaking. Wang Qi turned her head and went upstairs. No extra greetings at all, looking at Wang Qi's cold, businesslike back. Luigi raised his eyebrows. He knows. The reason why the other party appeared was because of her sister Lu Qingyi's face. After all, it's just an awakened person with an F-level ability coming to report. And the secretary of the president personally received it. Which is enough, but Luigi didn't care either. In this world where the world is recovering strangely, the strong are destined to be respected. If you have no strength, you will definitely be looked down upon. After going upstairs, the man in suit next to Secretary Wang Qi took out a uniform and handed it to Luigi. Then there is a golden 5-pointed star badge. This means Luigi is a 1-star awakened. After completing the registration and checking the information, put on this uniform, and you will be an awakened person officially filed by the Psychic Association. As an awakened person, the usual task is to patrol. Once there is something strange nearby, the association will notify you to solve it. When collecting uniforms and badges, Secretary Wang Qi talked about some tasks among the awakened ones. Luigi frowned upon hearing this. Patrol, strange. Isn't this thing only available when the fog falls? The corners of Wang Qi's mouth, which was painted with high-end lipstick, raised a superior arc. She glanced at Luigi and said with a chuckle, "Who told you that weird things will only appear when the weird fog falls? It's just that when the mist appears, the number of weird creatures will increase significantly. And there are all kinds of weird things. As for the weirdness that occurs on weekdays, the number is relatively small, and they are generally dealt with by the awakened ones." Luigi suddenly realized that it was so. No wonder there were always a lot of gods and monsters news on the internet before. And then they were all deleted the next day. So there is no so-called quiet time, but all along, there have been awakened people from the Psionic Association walking forward with heavy burdens behind them. I just don't know which one is stronger. The weirdness that appears in the weekdays or the fog. Luigi pondered. Now that I have awakened Hellfire, if I keep wasting my time on dealing with weird things, it will be troublesome. Thinking of this, Luigi couldn't help asking, then what are the conditions for the awakened of our first district to go to the second district? As soon as the words came out, Wang Qi frowned slightly and looked at Luigi suspiciously. Of course, the strength test has reached 3 stars. The second area is a place that is far more dangerous than the first area. The lowest level there are all third-order strange creatures. Awakened people don't have the strength of 3 stars. And they are courting death if they go there, of course. This evaluation can be based on the strength of the original force. But a person with strong talent, even if he is only a 2-star, can still display the combat power of a 3-star. As long as you pass the assessment, you can enter the second district as a 2-star. Oh. Luigi nodded knowingly. He knew that his sister Lu Qingyi was a 4-star star. But she was the captain of a team in the third district. They must be the group of talented people that Wang Qi said. You are seeing Luigi's pensive look. Wang Qi immediately sullenly reminded, I warn you. Although low-level awakened people can indeed obtain richer resources and improve their strength faster by going to high-level areas. But that is all for talented geniuses. Otherwise, they will face death. You don't want to do such a risky thing. The implication is obvious. That is, it is the work of geniuses, so don't meddle in it. There is no need for a person with an F-level talent to be whimsical. Although Wang Qi didn't say it clearly, everyone could understand the meaning. This kind of sarcasm and contempt for ordinary people. It would have blown their hair long ago. But Lu Ji didn't care at all. Purely because his mind is not here now. What he was thinking was, how can I increase the proficiency of Hellfire? At this stage, he can change shape with Hellfire. But it's a bit too rough to be honest. For example, the little fire sword condensed last night only had the outline of a sword. Details and so on asking is rough. Not to mention the simpler fire rings and bullets. As for the devil's hand, Lu Ji himself laughed if the crooked flaming chicken feet counted. This means that his proficiency is not high. The higher the proficiency, the more lifelike the image that can be condensed. For example, if you condense a dagger, the lines on it can be clearly seen and the blade. And blood groove can be clearly seen. Or condense into a hidden weapon type like an embroidery needle. After all, the real kung fu can only be seen in the microcosm. What is needed is actually meticulous control. Thinking, the man in the suit next to Wang Qi took Lu Ji to collect the weapon. This is a benefit that every awakened member of the Psionic Association has. The man in the suit handed Lu Ji a dark golden dagger. To the touch, dagger was heavier than ordinary metal. And it felt slightly cool to the touch. When the nails came into contact with it, a slight hum could be heard. This dagger is made of special metal. It is a low-level spiritual weapon and can be blessed with supernatural powers. The man in the suit explained. Lu Ji carefully touched the dagger with his hand and nodded. In fact, all the things sent by the Psionic Association are basically made of special materials. Just like Sister Lu Qingyi's sword. Including the uniforms on his body, which are also made of special materials and have certain defensive capabilities. But they are all basic after receiving the weapon. Lu Ji has a full set of equipment for an awakened person. After Secretary Wang Qi took him to the door of a room. "Tuk tuk, please come in." A strong man's low voice came from inside the door. "Open the door, there are 4 one-star awakened in uniform." Wang Qi said, "This is the 749th squad in the 1st district. Last year a member died during a patrol mission. And has been missing until now. Now you are one of them. According to the regulations of the Psychic Association, the full size of a team is generally 5 people." Lu Ji nodded to show his understanding. And greeted the 4 players politely. "Yu Shan, you are the captain. Let him familiarize himself with the environment." Wang Qi left after saying this. As if she disliked the environment here. There were only 5 of them left. In. A strong man with a cigarette in his mouth, wearing a white vest showing developed explosive muscles, walked up to Lu Ji with a grin. He was nearly 2 meters tall. Looked down into Lu Ji's eyes condescendingly. And said with a smile, "Boy, I know your name, Lu Ji. This is the training room of our team. There are a lot of training equipment that you can't see outside. See that white machine? The gravity acceleration cabin can reach up to 20 times the Earth's gravity. 10 times more than the National Astronaut Training Cabin. There is also that black device that looks like a gun barrel. It is a sonic air cannon, as the name suggests. It can launch a sonic air cannon attack, which is specially used to train the speed and reaction ability of the awakened. But remember to wear special cushioning equipment when using it, lest your small body be beaten into a poached egg by the air cannon." The other 3 team members burst out laughing under the joke of Captain Yue Shan. The corners of Lu Ji's eyes were sweating. It's so funny. But the training equipment inside did attract Lu Ji's curiosity. The acceleration chamber with 20 times the gravity. The air cannon that can emit sonic air cannonballs. And many other equipment that looks very bluffing. It all feels great, and this is still only the training equipment of the 1st district. Luigi has no reason not to believe that there are no more powerful equipment in other more advanced areas. And it's quite powerful. Luigi looked around at the many equipment inside and said sincerely, "Haha, you know what to do." Yue Shan was very satisfied with Luigi's reaction, and his eyebrows were beaming with pride. This is just the tip of the iceberg of our psychic association. The third floor is the trading department of our association. Usually, the awakened people can exchange resources with each other. The fourth floor is the logistics and support department of the association. The fifth floor is where the president and some senior executives of the association work. The really powerful one is on the sixth floor. On the top floor of our association, there is also a simulated training ground. This is a good thing specially made by the big shots in the 5th district. It can 100% simulate the strange actual combat encountered in the fog. And it is divided into several grades to choose from. Every time a genius wants to go to a higher level area through the combat power level, he will choose to simulate the actual combat clearance in the simulated training ground. Yue Shan introduced it eloquently. Luigi's eyes lit up when he heard about the simulated training ground. He hurriedly asked, "Is this simulated training ground able to 100% simulate the battle when encountering different levels of weirdness?" Yue Shan was taken aback, nodded and said, "That's right. Not only are there several difficulty levels to choose from, but the number can also be adjusted." When Luigi heard it, his heart became even hotter. 100% simulation of actual combat. You can also choose the weird level and quantity. This is almost tailor-made for myself to improve the proficiency of Hellfire. He couldn't wait to go up and challenge this so-called simulated training ground. At this time, after the Captain Yue Shan introduced the basic matters here, he patted Luigi on the shoulder with a smirk on his cigarette holder and said, "Luigi, you boy became famous in the psychic association of our district yesterday. But I can warn you, although you have an S-rank sister. But this is the first district facing strangeness. You will die at any times. It's not that you can have a soft meal with a backer. In the face of life and death crisis, no backer can save you." With that said, it's almost called Luigi a useless wretch who can only rely on the name of an S-rank sister. Luigi is easygoing, doesn't cause trouble, but is not afraid of trouble. His face turned cold and he replied directly, "I appreciate your kindness, but I don't need any name from my sister. I can also become a strong person with my own ability. You don't need to be weird here." Hearing this, Yue Shan bit his cigarette butt and grinned, but said nothing, patted Luigi on the shoulder and walked away. He waved his hand as he left, so much the better. The next day, Luigi put on the formal attire of the Awakened and started his first patrol mission with Team 749. Patrols are boring, basically. Everyone takes a newspaper to block most of the body, and then concentrates on paying attention to the people passing by in the streets and alleys. All day long, Luigi didn't find any possible strange appearances. Until evening, Lu Juho had been patrolling all day, was yawning boringly, and suddenly received a notice that strange creatures appeared nearby. He rushed over immediately. Team 749 assembled quickly. The Captain Yue Shan put away the bad smile from before and turned serious. After explaining the battle arrangements of each member of the team, he turned his attention to Lu Ji specifically. F-level Rukyuhan, you start fighting later. Just remember to take care of yourself. Don't die the first time you get out of a mission. The voice just fell boom. Suddenly, there was a violent shaking under his feet. Several people quickly turned their heads to look. A strange creature with thick limbs exuding white cold air appeared in front of everyone. This strange creature has a sharp inverted triangle nose on its head, a pair of ice blue pupils full of evil. At its feet lay a trembling mother and daughter. The cold air emanating from the strange creature has obviously invaded the bodies of the mother and daughter. Their faces were pale, revealing an unhealthy bruise. All team members obey the order and line up. Keep the formation crazy. Let's contain this frost-cold stone mandrill. You go save people. With a sullen face, Yue Shan quickly issued combat orders. The team members acted immediately, each changing their formation. Two of them pressed behind Yue Shan, forming a golden triangle structure instead. Another team member with yellow hair saw the right moment, and his body turned into an afterimage and moved to another corner. Lu Ji looked at the frost-cold stone mandrill by himself, and his heart was eager to try. This is a relatively common strange creature. In the Encyclopedia of Common Strange Creatures, released yesterday, this number ranked 13th, which is considered weird on the bad street, however. Although Lu Ji wanted to make a move, he wanted to test the power of his hellfire, but he still endured patiently and did not rush to make a move. The captain Yue Shan has a huge physique, with a height of nearly 2 meters. Coupled with explosive muscles, he is simply a humanoid tyrannosaur at this moment. He roared, his eyes turned red and his skin began to feel hot. In a short while Huho was already huge, unexpectedly increased in size by several latitudes again. D-level power Man of Steel as the name suggests. This ability can make the body comparable to steel. Developed to the Dip Sand Punch Assisi at the moment. After Yue Shan transformed, he made the first move with a low growl. Although he is only a 1-star Awakener, he is much stronger than ordinary people by virtue of his D-level ability and natural size advantage. At the same time, because Frost Cold Stone Mandrill was attracted by Yue Shan, the mother and daughter under his feet were also rescued by Zhang Quang's ability. D-level ability, Phantoms. It can turn the body into a ghostly latent image, and its speed and concealment can be greatly enhanced. However, since it is only enhanced in terms of speed, it is more suitable for roles such as scouts and espionage. Die to my father, finally Yue Shan's, who had transformed into a little titan, let out a furious roarend with his pure black mace. He slammed heavily on the waist of the First-Order strange, frost-cold stone mandrill. Click! The huge force directly smashed a small part of frost-cold stone mandrill's body. Crushed stones with a frosty white air fell to the ground. But to the frost-cold stone mandrill, it was just a piece of shit. Its ice-blue bewitching eyes flashed with blue light. The body erupted with a more intense low temperature. Even the ground 5 meters around was frozen with a thick layer of ice. Yue Shan was shivering from the cold, shivering all over his body. The two sides fell directly into a bitter battle. Seeing this, the other team members were very anxious. Oops. The special ability of this weird creature is Ice Attribute. It's better to have Fire Attribute ability to restrain it. Grandma's the Captain is a Strength Attribute. Arrogance is a Wind Attribute. You and I are both Agility Attributes. Where can I find Fire Attribute Awakeners? This is troublesome. Zhang Quang had just arranged the rescued mother and daughter, and ran over to remind him. Our new Lu Ji, isn't he a Fire Attribute? As soon as this statement came out, the other two teammates looked at him with strange expressions. Do you really know or not? He is an F-level supernatural aerobic inflammation. What can he do? When Zhang Quang heard about the F-level ability, he immediately shut up. The battle situation is quite anxious, except Lu Ji. Several other team members also joined the battlefield one after another. The 4 1-star awakened people worked together, and under the main attack of Captain Yue Shan finally, Frost-Cold Stone Mandrill's head was smashed with a hammer. Boom with another blow of the hammers. Yue Shan also smashed the other bodies of Frost-Cold Stone Mandrill into pieces. Braving the cold air, frosty white gravels were scattered all over the ground. Leaning on a mace, Yue Shan panted heavily, ha. Grandma's, it's hard and cold. This stone mandrill is really hard to deal with. Yue Shan laughed, showing his big teeth, full of aftertaste after the war. The other team members also breathed a sigh of relief. They rested on their knees. Lu Ji felt a little regretful. He didn't even make a move, and the weirdness was solved by his teammates. Originally, I wanted to test the power of Hellfire. However, it hasn't been long since Lu Ji felt sorry. From the front battlefield and behind Yue Shan, The pile of cold mandrill corpses piled up like a hill suddenly began to shake. And the trend is getting faster and faster and more intense. I haven't waited for everyone to react clatter. These frosty gravels are back again. The frost-cold stone mandrill survived. Or was reborn once again when Yue Shan reacted. It had already completed the reconstruction of its body. The relaxation and joy on Yue Shan's face froze immediately. And pulled down instantly, damn it. When did this ghost thing have the ability to regenerate? More terrible things are behind. After the frost-cold stone mandrill was reborn, its aura became even stronger. And the cold air coming out of its body. The ground that could be frozen rose directly from a radius of 5 meters to tens of meters in radius. Several times the improvement second order. This strange creature has soared to the second level of strength after being reborn once. Team Captain I remembered. In the brand new manual issued to us by the 2nd District, this mutated frost stone drill is mentioned. This kind of mutated weirdness will greatly enhance its own attributes. If we can't completely reduce it to ashes, we will never be able to kill it. Zhang Kuang opened his mouth tremblingly at this moment. And a picture book he had read half a year ago sounded, what? Nema so perverted. When Yue Shan heard Zhang Kuang's words, his whole body trembled. Regardless of his physical exhaustion, he immediately jumped up and pulled out his mace to counter the enemy. Next second, my forehead is trembling tilde. Yue Shan's muscles all over his body convulsed from the cold. And he began to speak gibberish. The ice-blue pupils of frost-cold stone mandrills bewitching ice-blue pupils just happened to burst into a radiant look. Cold air comparable to a small storm swept over the bodies of all members of the 749 team. Almost as if they were shattered. They completely made them fall to the ground trembling and freezing, convulsing and losing their mobility. The nearest team leader Yue Shan was severely injured by the freezing of his skin all over his body, and the entire ground railing scars and buildings were covered with a thick layer of frost. It has become a Fang Bing snow world. The second-order strange creature is really too powerful, far from being able to resist a 1-star Awakener. For a while, there are many crises. The entire 749 team fell into a critical situation of annihilation. Fear, unwillingness, and regret are written all over their faces. Just when Yue Shan, Zhang Kuang, and the others were disheartened and prepared to close their eyes and wait for death. Sudden tread. There was a crisp sound of feet stepping on thin ice. Luji slowly walked up to this second-order strange creature. Frost-cold stone mandrill this scene. It directly made Yue Shan's eyes widen, his face full of confusion and anxiety. Regardless of the frostbite all over his body, he exhausted his last strength and loudly discouraged Luji. Luji, are you dying? Get out of the way, run for your life. Maybe I can still escape. And go to the association to bring in reinforcements. The other 3 team members also looked at Luji impatiently, thinking that this stunned young man who had awakened the rubbish F-level ability was looking for death. While the weirdness hasn't caught on to you, when will you wait if you don't flash at this moment? However, Luji looked calm. The footsteps are steady and firm on the thick ice. Then the index finger of the right hand turned slightly. And then it turned into a circle at will. Point forward casually rumbled. A thick flame with golden light shining at its core swept across the entire street in an instant. The blazing heat melted all the ice. The gorgeous firelight brings long-lost warmth. The flickering light not only relieved the cold weather in this world, but also dispelled the stiffness of Yue Shan and the others. The firelight flickered and danced in the pupils of Yue Shan and the others, like the early sun in the extreme day melting everything. At this moment, shock was written on their faces. The whole person was completely stunned, all dumbfounded. What kind of flame is this that can actually melt the black ice? Is this still Luji? Wasn't he awakening the most trashy F-level ability? Aerobic inflammation. Everyone knows that this kind of fire needs oxygen to support the combustion. And it is not even as good as the liquefied gas fire of the household gas stove. Gulu Yushan's Adam's apple twitched. His eyes magnificent, he stared at Lu Ji, as if he had seen a ghost. Lu Ji glanced at the scene from the corner of his eye. Sigh slightly, there are many people, Harith land is narrow. The captain and the others are injured again. It is difficult to operate. Once you hit too hard, it will easily affect them. Just now, Lu Ji's flames have been more careful and careful. I'm afraid that if one is not paying attention, he will roast his own people, let the weirdness away first, and then talk about it in an empty and uninhabited place. There's a lack of scope here. Lu Ji made a decisive decision, raised his eyebrows and made a provocative expression at Wei Wei, and ran away in a hurry. Frost-cold stone drill. I am Nemo's. The action Lu Ji made before he left angered the weird guy who had just finished his promotion on the spot. Labor and management have only been promoted to the second level, and there are people who don't have long-sighted things coming to die. So Frost-cold stone mandrill roared and chased after him on the spot. He actually lured the stone demon away by himself. Isn't he crazy? This is a second-order strange creature. You will definitely die if you do this. Could it be that he was stunned by the frozen attribute of Shidril just now? A little farther away, Zhang Kuang and the other two Awaken team members were shocked. In order to distract the strange creatures, he actually made such a big sacrifice at this moment. The image of Lu Ji in their hearts instantly became extremely stalwart. It's a man, hurry up, we have to support him. Team leader Yue Shan coughed out a mouthful of dark red blood clots, apparently suffering from internal injuries from the frostbite. And the injuries were severe. He frowned in pain. And while watching Lu Ji's leaving direction worriedly, he took out a test tube-like rose-purple potion. Open the bottle cap and drink the rose-purple potion in one gulp. After Yue Shan took the potion, he immediately recovered from his injuries cross-legged. Seeing this, the other team members quickly meditated. After a while, Yue Shan, who managed to recover part of his injuries and mobility by relying on the potion, quickly chased after him. 3 less injured players followed closely behind. The other side, Lu Ji didn't know the way either anyway. He turned around and lured Frost-cold stone mandrill to an empty square. He looked around and nodded with satisfaction. Well, this place is big enough and there are no people. So I'm not afraid that I won't be able to let go. Boom. At the same time, there was a vibration. The frost-cold stone drill was already moving its huge and heavy legs, gradually approaching Lu Ji. Senbai's cold air was rolling and pressing, and the frozen crystals on the ground spread rapidly. After a while, the pale and frosty icy road expanded to Lu Ji's feet only. When these biting cold air came to Lu Ji, it was like encountering a natural enemy. It melted rapidly and stopped moving forward, never being able to cross the thunder pool one step, as if these cold ices met their lifelong enemies. Like emperors in flames, cowardly surrender to Wei Nuo. Calls. Lu Ji stayed where he was and raised his eyes slightly. His body is covered with hell flames with a pale golden core, as if wearing a flame armor. Ancient gods and demons descended into this world. Then Lu Ji raised his hand. The skills that have been tested before come out with a snap of the fingers. A rough flaming sword flew through the air. Draw a brilliant line of fire in the air. The flame sword is extremely fast, and the distance is controlled within 20 meters. Instantly pierced frost-cold stone mandrill's body. Boom. The smoky gravel rolled to the ground. This strange second-order creature was blasted off half of its body by Lu Ji in one blow. But the next second, these broken stones, glowing with flames and emitting black smoke, returned to frost-cold stone mandrill's body again. Its icy blue eyes flickered, and the whole body gave off a sizzling cold, and it recovered from its injuries in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Lu Ji's eyes narrowed. As expected of the weirdness of the second level, the strength has reached the limit of the first area. It's really not easy to kill. Lu Ji has just awakened. To be precise, the source power in his body is at the bottom even among one-star awakened ones. Then now, what he was facing was a second-order weirdness that could easily seriously injure 4 one-star awakeners. But it's okay, it's not impossible to kill. The corner of Lu Ji's mouth raised a confident arc. A flame soared into the sky. His whole body was completely enveloped in the armor of Hellfire. Hellfire's flame form. This is a new ability developed by Lu Ji after awakening Hellfire. Flames covered the whole body like a burning man. When your fusion degree increases, you will eventually turn into a skeleton form and become a real evil spirit form. Immortal, the flames are monstrous. The current form can only be regarded as a low-end version. However, it is enough to kill a second-order strange creature. It's just that this move also consumes a lot of energy. With his current source power, it lasts less than 12 seconds. But 12 seconds enough seconds for you, Lu Ji moved. The fire was fast like thunder and lightning. Only a fiery red glowing golden afterimage flashed on the spot. A blazing fire road was born in an instant. In the form of a burning man whose whole body was on fire. Lu Ji slammed towards the frost-cold stone mandrill domineeringly. Rumble in this strange, horrified and shocked ice-blue gaze. A humanoid evil spirit penetrated its body. Crash. Scourged a black hut. Smoky rubble were scattered all over the ground, burning incessantly in the supernaturally terrifying heat of Hellfire, until they are completely incinerated and become a pile of dust. A red bead exuding a dense light fell to the ground. Lu Ji picked it up and happily rubbed it twice. The spirit crystal exploded. This is a good thing. All weird creatures will have this kind of thing after they die. Its name is Spirit Crystal, which can enhance the source power, speed up the practice of the awakened, and assist the opening of abilities. This is also one of the most important resources. At this time, a burly man hurried here with heavy steps and panting all the way. Captain Yue Shan rushed here and when he caught sight of it, his eyes widened in shock. Tired, he bent down and let out a big mouthful of air, but at the same time couldn't stop the shock deep in his eyes. I rub it. What about weird creatures? Why is there only kid Lu Ji present? Yue Shan looked at Lu Ji suspiciously, but at a glance, he saw the round radiant red bead in his hand. Just out of the oven, and a little moist red bead immediately. I was even more shocked. Yue Shan's eyes almost burst. Lu Ji turned to look at him with a smile and said, Captain, you are late. The strange creature is dead. Step. The other 3 team members also arrived. Subsequently, these 3 people also had the same expression as Captain Yue Shan. First, I was wondering where the strange creature had gone. Then he opened his eyes wide, looking at the spirit crystal in Lu Ji's hand in shock. A bold and outrageous guess was born in their minds. The second-order strange creature. The frost-cold stone mandrill was killed by Lu Ji, F***K. Damn, it's impossible, right? How did this kid do it? Is he really an F-level ability? The frost-cold stone mandrill is not an ordinary weird creature, but a mutated second-order weird creature. Lu Ji, did you kill this frost-cold stone mandrill? How did you do it, bro? Zhang Quang was stunned, almost dumbfounded, and desperately wanted to get a definite answer from Lu Ji at this moment. That's right. This strange creature has the frost attribute. I'm afraid of fire, and I happen to have the ability of the fire attribute. So just set it on fire. Lu Ji narrowed his eyes and showed a bright smile. This. Captain Yue Shan was a little confused. It is true that the frost stone drill has the frost attribute. Everyone also knows that it happens to be restrained by fire attribute awakeners. Having said that, Lu Ji is a 1-star awakener. It's still the kind that just awakened and has only practiced for a few days. Even if there is an attribute restraint relationship between the 2 parties, the difference in strength between the 2 is too great. And any restraint is useless, but one thing about Yue Shan's personality is good, that is, he has the same physique as his big and thick. And he doesn't think hard about things that he can't figure out. At this moment, he opened his mouth wide and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. This time there was no danger at all. There were no civilian casualties, and our team did not reduce the number of personnel. The captain's words aroused the deep approval of the other team members. This patrol mission is far more dangerous than before. But all in all, the result was good. Everyone was injured a little at most. And it will be fine if it takes some time to recuperate. Lu Ji was also very emotional. This is the daily life of the awakened. Walking on the edge of life and death at any time. A seemingly ordinary patrol mission may encounter a disaster beyond redemption. It was dark. Now that the second-order strange creatures have been eradicated, the 749 team in the first area naturally also ended today's patrol mission. Zhang Kuang and the other two team members supported each other. The Captain Yue Shan walked up to Lu Ji in a weak way, grinning with bright white teeth, and patted Lu Ji on the shoulder with a thick palm and said comfortingly, Go back on the way." A teammate suddenly expressed concern. Lu Ji, are you not injured? This frost-cold stone mandrel's attributes are abnormal. Sometimes it's hard to detect the frost when it's forced into the human body. Do you feel any signs of discomfort in the 5 internal organs? Yue Shan, Zhangquang, and other teammates also cast concerned eyes on Lu Ji. Don't worry, I'm fine, I'm not hurt at all. Facing the concern of his teammates, Lu Ji was slightly taken aback, and then explained with a smile. Everyone's attitude towards themselves has changed a lot. I still remember that when I encountered frost-cold stone mandrel just now. The team didn't trust their own strength, and even ignored themselves in the formation in this world. As expected, everything depends on strength. Respect strength after going back. Lu Ji took out the spirit crystal that exploded before in the room. The red orb lay quietly in his palms, and there was a strange beauty under the moonlight. After quietly looking at it for a while, Lu Ji directly refined it without hesitation. The spirit crystals that erupted strangely at the second level have more abundant source power than the first level spirit crystals. Abundant energy flowed into Lu Ji's body, moistening things and quietly increasing the source power in his body. Soon, this second-order spirit crystal was refined to only a small size, and it was broken into a whitish powder with a light pinch of a finger. As for Lu Jie, he clenched his fists tightly, and he felt that his strength had skyrocketed a lot. The level of source power in the body is almost approaching that of a 2-star awakened person. Counting today, I have only just awakened for 3 days. In 3 days, I have reached the strength of a 1-star late stage. And the progress is rapid, Lu Ji said happily, ding. Congratulations on improving the host's strength. Bonus template fusion. Current template fusion degree, 3%. The sound of the system prompt also sounded at the right time. A mysterious wave rippled through Lu Ji's whole body. He hastily raised his index fingerand with a thump. A miraculous flame appeared on his finger this time. The appearance of Hellfire has undergone more obvious changes. The golden color of the flame core has expanded to almost 1/3 of the whole. The temperature and fluctuations emanating from it are even more terrifying. A flame the size of an index finger actually distorts the surrounding air. My Hellfire has evolved again. What a terrifying high temperature. Lu Ji looked at the pale golden flames on his fingers, and was a little surprised himself. Then he discovered that he was also more skilled in controlling Hellfire. Or condense a small flame-flying sword, but this time, the appearance of the flying sword is more solid. And the details are also lifelike, indistinctly. You can still see the smooth arc of the blade under the hilt. At this moment on the other side, in the Psychic Association building in the 1st District, Yue Shanth, captain of Team 749, was reporting to a black lady wearing red-rimmed glasses in the high-rise office on the 5th floor. When we arrived, the mutated second-order strange creature had disappeared, leaving only traces of flames. The only awakened person present was Lu Ji, so it can be basically judged that this second-order monster was killed by him. After Yue Shan muffled the details of the day, he just stood there obediently and did not speak. In front of him, that black-eyed lady Yuji is the vice president of the entire Psychic Association. You mean that newly awakened Lu Ji, who only has F-level abilities, killed a powerful second-level monster? Chen Beixu frowned slightly. She felt a little unbelievable. Then he looked at the ability test written by the president Jiang Yongguo himself on the desk. It is indeed an F-level ability, aerobic inflammation. No, a newcomer who has just awakened no matter what. He can't leapfrog to kill a second-order weirdo. Even a genius with A-level abilities can't do it. What's more, this kid is only F-rank. Chen Beixu raised her sexy toes, frowned and thought. Yue Shan in front of him lowered his head. But at the moment, his burly figure honestly looked like a child who did something wrong. It's weird, Chen Beixu pondered for a moment. And suddenly said decisively, cough cough, Yue Shan, who was taking a sneak peek, was taken aback. And coughed twice to cover up his embarrassment, that Vice President, I also think Brother Lu Ji is weird. This kid is not simple, Yu Shan also expressed his views. He was the person involved. And he had personally fought that frost-cold stone mandrill to the flesh. No one knows better than him what kind of strength is needed to completely kill this monster. So, only in Yue Shan's heart did he doubt Lu Ji's true strength even more. The other side, the third area. This is a high-risk place full of weirdness. And the danger factor is many times higher than that of the first district and the second district. And at this time, swish. A brilliant blue and white blade flashed across the sky. Zizza 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 zizzy. The blue-purple thunder and lightning all over the sky followed closely behind. The gorgeous thunder raged violently, like Wan Leishan. He firmly locked on the strange creature with a hideous appearance and an infinite terrifying aura below. Zalwith. The strange creature was cut open by the sharp blade light. The whole body was wantonly destroyed by the tyrannical thunder. And it only lasted for less than 3 seconds. After letting out one last unwilling roar, he fell down suddenly. A graceful and sassy figure descended from the sky. Immediate lithe horizontal knife like a Valkyrie. Volleyed above the strangeness of death, boom, boom, boom. Countless treasures emitting dazzling light burst out on the ground. Bejeweled and dazzling, too strong, Sister King Yi. I didn't expect the powerful and terrifying fifth-order strange creature to be cut off so easily. Kneel for Sister King Yi. The last fifth-order weirdo was so easily and neatly killed by Sister King Yi. Is this the strength of an Awakener with S-level talent? Whoosh whoosh in the sky. Countless figures flew quickly from all directions. They were all wearing uniforms with 5 or even 6 golden 5-pointed stars imprinted on them. However, but all these people are staring at the graceful figure in the center. The expression in the eyes is full of admiration and admiration. The girl who had just beheaded the last fifth-order strange creature was none other than Lu Ji's sister. Lu Qingyi returned to the Psionic Association in the 3rd District. As soon as the news of clearing the fog came out, many powerful awakened people in the 3rd District were very excited. Only the biggest hero in this battle, Lu Qingyi, seemed a little uneasy. She made a great contribution, killing a fifth-order strange creature alone. But at this moment their face was a little sad. I don't know what happened to my brothers. He has just become an awakened personas, he in danger. Lu Qingyi misses his younger brother Lu Ji very much. Qingyi, come on, the president is looking for you. At this time, there was a pretty girl lying on the railing upstairs. Waving her hand to greet her, Lu Qingyi looked up and saw that it was her best friend, the level talent 5-star Awakener by Jiki. Oh. Okay, here we go. The president of the 3rd District Psychic Association is an old man with white beard and hair. Gu Qingshan after Lu Qingyi came in. The old man put down the ballpoint pen in his hand, took off his glasses and showed a kind smile on his face. Come in, while Lu Qingyi nodded politely. President, you are looking for me. Gu Qingshan picked up the documents on the table, flipped through them a few times. His eyes kept flashing light on his vicissitudes of face, while watching kept nodding, and said in a very peaceful tone, Qingyi, I just read the mission Logan. Your record is very good. With the strength of a 4-star awakened person, leading the team to participate in the association's crusade against the 6th-order weirdness, and being able to kill the 5th-level weirdness alone. Your talent is beyond the imagination of this old man. In the entire 3rd District, even Zhao Menjuan is not necessarily stronger than you. After saying these words earnestly, Gu Qingshan looked at Lu Qingyi kindly. Between the lines, he was full of attention to her. And Lu Qingyi's expression was calm from beginning to end. Until the moment she heard the name Zhao Menjuan. She changed slightly. This person is also a super talented girl. She and Lu Qingyi are also S-level talents. And they are promoted to the 3rd District with 4-star strength. Before Lu Qingyi arrived, Zhao Menjuan is known as the most dazzling golden flower in the 3rd District. She is regarded as the goddess in the heart by countless male awakeners, and is sought after by countless. It can be said that there are thousands of eyes on one body. And it is not an exaggeration to say that the stars are holding the moon. But after Lu Qingyi arrived, all her pride and aura were taken away after all. In terms of talent, Lu Qingyi also has powerful S-level abilities. And she is even 1 year younger than Zhao Menjuan. In terms of appearance, although the awakened people in the 3rd District keep saying that the two are beauties of different types and styles, but in private, almost all male awakened people agree that Lu Qingyi's appearance is even better. Therefore, when an arrogant girl thinks that her glory has been taken away by another, the two sides are doomed to be out of harmony. Liang Zai thus ended, including this crusade against the fog in the 3 districts. Zhao Menjuan also held back a lot of energy to overwhelm Lu Qingyi. In the end, it still ended in failure. At this time, there was the sound of high heels walking in the corridor. Then a woman with long hair dyed burgundy, painted flaming red lips not wearing a uniform, and a hot and revealing figure walked into the office. When the wine-red long-haired woman saw Lu Qingyi, she frowned and said with a smile, "Yo, isn't this Lu Qingyi? The best talented girl in our 3 districts. I heard that you have a younger brother who has just awakened a supernatural power. I wonder what level of talent it is." Before Lu Qingyi could speak, the wine-red long-haired woman covered her mouth and smiled again. "Oh, I almost forgot. Your younger brother seems to have awakened an F-level talent." She spread her hands, made a very sad and helpless look, and sighed, "Tusk, what a pity. A majestic S-rank awakener has a younger brother who stretches his hips. If I had cut off relations with him long ago." It was Zhao Menjuan who came, and she was overwhelmed again in this crusade. And she was full of anger and had nowhere to vent. But the moment he saw Lu Qingyi, he thought of her brother who didn't live up to expectations. So deliberately which pot is not opened and which pot is lifted, and only picks on the other party's weakness to stimulate. In the end, the smile on Zhao Menjuan's face became even more cheerful. Zizzi tilde. Lu Qingyi stood there calmly, seemingly expressionless. In fact, he clenched his fists and trembled slightly. Even a blue-purple lightning arc escaped. This smelly woman. How dare he talk about his only relative? His favorite brother. It's clearly just a struggle between us 2 women. Yet you provoke my family, HMPH. Although my younger brother has only awakened F-level abilities, he has a heart to become stronger. And he may not be able to become a strong person in the future. As for the relationship between me and my brother, it's very good, don't worry about an unruly woman like you." Although Lu Qingyi was tickled by her anger, her attitude was still so cold and disdainful. Seeing that she failed to provoke, Zhao Menjuan was ridiculed for being an unscrupulous woman. And she exploded on the spot. "Who do you call an unruly woman?" Lu Qingyi glanced at her revealing clothes carelessly, but said nothing. Silence speaks louder than sound at this moment. Zhao Menjuan was directly hit by this look. And when she stretched out her hand, a eerie and dark claw suddenly appeared on her arm. "Smelly B********************************************* my old lady killed you." S-level ability, Big Dark Demon. This ability can summon a big dark demon possessed like a true god. And the strength after possessing has skyrocketed to countless latitudes. At this moment, Zhao Menjuan directly murdered her compatriots. The attack range of this black claw is exactly Lu Qingyi's defenseless vest. Roar tilde zizzy suddenly. Just when the claws of the big dark demon were about to penetrate Lu Qingyi's back. A deafening dragon chant resounded throughout the office. A dreamlike blue-purple thunder dragon appeared out of nowhere in the air. An endless thunderous fury erupted from its ferocious and majestic head. S-level ability, Nirvana God Kongle. As soon as Thunder Dragon came out, he directly suppressed Zhao Menjuan's dark claws. The huge thunder force flashed with dazzling electric light. And Zhao Menjuan, who was in the town, could not move. From the beginning to the end, Lu Qingyi maintained a sideways attitude. And even her expression didn't change much. Enough. Two S-level geniuses are the most brilliant geniuses in my third district. If they disagree with each other, how can they fight? At this time, Gu Qingshan, the president of the third district, slapped the table with his hand and shouted angrily in a low voice. He broke out and stopped the battle that was about to intensify. When Lu Qingyi heard the president's words, she glanced flatly at the embarrassed Zhao Menjuan. Her mind was moved, and she withdrew the supernatural thunder dragon then. Lightly parting her cherry lips, said in a very firm tone, I believe in Lu Ji's potential, my own brother. Even if he only has an F-level ability, he will not stop in the first district. With me here, no one can bully my brothers. Leave these two short and domineering declarations. Lu Qingyi turned around and left the office. Cut. Zhao Menjuan brushed back the messy hair from the fight with her hand and sneered disapprovingly from the corner of her mouth. Who are you telling me so swearingly, an F-level waste? It is impossible to get out of the first district in this life. Subsequently, she twisted her body and walked out of the president's office with all her strength. This, Gu Qingshan looked at the two Tianjiao girls. His outstretched hands froze in the air. Embarrassed and helpless, Dahi. Cool neighborhoods. Lu Qingyi was walking on the street alone in plain clothes. Holding a sword in her arms, she was preoccupied. His brows were tightly furrowed. How can I raise my younger brother's talent level? We cleared the strange fog in the third area once, but we didn't find similar treasures. Oh, it's too difficult. On the other side in the first district, because they were injured in the previous patrol battle, other members of the 749 team, including the Captain Yue Shan, were granted leave. The entire 749 squad naturally suspended its patrol mission. Taking advantage of this time, Lu Ji directly submitted the application for the use of the simulation training ground at the top of the Psychic Association. There, you can 100% simulate the actual combat with the strange or the awakened. And the effect is definitely not bad. Lu Ji originally thought that it would take a long time to apply for the use of the simulated training ground. Unexpectedly, just after submitting the application, it was approved within 10 minutes, looking at the approver. The Vice President Chen Baixu in big characters. He was a little confused. It turns out that the senior leaders of my psionic association are so approachable and considerate. Now that you have permissions, Lu Ji immediately rushed to the 6th floor of the association building. With the help of the staff of Strength Tier 2, Quantity 3 simulated actual combat started. During the process, the staff members stared at the big eyes in doubt, and only opened it for him after repeated confirmation. Rumble after the simulated training ground is opened. The entire arena is closed. All around is blocked by a bright light curtain. Lu Ji was in it, wondering where the simulated strange creature was. A ferocious falcon descended from the sky. This falcon is huge, just a pair of wings, with a wingspan of more than 10 meters when spread out. And the speed is extremely fast even during the rapid fall. Overlapping afterimages appeared in the sky. Under a pair of sharp and cold eagle eyes. There is an eagle beak as hard as special metal, no doubt. If it is pecked by the eagle's beak in a high-speed dive, no matter how strong the body is, it will fester in an instant. Lu Ji's spirit tensed up instantly. Too late to think about it. Wherever he looked, a raging flame ignited out of thin air. Hellfire born directly from Lu Ji's sight, hey tilde. The strange falcon creature swooping in the sky was ignited by the hellfire, let out a miserable scream, and then fell heavily to the ground only, not waiting for Lu Ji to take a breather. One in front and one in the back. Two second-order weird falcon creatures swooped down at the same time. The speed is still the same fast. The sharp eagle beak flashed a metallic light in the air, about to destroy Lu Ji's body completely. Lu Ji never expected that this simulated training field would be so difficult. And the simulated weird speed strength. And tricky angles of appearance. But Lu Ji wasn't panicking at all. Instantaneously sent out Hellfire Flame form. Before the remaining two falcon creatures, with a size of more than 10 meters, smashed through themselves with their iron beaks. Their whole bodies almost turned into flames. The rest of the scene is... The two falcons were swallowed by the hellfire that shot out instantly. And the extremely high temperature only took a dozen breaths of effort to completely incinerate their bodies. Lu Ji breathed a sigh of relief slowly. Although it was a simulation of actual combat, it was still very realistic. Facing the second rank of 3 heads. Although it is a bit difficult, it is not without gains. After some training, I can clearly feel the changes in myself. Especially the control of hellfire. Which is more proficient? This is very important for future actual combat. After the simulated training ground, his face was pale and the consumption was still not small. I feel that I haven't reached the limit yet, and I should be able to make another impact. Lu Ji was a little tired and muttered to himself. After seeing his face, the staff came over with a smile on his lips. He was just about to persuade Lu Ji to focus on reality and cherish the hard-won training opportunities. It's better to lower the training parameters to the first level. And when a strange one comes slowly, suddenly dumbfounded. Because he saw that the huge luminous screen above his head displayed, pass. Actually passed F***K this shit. The staff doubted life on the spot. He squinted his eyes and stared at Lu Ji for a long time. I still can't believe it. This is the previous Mengson who has awakened the most trashy F-level ability. Okay, don't look at it. Continue to adjust the parameters for me. This time I will play 10, Lu Ji blushed and said excitedly. The reason is nothing else. 100% simulation of actual combat. The effect is really powerful just now. I just simulated 3 weird second-level heads playing at the same time. And the pressure brought to me can greatly increase the speed of my spellcasting. Needless to say, Lu Ji's control over Hellfire must be 1 point closer. As the saying goes, the greater the pressure, the greater the progress. Lu Ji believes that as long as he can withstand this high pressure, his progress will be astonishing. Oh good. The staff originally wanted to persuade something, but as long as he looked up, he could see the 2 big pass above his head. I couldn't say anything this damn. A ruthless person who can clear the level of 3-headed second-order strange creatures in the realm of 1-star awakening needs more talk from others. Well, the new environment simulated this time is actually a waterfall that blocks the sun. Lu Ji looked at the majestic waterfall flying down 3,000 feet straight in front of him with a smack of tongue. The impact of the water rushing down like 9 heavens made him feel thrilled. However, not waiting for him to fully adapt to the new simulation environment, countless sharp water arrows suddenly shot out from the waterfall. The water arrow came out in lightning, so caught off guard. By the time Lu Ji urgently used Hellfire to melt the water arrows, it was too late. His body was shot into a densely covered with blood holes. Fail. This simulated training was over. And the screen above his head showed 2 big characters of failure in bright red. Lu Ji's eyes were a little dazed. And then he urged the staff excitedly, quick. It's still this level, I want to hit 10 more, good. The staff of the association froze for a few seconds, wondering if Lu Ji had a tendency to be abused or what. Since you can't pass the second level of 10 heads, then lower the requirements a bit. Who knows that he will continue to break through this level. Then stick to hitting 10 clatter. The 3rd round of simulation begins. This time Lu Ji quickly adapted to the new waterfall environment. He stared intently at the waterfall in front of him. Always be ready to use Hellfire and resist the incoming water arrows. Whoosh whoosh really in the waterfall. Countless water arrows were shot out quickly. The dense quantity and terrifying piercing power make one's scalp tingle. Luigi swallowed a mouthful of saliva, feeling ruthless in his heart, frantically mobilizing the source power in his body, Tang. Exuding terrifying heat, the core is golden hell fireworks, which instantly possessed Luigi's body. He turned himself into a fireman and resisted this wave of water arrows. I saw you, sudden. Gritting his teeth and resisting everything. Luigi's eyes lit up. He discovered strange blue sharks about 1.5 meters in size hidden in the waterfall. These water arrows were fired by these 10 small sharks, which were less than 2 meters in length. Enemy found. Naturally, Luigi will not let it go. He focused his eyes, held his breath, and in the form of hell flames attached to his whole body. Step into the waterfall, puff zai 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 zai. As soon as one foot stepped in, the hellfire and water collided with each other, and a boiling white mist burst out. White mist filled the air, full of scalding water vapor. The entire simulated space is rendered like a fairyland scene. And the source power in Luigi's body is also being consumed at an appalling speed. Past 2 large characters appeared on the big screen. F***K, who is this? The staff looked confused. Just failed once and passed the level directly. He had never seen such a man. Although this is just a simulation, actual combat is far more difficult and full of variables than the simulation. But I've never heard of someone with an F-level talent being able to do this. Ding! Congratulations on improving the host's strength. Bonus template fusion ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a new skill, enchanting. Current template fusion degree, 4%. A pleasant notification sound from the system came. Enchanting. Luigi's first reaction was not that he finally became a 2-star Awakener, but a brand new skill enchantment awarded by the system. The effect is to use Hellfire and attach it to an item to achieve the same effect as a royal object. In other words, Luigi could only control Hellfire at will. But after enchanting flames on an item, Luigi can control the item like Hellfire. Interesting, sounds pretty powerful. Luigi was a little haggard, but he still took out a dark gold dagger. This is the benefit that every awakened person has when joining the membership. Tang. The Hellfire, whose core is brilliant like lava gold, climbs up instantly. The entire dark gold dagger was burning with raging flames. Luigi saw a half-ton dumbbell placed on the floor, and his heart skipped a beat. Whoosh, boom. The dark gold dagger pierced out directly following his will, instantly smashing through the dumbbell weighing half a ton lying on the ground. F***K, you can really control objects. Luigi was pleasantly surprised. The effect of this enchantment is too great. Now it's just that the dark gold dagger is too small. If you give him a real sword that is more than 1 meter long, wouldn't he be able to fly with his sword like the sword fairy in the ancient fairy tale of the Dragon Kingdom? It is still the sword burning with hellfire. Stretch out, the unique dagger returned to Luigi's hands. In process, the blazing hellfire didn't even physically touch anything other than the dagger. But there was already a burning smell in the air. Take a closer look. It turned out to be the entire barbell area. More than a dozen pieces of barbell irons were melted. The air there exudes twisted waves. This shows how high the temperature is. It's even hotter than melting the walls the first time. Luigi nodded in satisfaction. In a blink of an eye, it entered the autumnal equinox. A bleak autumn wind blows from time to time on the dry street. The members of the 749 team in the 1st District also ended their injury leave. Luigi specially put on the uniform of the Psychic Association and went to pick them up at the airport. Good boy, it hasn't changed for a long time. Why do you feel that your temperament has changed so much? The Captain Yue Shan was still so burly. During this period of recuperation, the food is probably good. Luigi cast a careless glance at his stomach. Tusk, it's a big circle, is there? Maybe it's because of hard training, Lu Ji said lightly. Yue Shan squinted his eyes and looked at him. His pupils flickered, and suddenly grinned and hugged Lu Ji's shoulder. By the way, you kid has been in the team for so long. And we haven't trained together yet. Why don't we find a chance to learn from each other? Lu Ji subconsciously opened his mouth to refuse. A 1-star D-level talent Awakener. Who can beat him violently with both hands? It's meaningless to discuss or something. But when the words reached his throat, he was still defeated by Yue Shan's expectant little eyes. Okay, then it's just a discussion. Yue Shan excitedly patted Lu Ji's shoulder with his thick palm. It's easy to say, easy to say. Team 749 has assembled again. Everyone gathered in the training rooms. In the center arena, Lu Ji stood lazily in a corner. Opposite him was the captain with bright eyes, swaying small steps, and exuding the word excited all over his body. Good boy, I'm going to test your details today. How did you kill a second-order strange creature that day? Yue Shan is gearing up. He has his own little jiujiu in his heart. And Lu Ji still has that loose and lazy attitude. Start. Following Zhang Kuang's order from the arena, the sparring has officially started with a loud roar. Yue Shan walked with heavy steps, slapped his fingers together, and was about to slap Lu Ji away when he rushed over. Boom. Boom-a-boom. This guy is nearly 2 meters in size and 200 to 300 kilograms in size. And the ground shakes enough when he runs. Plus that slap is thick as a palm fan. There is no doubt that a small car can be blown away. But Lu Ji stood there quietly. There was no fluctuation in my heart. And I was even thinking about how to release the water. Finally, just before Yue Shan slapped him with a forceful slap weighing hundreds of kilograms, Lu Ji moved. He stomped lightly. A terrifying high temperature instantly filled the area within 5 meters around him. A blazing light golden fire circle surrounded Lu Ji. It also restricted Yue Shan's actions. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Yue Shan's expression changed drastically, and the soles of his feet braked urgently, causing a burst of sparks as they rubbed against the ground. He looked at the flames around Lu Ji in surprise. 10 meters away, the terrifying high temperature made his hairs stand on end. There is quite a feeling that all the hairs on the body will be ignited by the void. Good boy, this flame ability is really good. He was secretly startled. And then the corner of his mouth curled up. Just now I was a big kid. I thought I was just a rookie with F-level abilities. Even without supernatural powers, one can still faint with a slap. Now it seems Man of Steel. Yue Shan tore off his vest, raised his head to the sky and roared. His physique has skyrocketed, and his skin has a metallic color as hard as steel. Lu Ji, you kid can use fire to prevent a mortal body. Can it prevent my body that is comparable to steel? Yue Shan laughed loudly and took heavy steps again, this time vowing to beat Lu Ji with one blow. And find out the details of this kid, hissed Tilda. Captain, this is for real, this is not bullying. The captain is a late-stage awakener, and he used his ability to deal with a rookie with an F-level ability. What do you know? This is our captain's respect for Lu Ji. Since it is a competition, we must go all out. Under the rings, Zhang Kuang and the other 2 team members exclaimed when they saw Yue Shan cast Man of Steel. Then discuss it. Everyone was sweating for Lu Ji, alas. Lu Ji stood where he was and didn't move. He sighed softly in his heart. Why is our captain so stupid? Didn't you see me release the water? I deliberately controlled the temperature of the Hellfire, which was less than 1/10 of the normal version. In the end, he didn't expect that this guy Yue Shan would develop honey confidence. No way. Lu Ji had no choice but to increase the intensity of the fire a little. Increase the heat some more. Immediately, his eyes moved. Tang's boom. The fire surrounding Lu Ji exploded in an instant. The terrifying high temperature directly distorts the air. Even the arena reinforced with special metal was burnt out with a big hole. And at this time Yue Shan was still complacent, ready to go into the ring of fire with his steel body. and lift Lu Ji out with his bare hands as a result. The sudden surge of fire made him stunned and stunned. Next second, with a thought, Lu Ji enchanted his dark gold dagger with hellfire. Then Yu Jian left 3 kinds of divine light. Dark gold and scarlet red brilliant gold came out dazzlingly. A dazzling line of fire was drawn in the air, with the back of the saber facing forward. It hit Yue Shan's thigh with the force of a storm's thump. Ah. Tilda Yu Shan knelt down and wailed in pain. When he touched it with his hand, his thigh was drenched in blood, and a layer of skin was scalded off moreover. The entire lower body seemed to be abolished, and it was no longer possible to exert any strength. One strike, Lu Ji just stood there without moving, and overthrew the captain. Yue Shan knelt on the ground in pain, with cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. He was shocked and looked up at Lu Ji's face hidden in the flames. Calm and calm like a flame demon. His heart felt as if the river was tossed and the sea was overwhelmed. Shaking wildly, is this Nima an F-level talent? Yue Shan took another look at his bloody thigh. You know, this is my skin after casting Man of Steel. This means that Lu Ji's flame can melt steel. This kid can still control the back of the knife to attack me. If it is the blade, then I'm afraid I will die on the spot. Could it be that this kid has reached 2-star strength? How long has it been since he awakened? Yue Shan looked up at Lu Ji again, feeling that his world view was about to collapse. This is a B*****ch. Whoever says that Lu Ji is F-level, who is he in a hurry with? Under the rings, Zhang Kuang and the other 2 friends were already shocked from ear to ear. They collectively stared wide-eyed and were dumbfounded on the spot, as everyone knows. On the 5th floor of the Psychic Association, Chairman Jiang Yongguo and Vice Chairman Chen Beixu watched Lu Ji's entire competition through the monitor. How about it, old Jiang, did I say that Lu Ji is weird? Chen Beixu looks like a black professional polo. Capable and sexy, Jiang Yongguo frowned, not taking his eyes off the monitoring screen a long time. He smashed his mouth, shook his head and said, "The way I see it, maybe it's just luck. When Lu Ji awakened, his talentai was there in person. And the F-level ability is definitely there. Chairman Jiang Yongguo doesn't believe in Lu Ji's strength, and only regards him as good luck." Chen Beixu raised her eyebrows and was about to argue, but then gave up instead of arguing with this old man. It's better to try it yourself, think about it. Vice President Chen Beixu stared at the high heels and went to the 2nd floor without looking back. And Lu Ji here, it's also the end of this big fight in the end. He deliberately controlled his strength and temperature. Otherwise, with the last blow, Yue Shan's entire leg was deliberately destroyed. Unlike now, just burns and fractures, just use some elixir. After Lu Ji came down, several other team members stared at him with monster-like eyes. There was also a hint of awe in his eyes. Obviously, Lu Ji's strength has conquered them. Yue Shan came to Lu Ji with a limp step by step, and said with a wry smile, "You kid is too perverted. I seriously suspect that you made a mistake in the test. This flame girl can't be an F-level ability. I believe it is B-level or even a level." "I believe it too, Sudden." A lady in black professional attire walked into the door, with an appreciative smile on Chen Beixu's face. She stared straight at Lu Ji and said, "I also watched your discussion just now. In this world, the strong are respected, since Lu Ji, you are stronger than Yue Shan. You will be the captain of Team 749 from now on, finished." She shifted her gaze to Yue Shan, seeing this. Yue Shan immediately bowed his head and bowed his head. The 200 Jin man was like a mouse seeing a cat. "I agree with both hands. Brother Lu Ji is the captain of our team, it's perfect." "We agree too." Zhang Kuang and the others followed closely behind. This, Lu Ji was a little confused. "I haven't expressed my opinion yet. I just became the captain in such a muddled way." After becoming the captain, Lu Ji has the right to use the simulated training ground once a month. But he hasn't waited for the application yet. An urgent notice has been issued to all awakened teams. The weird fog in the first district has descended again, and the situation is urgent. The Psionic Association used helicopters and dispatched a whole 10 teams to dispatch. Lu Ji's 749 team is also impressively listed. On the helicopter, Yue Shan and the others sat across from Lu Ji. Looking nervous and expectant, Lu Ji sat upright on the seat. Feeling very moved in his heart, weird, the mist. The last time I encountered the mist, I was still an ordinary person. Now he is already a 2-star awakener. I heard that there are not only strange creatures in the mist, but also many other unexpected mysterious surprises. My sister said that you can get a lot of rewards by clearing the fog and killing all the weirdness in it. Many resources of the awakened are obtained from it. I don't know what will I gain if I go in this time. The helicopter was at the edge of the fog. The 10 teams acted separately after receiving their respective tasks. Lu Ji's 749 team entered from the side of the mist. He and Yue Shan walked ahead to open the way. The other 2 team members followed closely behind. Zhang Quang awakens the Phantom Abolithe fastest and takes charge of the rear, sends that captain. Shall we sweep and patrol from the outside, or go straight to the center of the fog? Yue Shan walked beside Lu Ji, touching his head in embarrassment. A little unaccustomed to calling him captain. But embarrassment is embarrassment. But the captain's call was definitely sincere, after all. It was the first time that Lu Ji participated in the Misty Crusade as an awakened person. Moreover, the mission is urgent, and he still doesn't know many details, therefore asked, "Why go to the fog center? Is there anything special there?" Yue Shan cheered up when he heard Itan said like a treasure. "Road team. The compass we are holding now is a good thing researched by the great figures of the Holy Spirit Academy, and it can detect the direction of strange creatures, the crusade annihilation of strangeness, and the rescue of civilians all depend on it. But this thing can only be used in the fog, and it won't work out of the fog." Speaking of this, Yue Shan's eyes were shining, and he lowered his voice and whispered, "We can ignore the weirdness around us and just leave it to other teams to deal with it. Let's go to the fog center. There are usually special resources there. The black box is something that can only be found in the center of the fog. As long as you break it, you can get good things." Oh. Lu Ji also showed interest. His biggest motivation now is to harvest resources and improve his strength. Hearing that there is a black box in the center of the mist, you can get good things if you break it. And your heart beats at one stot, but he thought for a while, but still rejected Yue Shan's proposal. "Well, let's split up and kill the weird creatures around. Keep in touch during the period. Let's gather in the fog center." When Lu Ji himself was an ordinary person, a strange team of awakens stepped forward. In order to rescue them, they also paid the price of the death of 2 team members. This bought time for Sister Lu Qingyi to arrive in time. Now Lu Ji has also become an awakened one. If it's just for the sake of obtaining resources, leaving the strange creatures around to harm civilians and leaving it alone, it's no different from scum. "All right," Yue Shan bared his teeth. "You are the captain and everything is at your command." Lu Ji nodded. "Well, let's split up," one order. The 5 members of Team 749 suddenly headed in different directions. Well, after the team dispersed, Lu Ji held the search compass in his hand and rushed towards the strange creature that was the closest to it. The footsteps are light and the ears are noisy. The Awaken's black and slim uniform rustled with the wind. In just a few moments of breathing, I have crossed the distance of a street. The cells and meridians of the whole body seem to contain full and abundant energy. Own speed much faster. Is this the power to upgrade to the 2nd star? Lu Ji smiled with satisfaction, and his body became more brisk. As his speed became faster and faster, the distance from the strange creature on the compass was naturally closer. Mom, save me. Don't eat me, please don't eat me." A crying female voice sounded from the corner of the street. "Looking for fame. Sitting there was a little Loli whose eyes were red from crying and terrified. In front of little Lolita, there was a weird and twisted creature. This guy's head grew under his crotch, and then he used his belly button as his mouth, which contained a spiral mouthpart covered with countless spikes. It was dripping blood because it was too conspicuous. Luigi easily spotted the strange direction. "Master Awakened, please save my daughter." Suddenly kneeling next to him, a haggard woman grabbed Luigi's hand and wept. She saw the uniform on Luigi's body. It was an awakened one. "There was hope in my heart." Luigi smiled and patted the back of her hand and said softly, "Don't worry, your daughter will be fine," finished hum. Luigi raised his hand, and his index finger shot out a brilliant line of fire. Using his finger as a sword, he stabbed way at the crotch. Puff puff. A lot of black mist erupted from the strange creature's body, trying to stop Luigi's hellfire, but it was destroyed in an instant. The black mist was completely burned by the flames, making a sizzling sound, and the weird one was on fire all over, and fell to the ground and rolled in pain. Luigi didn't use his full strength. The main reason is that weird is too close to the little girl, even a few meters away from your own hellfire. It is possible to dehydrate it due to the high temperature. "Mom, my daughter is still afraid of woo-woo," however, taking advantage of the strange fire and falling to the ground. The little girl escaped in shock. As soon as he came, he hugged the woman tightly and cried, "Be good, baby, don't be afraid, it's all right now. Come and thank your savior." When the little girl heard her mother's words, she turned her head, timidly opened her big misty eyes, and shouted, "Thank you, big brother." Luigi responded with a slight smile, touched her head gently with his hand and said softly, "Little girl is so brave, okay, when she grows up, she will also be an awakened person like the big brother. Protect mom, protect everyone." The little girl was still sobbing from time to time, but she uttered her most steadfast ideal in her incomparably immature voice. "Okay. Big brother is waiting for you at the Psychic Association." After Luigi rubbed the little girl's head again, he pulled out the dark gold dagger with his backhand. He walked towards the strange creature step by step. The bewitching and bright flames of hell instantly clung to the dark gold dagger. There was a whistling sound. The flaming dagger drew a beautiful arc. The result was this first-order strange life. A red bead burst out. Luigi put it away and refined it directly. The source of power in the body is one step closer. It's not that obvious though, after all. It is just a spirit crystal that exploded out of the First Order. Until then, on the nearby buildings, the residents with closed doors and windows opened one after another and looked over, especially when they witnessed Luigi's elegant and handsome use of fire to control his sword and cut off his strange head. Many people were even more envious and excited. Someone even wanted to take a photo with Luigi. Awakened people are all 1 in a million existences. Testing talent is a hurdle. Awakening ability is another hurdle, therefore. Not everyone has even the most rubbish F-level talent. The vast majority of people can't detect a little bit of supernatural talent at all. What? And this is the biggest gap between the fate of ordinary people and the awakened. What? Luigi dealt with the weirdness without stopping any longer. Displayed on the compass, there is also a strange one very close to here. After he rushed over quickly, no one was found nearby. That's great. Luigi's eyes narrowed slightly, and he exploded with all his strength. Raging flames instantly attached to his body. A pyro appeared like an elemental spirit. The weirdness hasn't had time to make a move yet. Luigi pierced through his body with a fist, piercing a blood hole the size of a half-meter. The blood hole was scorched by hellfire and emitted black air. The blood boiled, another red spirit crystal burst out. There's no need to keep Luigi, it's refined on the spot. The source power in the body has increased again. On the other side of Yuishin, act alone. A weird one was also solved on the way. Zhang Kuang teamed up with 2 other teammates. Encountered the first-order weirdness where the 2 ends acted together. The process is more dangerous, but relying on tacit cooperation. The three successfully killed him 749 squad. All gathered towards the center of the mist as promised. Black mist filled the air. The moonlight gradually obscured the sky. And in an abandoned factory building in the center of the fog, a tragic battle is taking place at this time. Lu Ji is on his way. The communication device in his hand has two functions. One is full-channel speech. The 10 teams participating this time rely on this to communicate with each other. The other is an internal communication channel. Because the number of people burdened is smaller, the signal is better generally speaking. Awakened will give priority to speaking in their own team channel instead of the public channel. However, in the public channel that had been silent before, there was a sudden scream after hearing it. It was like being inspired by an evil spirit. And goosebumps appeared all over my body. I lost. What happened? Lu Ji was startled by the sudden scream. Then he urgently turned up the tone of the communicator, barely hearing a few indistinct sentences. Haven't come and heard clearly. There was a crisp click sound over there. And then the signal was completely interrupted. Before interruption, a hoarse second order reached everyone's ears. It turned out to be a second-order weirdness. Lu Ji said with a serious expression. The second order is strangely powerful. He has seen it with his own eyes. Even if a whole team joins together, they probably won't be opponents. Lu Ji is very confident in his own strength. What he was worried about were other awakened people. So far, Lu Ji quickened his pace and rushed towards the center with all his strength. When Lu Ji arrived in an abandoned factory ahead, the sky is already full of gunpowder. The sound of fighting and fighting can be heard endlessly. Apparently a war has broken out. It's the captain. Captain, you are finally here. Captain Lu, come here. Yue Shanzheng and the others waved to Lu Ji at the factory gate. Lu Ji walked over, glanced at the movement inside, and quickly asked, how's it going? Yue Shan frowned and shook his head, saying, it's a second-order strange creature. Even more difficult than the frost-cold stone mandrill we encountered last time. Zhang Quang also had lingering fears and said in shock, yeah, this thing can actually clone. It can turn into hundreds of small individuals. And each individual is not weak. Squad 314, the entire army has been wiped out. The other two team members also nodded heavily, yes. If it weren't for the crazy phantom ability that brought us out, I'm afraid our team will also be downsized. Lu Ji stood at the door of the factory building. And sure enough, he saw many milky white reptile-like clones inside. Basically, an awakened person has to face about 10 reptile clones. And it seems that the outer skin is very tough. And it is difficult for a knife or gun to effectively cause damage. Bring your gaze back. Lu Ji glanced at the injuries on his teammates and said calmly, I see you go out first, just leave it to me here. Yue Shan was dumbfounded. He hurriedly shouted anxiously, Brother Lu, don't be brave. There is a difference between weirdness and weirdness. This second-order weirdness must rely on crowd tactics. Yes, yes, Captain, don't be overthinking it. Other teammates also hurriedly persuaded. And Lu Ji had already walked in, leaving them with only a handsome back. He walked away and waved his hands back. Got it, I know it. Say it, he entered completely without looking back, leaving Yue Shan and the others completely dumbfounded. At a loss, boom. A dark golden dagger burning with crimson and golden flames came across the sky. Brutally crucified a milky white reptile clone. Just saved an awakened person who was almost killed by the clone. Thank you. The one-star awakened person was still in shock and hadn't recovered from being saved. So he said thank you in a daze, with a wave of Lu Ji's hand. The flame-enchanted dagger flew back into his hand again. Half of his body has already been turned into flames. You're welcome, you guys go out quickly. Just leave it to me here. I have a way to deal with this weirdness. Everyone heard the voice. They all looked at Lu Ji in astonishment. What's the situation? This guy wants to fight against the weirdness of the second order alone. Is he crazy? Don't say that you are a one-star awakener. Even if you are a 2-star Awakener, you can't be rash in the face of this special weirdness, no. It's too risky to do that, we can't agree. Many people immediately shook their heads and refused. However, Lu Ji looked at them quite calmly and said lightly, "You can leave at ease, stay here. I'm afraid you will die together later, F***K. Such a crazy tone, or does this guy really have a way?" These people looked at Lu Ji in amazement, and only thought that he had some special method in their minds. After hesitating for a long time, he finally gritted his teeth and left together. After everyone else has left, there was also a smile on Lu Ji's face. He looked at thousands of milky white reptiles densely packed one by one. Except for a little psychological nausea, he didn't panic at all, since it is difficult to kill alone. "Then I will destroy you together. Relying on clone tactics won't work in front of me, tilde." Immediately, Lu Ji clasped his hands together. A blazing hell flame gathered in the center. The fireball grew bigger and bigger, and gradually expanded to a height of more than 10 meters. The scorching high temperature baked the factory buildings. Even the air is completely twisted into a curve. Following Lu Ji's low voice burst, rumble. In an instant, the fireball exploded violently. The entire plant turned into a sea of flames. The huge movement was earth-shattering, and countless bricks, tiles and rubble were incinerated into ashes. A radius of 100 meters is all ashes. The aftermath of the explosion. It even caused a small earthquake. The awakened ones who had withdrawn outside all shook their feet, and their center of gravity was unstable. Such a big movement. It completely shocked all the awakened ones. They all stared dumbfounded at the factory building that turned into a sea of flames. It was hard to believe that just before they stepped out of the gate. It was still a huge building, they were all dumbfounded. Their eyes widened and they stood there in a daze. What the hell is this fake? What happened inside? Was a missile thrown in? I'm numbed. All the awakened people were shocked, some were shocked. And some had scalp numbness. I saw that the originally tall and magnificent factory building turned into a sea of flames in an instant. Under the raging fires, except for the ruins, not a single blade of grass grows. There is not even scum left. And in the middle of the sea of fire, Lu Ji put away a dark red bead. This is the spoils of war that exploded after the death of that strange head that could split thousands of clones. Besides, Lu Ji also found a black box, about 40 centimeters wide. The overall shape is simple and grand, with a mysterious and noble atmosphere circulating in it. It's cold to start with, even in the center of the Hellfire field. Surrounded by such a high temperature, there is still a cool feeling. It turns out that this is the black box. What a wonderful look. Lu Ji looked at it carefully and pondered it for a while, but couldn't see any clues for the time being. So he put it away, the secret of it. He plans to study it after going back, according to the regulations of the Psychic Association. In the midst of weirdness, whoever kills weirdness usually gets the loot. If many people work together, they will be distributed according to their work. This second-order strange creature was completely killed by Lu Ji alone. The black box should of course be his personal property. After walking out of the fires, all the awakened people paid attention to him. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Lu Ji. It's like seeing a ghost and it's like worshipping a god. Too exaggerated, it's outrageous. It turns out that this guy's bragging was true. He can really single-handedly deal with that second-order weird creature. It's just that everyone didn't expect that. This destructive power is too amazing. Team 749 has been looking forward to Lu Ji for a long time. Zhang Kuang poked Yue Shan's waist with his finger and whispered, "Hey, tell me, did our captain bring any explosives on his body before going in?" Yue Shan looked at him in bewilderment. Dynamite. What explosive when the Lu team went in? They were single-handed, and they didn't bring anything except a dagger. Zhang Kuang looked at the sea of flames with no grass growing, swallowed hard and said, "Then where did the explosion come from? And this sea of flames, I don't even believe it's less than 5,000 TNT. This remark made Yue Shan questionable. He stopped breathing, turned his head to look at the monstrous fire, and said with difficulty, "Do not know, however. Flame is indeed a supernatural attribute of Army Lu." Zhang Quang. He and two other team members almost burst into foul language. What the hell, blow up a whole factory to ashes? There are not many slags left. You tell me that a one-star Awakener can do it. Wait until Lu Ji returns to the team on the way back. He found that the atmosphere of the entire team had changed. Everyone was silent and Shendu dodged his eyes. Lu Ji couldn't laugh or cry when he saw them. Hey, hey. Can it have been separated for such a short time? And this is how we are born. Yue Shan no longer had the bold smile he used to have. And sat there quietly. Zhang Quang said a little aggrieved. Captain, stop joking. After all, not every awakened person is as violent as you. Yue Shan sighed deeply at this time and sighed. We dispatched a full 100 people this time. But only 91 returned, 9 more people died in the mist. As soon as this statement came out, the others' eyes darkened and they lowered their heads. Lu Ji also felt a little uncomfortable. So everyone was silent, silently mourning for the dead compatriots. Back to the Psychic Society, surprisingly. Lu Ji obtained 3 more first-order spirit crystals. They were all donated by other teams, they said. In the final battle at the center of the fog, if Lu Ji hadn't appeared in time and killed Weird with his own power, more people would probably have died. Because of the 9 awakened people who died in the line of duty, 8 of them died in the factory building. In the face of everyone's gratitude, Lu Ji was not hypocritical and accepted them all. For myself, whose goal is to enter the Holy Spirit Academy with my sister, I must firmly grasp every opportunity to become stronger. Come to the room, put a do not disturb sign on the door. Lu Ji refined all 3 first-order spirit crystals and 1 second-order spirit crystal. The Crimson Source Force airflow continuously emanated from the spirit crystal and absorbed into Lu Ji's body one by one. And the level of source power in his body also began to rise. Gradually plump up ding. Congratulations on improving the host's strength. Bonus template fusion ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the evil spirit form. Current template fusion degree 5%. The sound of the system sounded when Lu Ji reached the end of his practice. When Lu Ji heard the evil spirit form, his breath stopped. And he froze for 2 seconds. Evil spirit form. The evil spirit form is actually activated. His mood brightened up and feel the power of the surging flames in his body. This kind of power, compared with the faintness and insignificance when he just awakened the F-level ability, is simply the gap between the ocean and a glass of water. Called, Lu Ji let out a long breath unconsciously. However, this inadvertent movement triggered an extremely violent flame flow. Directly melt all the furniture in the whole house. The pupils of Lu Ji's eyes flickered slightly, and he himself was a little amazed at the horror of the air current. Then he made up his mind, Tang. His whole body was instantly ignited with raging flames of hell. Moreover, the body also turned into a skeleton. Evil spirits, a real evil spirit at this moment. Lu Ji is using the evil spirit form he just unlocked. In this form, evil spirits are basically the incarnation of immortality. And even if Lu Ji was in human form, he was seriously injured. As long as he takes the form of an evil spirit, Hellfire can automatically repair his injuries. Whether it's knife wounds, skin-shot wounds, missing limbs, or even severed heads, Hellfire can fix it back at any time, certainly. The premise is that the source power in Lu Ji's body is sufficient. This is even better than elementalization. Elementalization can only resist physical attacks, while my evil spirit form is double immune to physical attacks and soul attacks. It can also repair physical injuries, also in this form. The power of my Hellfire is at least doubled. Whether it's temperature or destructive power, I'm afraid it has reached another terrifying level. Lu Ji was amazed in his heart. These functions were all automatically instilled in his mind by the system after awakening the evil spirit form. He was not stupid enough to self-mutilate in order to test the self-healing ability of the evil spirit form. It's just a pity the more powerful the function, the greater the consumption source power. It is doomed that Lu Ji cannot maintain this form for a long time. Unless it's late when he is an 8-star, 9-star or even higher awakened person. He will not be so lacking in source power output, correct? Lu Ji thought suddenly. Since maintaining the evil spirit form consumes a lot, why not just keep part of the body in evil spirit form? He immediately started experimenting with a thought. The power of the raging fire in the body instantly swept across the right arm. The right arm is surrounded by blazing pale golden hell flames. And the arm itself it turned into dense bones, really. Lu Ji was overjoyed in this way. I can heal my wounds, increase the power of Hellfire and prolong the time. After some more experiments with some evil spirits, Lu Ji's excited heart gradually calmed down. He couldn't help but start to imagine. Evil spirit form is just one of the most basic abilities of Ghost Rider. The stronger eyes of judgment, soul chains, etc. have not been unlocked yet. I really look forward to the surprise when I unlock these skills. At this time, suddenly there was a knock on the door. Lu Ji put away the hellfire on his body and asked in a deep voice, "What is it?" The outsider replied, "Captain Lu Ji, the president has something to ask for you. Please go to the auditorium of the Psychic Association." Chairman, what is he looking for in my impression? Since the president held an awakening ceremony for himself last time, he has never appeared again. Okay, I'll come right now. Lu Ji didn't bother to guess. Got up and followed the visitor to the 5th floor. Psychic Association, Great Hall. Chairman Jiang Yongguo stood in front of a big screen with his hands behind his back. What was played above was the shocking picture taken by some awakened people during the previous Mist Crusade. The monstrous sea of flames ignited smoke as thick as a black dragon. The dust filled the air and the flames shot up into the sky. A huge factory building was destroyed in an instant. Even if you can't be there in person, you can still feel the devastating impact through the thick screen. Cough, President, are you looking for me? Lu Ji covered his mouth and coughed, attracting the director's attention. Only then did Jiang Yongguo turn around and took a thoughtful look at Lu Ji's whole body. First he pondered for a long time, then suddenly said coldly, "Lu Juhan, you participated in the Fog Crusade. Did you bring any special props with you, for example? High-level spiritual weapon talisman or something?" Jiang Yongguo stared at Lu Ji with burning eyes, as if he wanted to see through his soul. Lu Ji thought to himself, so this is why he came to him. He said frankly, "No, it depends on your own strength." Oh. Hearing Lu Ji's speech, Jiang Yongguo raised his eyebrows and glanced at him. The wrinkles on his forehead were curled up. Really? Didn't you use some high-level props, for example? The self-defense things your sister gave you? Jiang Yongguo still felt that it was very likely that Lu Ji had borrowed some powerful gadgets to achieve the effect of the sea of flames on the screen. In addition, Lu Ji's sister is also a well-known S-level genius in the 3rd district. So it's hard not to associate the two together after all. Jiang Yongguo himself is a B-level talent. Only a 2-star peak, however. Lu Ji still just shook his head calmly and said lightly, "Indeed, I rely on my own abilities to eliminate the weirdness." Although the tone of these words is light, it reveals a touch of firmness and confidence that cannot be doubted. Jiang Yongguo was shocked and looked at Lu Ji in surprise. Could it be that you have reached the strength of 2 stars? Okay, Lu Ji nodded lightly. Jiang Yongguo was shocked. Dang even took Lu Ji to reevaluate. Lobby. Many people have heard that the president is going to take the newcomers, who just awakened half a month ago, to reclassify. All of them turned into 8th wives, stretching their necks and crowding around the entrance of the grading hall to inquire. In the grading halls, Lu Ji calmly stood on the star test platform, under the attention of Jiang Yongguo, Chen Baixu, and other high-level officials in the audience. The star test platform started slowly. Lu Ji then closed his eyes and released his aura with all his strength. After a while, the crystal ball connected to the test bench lit up the brilliance of 2 stars. These 2 5-pointed stars directly shocked everyone in the audience beyond measure. With trembling fingers, Jiang Yongguo pointed at the crystal ball in disbelief and murmured, "Really a 2-star Awakener, how is this possible?" Chen Beixu's big eyes with charming makeup were even more surprising. She covered her lips with her Kaiyan Qiansu hands. Her eyes sparkled and she said, "It's 2 stars so soon." "How long has it been?" Others became even more commotion. Countless eyes focused on Lu Ji, dumbfounded. 2-star Awakener. I've been awakened for more than a year and I'm still 1 star. Unbelievable, isn't he an F-level talent? Why is my D-level talent still 1 star? My C-level talent also took more than half a year to rise to 2 stars. Lu Ji only took half a month. Am I a fake C-level? Everyone was shocked. Lu Ji's expression was calm. Listening to everyone's comments on him, his heart didn't fluctuate at all. Chen Beixu was the first to suppress the shock in his heart. She walked slowly towards Lu Ji, holding an exquisite gift box in her hand. A beautiful smile bloomed on the face of a delicate rose like a hibiscus. "Congratulations, Captain Lu. You have been promoted to a 2-star Awakener so quickly. I'm afraid you're going to break our record in District 1. After finishing speaking, Chen Beixu winked at Lu Ji quietly. "The charming purple eyeshadow bling-bling is really pretty." Lu Ji smiled slightly and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Vice President." Then he took the gift box from Chen Beixu. "Inside is a 2-star badge, wear it on your uniform. And others will recognize Lu Ji as a 2-star awakened." After wearing the badge, it even aroused the envy of a group of people. Except for the top management of the association. The vast majority of supernatural beings here are 1-star strength. Similar to the level of the team leader. It is almost the realm of the late 1-star. If you can reach 2 stars, you can be promoted to the management of the association. Everyone looked enviously at the star on Lu Ji's shoulder. The light in the eyes also seemed to be dyed into the shape of 2 5-pointed stars. Awakened who rose to 2 stars just after awakening. "It can't be done, I'm almost out of shape with envy. This is amazing. Who will say that Lu Ji has an F-level ability in the future? Who am I to worry about? F-level ability has such a fast promotion speed. Compared to Lu Ji, I'm just trash." A group of awakens spoke sour words. The atmosphere at the scene was extremely joyful. Tilda, in view of your rapid ascension speed, I think it is necessary to retest your ability talent level. What do you think, old Jiang? Suddenly, Chen Beixu said this to Lu Ji with a smile, and turned to look at Jiang Yongguo at first. It was the supernatural talent he personally determined for Lu Ji, which was defined as F-level aerobic inflammation. That's natural, Jiang Yongguo blushed obviously. At this point, he also feels that Lu Ji's talent is far more than just an F-level. Both presidents want to redetermine the talent level for Lu Ji. Others are even more curious. A large group of people was ready to surround Lu Ji to the Power Awakening Hall. The results haven't started yet. A few civil servants hurried down upstairs. The president's secretary Wang Qi handed over a piece of information to Jiang Yongguo anxiously. The latter looked at it and in less than 10 seconds. His face instantly fell. What's wrong? Chen Beixu frowned and stepped forward to ask. Jiang Yongguo said in a deep voice, "It's a bad thing. The strange fog over Xiancheng. The 15 awakened ones we sent all lost contact. After investigation by our people, according to the final results, it is the invasion of supernatural beings from the Neon Kingdom." Moment everyone's face changed, and a nameless anger rose up slowly. These bastards. Chen Beixu spat lightly, obviously disdainful of these awakened people from the Neon Kingdom. Lu Ji stood aside and listened. Seeing everyone's angry expressions, he understood. Resource, the world is weird, evil, twisted. Bloodthirsty strange creatures can not only bring death and killing, but also can explode countless resources, therefore. The strange fog in each district is a symbol of resources in the eyes of major psionic associations and even higher institutions. Where there are interests, there are disputes, after all. Resources are limited, but the desire of awakened people in various countries to become stronger is never-ending. As a result, there are often invasions in weird areas between countries. Looting the resources of other countries and killing the awakened people of other countries have happened frequently in the past 10 years since the arrival of the strange. For this mission, 1-star awakeners cannot be sent. With a gloomy face, Jiang Yongguo decisively issued an order. By Zhu, if the Neon Kingdom dares to invade our weird area, it must be prepared. This rescue operation, you come to lead the team. Chen Beixu's pretty face was full of solemnity. She nodded immediately and said, "Okay, no problem. But I want to bring Lu Ji with me." Jiang Yongguo pondered for a moment, then decided. Lu Ji is also a 2-star awakener now, no problem. Then he turned to Lu Ji and said, "The situation is urgent. Our compatriots are dying. You and the vice president hurry up and prepare. And the matter of talent determination will be postponed first." Lu Ji nodded. "It's all right, in fact. Although I am curious about what level of power the Hellfire is today, I can also tell which is more important. Curiosity or the lives of my compatriots then. With the assistance of relevant staff." After bringing all the equipments, Lu Ji embarked on the journey to Xiancheng with the vice president, who is full of the atmosphere of a professional lady. Xiancheng, the bank of the Xianjiang River. This is an important city mentioned 81 times in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. It is also the place where the hero Guo Jing guarded the Mongolian cavalry for 10 years in Jin Yang's martial arts novels. The entire Xiancheng is built along the water. The city is tall and majestic with a long history. It's just that Lu Ji and Chen Beixu didn't have time to appreciate the majestic city wall and entered in a hurry. As soon as I looked into it, I found a dead body. Chen Beixu stepped forward and knelt down to check. "A sophisticated autopsy." Chen Beixu raised her eyes and stared into the distance. Her tone was dignified. "The corpse is well preserved and was not killed by a strange creature." When Lu Ji heard it, he knew it immediately. If he didn't die at Weird's hands, then he died at the hands of humans. Awakened in the Neon Kingdoms, Lu Ji saw his communicator beside the corpse. It's just that communication is no longer possible. The two looked at each other, knowing that the situation was critical. Then they rushed towards the center of the fog at a faster speed. Xiancheng, the center of the mist. The famous scenic spot here is Jiaming Terrace. The awakened in uniforms on both sides are fighting fiercely. Among Themon party is generally short in stature, and 3 of them have samurai headsclogs and 2-star badges on their shoulders. All of them are arrogant and powerful on the other side, dressed in the uniform of the Dragon Kingdom awakened. All of them were seriously injured. Most importantly, only one person wore the 2-star medal. In short, this battle is the siege of the Neon Kingdom, led by 3 2-star Awakeners against the Dragon Kingdom, which has only one 2-star Awakener now. Everyone in the Dragon Kingdom was seriously injured. Many awakened people even fell to the ground and coughed up blood. Unable to get up, all of them had red eyes, staring at the Neon Kingdom over there full of hatred. If the anger in his eyes could burn people, he would have destroyed them countless times. Despicable, shameful. Sneak attack from behind while we are fighting weird. Is this the character of your Neon nation? The injured 2-star Awakener in Longguo roared. This person's name is Yi Lei, and he is considered a veteran 2-star powerhouse. It's just 1,000 calculations. And I didn't count the cubs in the Neon Kingdom playing sneak attacks. Haha, idiots of Dragon Kingdom. You don't know how to prepare yourself. How can you blame us for sneak attack, besides we? The Neon people discovered the weirdness first. It's because youth Dragon Kingdom are greedy. So let your guard down on the other side of the Neon. A sword-wielding warrior stood up and taunted Yi Lei with a mocking expression. Grass, Yi Lei was about to vomit blood in his heart. I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen such shameless people. Dang even poked his neck and scolded angrily. F***K, this is the city of our dragon kingdom. The territory of the dragon kingdom, you neon bastards. How dare you say that you discovered the weirdness first? The compatriots of the long kingdom behind him struggled bloodily to stand up, desperately trying to do it again with serious injuries. Unfortunately, the difference in combat power is too large. 3 2-star Awakeners on one side are in good condition. There was only 1 2-star on one side, and he was seriously injured. Double sword style remnant flower killing Daeluin. A neon awakened brandished the sword in his hand, and the sword light cut deep into Yilei's thigh muscles. Immediate lithe skin was ripped apart, and the blood flowed continuously, hissed Tilda. Yilei's face turned pale, and he almost fainted from the pain on the spot. Team leader, the teammates behind him cried out, with grief and anger on their faces, ha 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 ha. On the other side of the neon, there was a louder and presumptuous ridicule. The only 2-star combat power on his side also fell. Others are not opponents. Could it be that Xiang Cheng's resources and everyone's lives are really going to be lost here? A deep sense of despair permeated the hearts of everyone in the Dragon Kingdom. Everyone lowered their heads helplessly, and there were tears of confusion and pain in the corners of their eyes. Tilda, now is the time to completely end you, finally. The awakened person on the neon side walked towards this side with a knife in his hand and a grinning grin. The people of the Dragon Kingdom struggled to get up, trying to resist and escape. But they were injured and fell down. Life is about to end. Die. The 3 neon 2-star warriors smirked and swung their knives. The sharp blade sliced through the air, about to slash the neck of the Dragon Kingdom awakened. Sudden there was a scolding sound. Stop it. You neon trash, a sharp whip flashed in the sky. The phantom of the light red long whip slapped the 3 blades fiercely. Clang, the crisp sound suddenly resounded all around. A valiant figure, wearing a tight-fitting combat windbreaker, holding a red shimmering whip about 8 meters long, appeared majestically above the clock tower. Her face was frosty, her pretty eyes were full of evil. And she said to the far end, Lu Ji, please take care of them and heal everyone first. Okay. Lu Ji jumped out from the other end of the clock tower. The figure is light and elegant, and he lands handsomely. Under the night, the bright moonlight reflected on the 2 golden 5-pointed star medals. Shining brightly, 2 stars, it's a 2-star Awakener. Oh, great. The Psionic Association sent a 2-star powerhouse to save us. The Vice President is here too. F***K, this group of neon bastards to death, cow. The wounded Dragon Country Awakeners became emotional when they saw the badge on Lu Ji's shoulder. The reason why they were defeated before. It is because the high-end combat power is not as good as the opponent. Neon has sent 3 2-stars, while Longuo has only 1. In the case of being attacked again in the fight with the second-order weirdness, only 1 face-to-face and all members were seriously injured. But now there are 2 2-star powerhouses on my side. And someone is the vice president. How can this not be exciting, idiot? The faces of the 3 2-star Awakeners of Neon turned ugly. It was already successful when it was safe. 2 odd numbers appeared to disrupt the situation. Don't be afraid of them, let's go together, whoa whoa. What? The Neon Awakeners raised their samurai swords and charged towards the clock tower. Above the bell tower, the tall and mature Kaining has a dusty temperament, arrogant and indifferent. Chen Baixu's red lips curled up in a confident arc. Looking down at them from above, he flicked the red whip in his hand, snapped. The crisp sound of whips resounded in the night sky. A red snake whip shadow flashed past, sounded at the same time. There are also 3 2-star awakened people in the Neon Kingdom groaning in pain. They were hit in the chest by the snake-shaped whip light from Chen Baixuhang's whip. A tragic scalding wound appeared on their chests. Chen Baixu, a 2-star peak Awakener. B-level ability, Snake of the Fallen Princess. She can turn the source power in her body into a fallen princess snake to attack the enemy. It is more powerful when attached to weapons, and it also has the characteristics of burning and corrosion. The Psychic Association even specially collected rare special metals and materials to create this red whip just for her. The red whip is not an ordinary spiritual weapon like Lu Ji's dark gold dagger. It is an excellent spiritual weapon that can perfectly divert the source power in Chen Beixu's body and maximize her abilities. The two complement each other and complement each other. Therefore, with one blow, the 3 and 2 stars of Neon were directly injured. Damn it, the girls from the Dragon Kingdom are a bit evil. On the ground, the Neon warrior head awakened, who had just been shot down by the red whip, cursed in a low voice. The eyeballs in the narrow eyes flickered. And I don't know what kind of idea he was thinking. Matsushima-san, let's use the power together, let's do it together. Samurai head Matsushima companion suggested, it is good. Subsequently, the 3 Neon 2-star Awakeners each used their own abilities. There are all kinds of lights on them, Giant Yinglang Zio. And Yuan Hun killed Chen Beixu on the clock tower together. However, Chen Beixu still looked at them coldly. He waved the red whip in his hand, snapped. Man Wu's fallen princess snake flashed again, puff. Puff puff, 3 muffled hums sounded again. The 3 awakened from Neon Island were whipped severely again and fell to the ground. Baga baga, Samurai head Matsushima is going crazy. He raised his head and roared impotently and furiously. Lu Ji on the other side took out the elixir brought from the Psychic Association and fed it to everyone to heal their wounds. While observing the battle situation on the other side of the clock tower, Tusk, it turns out that the image of the Vice President's Yuji is related to the ability. It's good to use a small leather whip as a weapon. The Queen's training at this moment. Lu Ji seemed to suddenly understand why Yue Shan was so big. Every time he saw the Vice President, it was like a mouse seeing a cat. Emotions have a tendency to shake men. Chen Beixu alone can suppress the 3 major 2-star Awakeners in the Neon Kingdom. Nothing happened to Lu Ji here. The thoughts in his mind were free to flow. But the next moment the situation suddenly reversed. Woman, you are very strong, it's a pity we came prepared. Lucky to help Quan Na formation. Let this woman from the Dragon Kingdom see the surprise we have prepared. The one with the samurai hair on the side of the Neon Kingdom shouted to his companion. Then the 3 of them suddenly changed their positions and took out some kind of green spar-like thing from his arms, grasped it into claws and squeezed it hard. A light curtain of green triangular pillars instantly rose from the ground. Include the entire Zheimingtai bell tower. There is also a thick green poisonous gas emitting from the light curtain. And the thick smoke is billowing. It turns out to be a Trinity enchantment. Above the bell tower, Chen Beixu's pretty face was calm and her eyes were cold. She glanced at the green enchantment rising from the ground, and the corners of her mouth slightly raised. This can it also be called an enchantment? She chuckled in her heart, but she let herself not make any resistance, quietly waiting for the arrival of the enchantment. In the eyes of the outside world, Chen Beixu was already trapped by this powerful barrier. Unable to struggle, it seems that there is a tendency to become dizzy and almost fall from upstairs. Not good. This enchantment can suppress the source power in the awakened person's body, and it can also affect the mind. Someone below saw the power of this enchantment at a glance, and his heart sank immediately. Haha. See how powerful our neon narrow head poison nest enchantment is. In this enchantment, all 5 senses including source power will be completely suppressed. Unless the 3-star awakened person, there is no way to break the formation. Samurai head Matsushima laughed wildly. He looked at Chen Beixu's uncomfortable appearance in the barrier and smiled happily. How painful it was to be whipped just now, how crazy it is now. The other 2 Neon 2-star Awakeners also taunted. Even if your dragon country sends experts to support it, so what, our big Neon is still superior. In this operation we will not only steal your resources, but also kill your awakened ones, completely weakening the power of your dragon kingdom. The 6th district must be opened by our Neon Kingdom. A large group of awakened people from the Neon Kingdom started laughing loudly. The laughter was presumptuous and ferocious, and a black crow was startled through the thick night. Longyua was shocked and angry. Never thought that the neon people would be so shameless. Proud to be mean, the following is proud, grass. These damn little neons. I really want to heal the wound immediately. And rush to tear their mouths apart, ms. Teat is so annoying, too much deception. Extremely shameless. All the people of Longyua were angry and anxious, watching helplessly as the Vice President Chen Baixu was trapped in the barrier. His 5 senses were lost and his source power was suppressed. But I and others have nothing to do. An enchantment that only 3 stars can break. This is the first district. How to find the strong man of Samsung. Frustration, annoyance and anger are written all over everyone's face. Everyone can't wait to put on their wings and fly to the second district to ask the 3-star masters to come to support them. But everyone lowered their heads in despair. Because that is impossible. Just when the neon villain was triumphant and laughed wildly, while Longyua was downcast, a thin and tall figure slowly stood up. He calmly paced towards the barrier of the bell tower ahead. There was a sound of tang on the gradually moving back. In an instant, a flame with a core like brilliant gold rose up. Then he snapped his fingers. Boom. The fire was raging, sweeping the entire night sky, covering a radius of 100 meters. The raging tongue of flame descended into the world like a madman, instantly destroying the emerald green barrier of the clock tower. Everything is just a moment. The rampant size of the neon samurai head Matsushima stagnated suddenly. And then he looked bewildered. The smiles on the faces of the other neon awakeners froze instantly. Their eyes widened, and they watched the barrier burn in disbelief. The people on the Longyuo side, who were lying on the ground to heal their wounds, even sat up in a dying state, staring in shock at the shocking scene of flames in the sky. Yili, the only 2-star awakened person before, was stunned on the ground, dumbfounded, and said, F***K. What kind of flame is this, so awesome? The sea of flames boiled, and the seemingly unbreakable barrier was swallowed up in the blink of an eye. Even the 3 neon 2-star awakeners responsible for maintaining the operation of the barrier were injured in the sea of flames. Even if Lu Ji's only attack target is enchantment, the surfaces of these 3 people still endured intense heat, and at least 1/5 of their skin was burned. Moreover, the body dehydrated, severely staring at the eyes. Dizzy and swollen, the 3 people were horrified, and hurriedly took out the elixir from their bosoms to suppress their injuries. Shakatsu glanced at Lu Ji, who was walking towards them, looked at each other and fled directly to the north. Lu Ji's clear gaze was fixed on them all the time, so naturally he would not let them go easily. With light steps he also chased after him. And in the original enchantment, Chen Baixu, the vice president on the bell tower, finally got rid of the suppression of the barrier. While gasping for breath, he was also worried about Lu Ji's safety. This kid is too reckless. He has just been promoted to 2 stars. How dare he chase 3 people by himself? Chen Baixu was thinking about Lu Ji, and jumped down from the bell tower, concerned about the injuries of a wave of his own people. After leaving behind most of the elixir brought from the Psionic Association, he hurriedly chased after him. She can't let Lu Ji fall into a dangerous situation alone. And at this time, Lu Ji is desperately chasing and killing the 2-star and 3 brothers of the Neon Kingdom who have fled. I thought they would just flee to the end of the world. Unexpectedly, after entering a secret corner, the 3 of them came out together. I want to use the field of view to kill Lu Ji back, Baga. Courting deaths. 2-sword-style remnant flower killing dazzled. The first person has a samurai hair combed and clogs on his feet, and the neon knife in his hand emits a petal glow like an afterimage. The blade flickered, and it slashed on Lu Ji's shoulder with lightning speed. Got it. The real feeling of the blade sinking into the flesh and blood was sent back to the hand of samurai head Matsushima, which made him feel excited. Natural ecstasy was born in his heart. The other 2 companions also showed ecstasy when they saw this. and they were going to take the opportunity to make up 2 more blows. And then fight back. Result, are you scraping me? Lu Ji's indifferent voice sounded softly at the same time. A bright golden flame swept across his whole body in an instant, and the wound on his shoulder just cut by the knife light. The bloody flesh healed suddenly at this moment, turned into dense white bones, hidden in the flames like an abyss, like a prison. Matsushima's complexion changed wildly with the knife, and his breath was stagnant. What the hell? The wound is healed. In the field of vision of him and the other 2 neon 2-star powerhouses, Lu Ji's whole body was burning with raging flames, and his body structure turned into creepy and mysterious bones, like an evil spirit coming out of hell. It is about to reap the life from the mortal world. The devils, you are the devil, don't come over here. Quick shot to kill him. Lu Ji's form at this time completely frightened everyone. They screamed and roared and shot wildly in panic. But all the attacks and abilities, whether it's sword shadow or sound wave, whether it's physical or elemental skills, are all swallowed by the devil like hell, no defense at all. In other words, the injury was repaired in an instant. Bang. In panic, Matsushima dropped the knife in his hand to the ground. Making a crisp sound, he looked crazy and shouted in horror. Elementalization impossible. Absolutely impossible, Baga. This person is only the strength of a 2-star awakened person. How could he possibly master elementalization? I do not believe. They were extremely frightened at this moment, and the pupils in their eyes couldn't stop shaking. On the other side, Lu Ji slowly stretched out his hands of flames and said softly, there is a way to heaven if you don't go. But if there is no way to hell, you come by yourself. Since you're here, don't leave. The 3 people in Songdo were so frightened by these words that they p***d and shit. How could they listen to Lu Ji's words? Their legs and feet were weak and they struggled to escape. Next second, boom. In an instant, the sea of flames was overwhelming. The raging hellfire engulfed the entire street. In an instant of 0.5 frames that can be captured by the naked eye, this world was baptized with flames. The 3 neon 2-star awakeners still kept running away in embarrassment. The body was instantly reduced to ashes. The flesh and blood melted directly, then came the skeleton, which was burned by the sea of fire, reduced to ashes, and flew away subsequently. Lu Ji panted slightly and ended his evil spirit form. The sea of fire in the world suddenly cleared up. The heaven and earth are clear, the night sky is quiet, and calm is restored again. On the ground, a small purple box fell. Not destroyed under the heat of hellfire, Lu Ji was a little surprised and then took it away. Not long after, there was a hurrying sound from behind. Look back, it was Chen Baixu, who was sweating profusely and had a considerable chest heaving. She covered her chest, bent slightly and asked, Lu Ji, are you okay? What about the 3 neon 2-star awakeners? Lu Ji turned around to face her and said calmly, died. Died? Chen Baixu had a question mark on his face. Her delicate body shook. She opened her beautiful eyes and looked behind Lu Ji, but she couldn't see the slightest trace. She was dumbfounded, looking at Lu Ji's calm face in disbelief, real or fake. In total, I wasted less than a minute. You just killed 3 2-star awakeners, Lu Ji. Tell me the truth. These 3 neon 2-star awakened people were killed by you, instead of running away. Chen Baixu looked at Lu Ji seriously, making the final confirmation. Lu Ji nodded helplessly upon hearing this. I said yes, why doesn't this woman believe it, tilde? Chen Baixu's delicate body was shocked, and her watery eyes painted with pink and purple eyeshadow stared deeply at Lu Ji for a while, as if to get to know him again. By the way, Lu Ji suddenly remembered something. He remembered that when these neon invaders were clamoring, they yelled that the 6th district would definitely appear in the neon. Don't weird areas appear naturally? Lu Ji told Chen Baixu his doubts. Chen Baixu held her hair, smiled lightly and said, You misunderstood. The strange area at the beginning did appear naturally, but with the development of the strange fog, Higher-level areas were gradually born. If it is the highest-level weird area, we need to go through the weird fog to get a token fragment with a certain probability. This process is extremely dangerous, and all the strange creatures in the entire strange fog must be swept away. After collecting 100 token fragments, you can open a more advanced weird area. Chen Beixu explained so much in one breath. Lu Ji was stunned for a long time upon hearing this. According to the vice president, the birth of the second district is the collection of 100 fragments in the first district. And so on if you want to open the sixth district. You have to clear the fifth district 100 times the weird fog in the area. His Lu Ji was slightly amazed in his heart wrong. More than 100 times, not every time the fog is cleared. Fragments will be born, for example. Lu Ji didn't have it last time, isn't that too difficult? After Lu Ji figured it out, he smacked his lips and shook his head. Chen Beixu smiled wanly, patted his shoulder with her white wrist and said, "It is very difficult, but the resources are more abundant. Whoever can own the sixth district will have the initiative of the most advanced resources. For this reason, all countries in the world are fighting openly and secretly. And the conflicts have never stopped. It's a battle between top awakened people. And it's even a battlefield for heavenly powerhouses. Let's don't worry so much." Chen Beixu's words also spoke to Lu Ji's heart. The battlefield of the heavenly powerhouse. I am still a little scum who has just entered 2 stars. What are you worrying about? Shaking his head and smiling, he went back with Chen Beixu. This operation successfully rescued all awakened members of the association. It also foiled the conspiracy of the Neon Kingdom. The key is, Lu Ji found that after he went all out to cast the evil spirit form, he became more proficient in controlling Hellfire. The degree of fusion first has also increased by 2 percentage points. Ding! Congratulations to the improvement of the host's proficiency. Reward the Ghost Rider template fusion ding. Congratulations to the host for unlocking a new skill, Soul Chain. Current template fusion degree, 7% Soul Chain. With just a thought in Lu Ji's mind, a chain exuding silver Bajan quietly floated in front of him. Remark Soul Chainsaw locking spirits. Penetrating the invisible. A short note indicating the strength of this soul chain. Lu Ji wrapped it around his shoulder sand with a tang. The flames of hell emerged. He and the chains all burn with the fire of the spirit from hell. Meow tilde, suddenly there was a cat meowing from the ceiling. Lu Ji saw in a blink of an eye that it was a wild orange cat, walking gracefully and vigilantly towards it. Exactly, let's use you as an experiment. Lu Ji fixed his eyes on the orange cat, and the chains on his body flew away in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the famously agile cat is locked into a baldotend. Lu Ji felt that as long as he had a thought, he could pull out the cat's soul at any time. In other words, Lu Ji can use soul chains to deal with intangible enemies. I remember the invisible weirdness. It seems that it will only appear from the third district. Intangible and weird is not just as simple as having no entity. They are elusive, powerful, and very tricky. Except for a very few special abilities. Human awakeners have nothing to do with them. The other side. The 5th floor office of the Psychic Association. Chen Beixu is working with Jiang Yongguo on the work of the last operation. This is the whole process report of the last rescue operation I compiled. Except for the short 1 minute when Lu Ji was chasing and killing alone. All other details are in it, okay. Jiang Yongguo took the document and hummed lightly. In this rescue operation, we suffered from insufficient preparation and hastily acted. If it wasn't for Lu Jemebi, including me, all Dragon Kingdom awakened people would die there. Besides, I don't think Lu Ji is a fish in the pool. He's a genius like no other in a million. A genius needs an environment suitable for his growth. Only by giving him a dragon gate can Lu Ji jump over it. Having said this, Chen Beixu took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, I propose to send Lu Ji to the second district. The dangers of the day's action. Chen Beixu also became afraid after returning home. It can be said that without Lu Ji, she might have to. And Lu Ji's record of killing 3 2-star awakened people in 1 minute, as well as the terrifying flames, made her firmly believe that Lu Ji must be a genius far beyond their imagination. Stay in the first district too buried, well I see. Jiang Yongguo listened to Chen Beixu's words quietly, but his reaction was neither salty nor bland. Chen Beixu frowned slightly, but she couldn't say anything. So she took out another document. This is Lu Ji's information. I will trouble you with the application to transfer Lu Ji to the second district. After handing over Lu Ji's information to Jiang Yongguo, Chen Beixu left the office. Recommending talents and transferring business to districts have always been the prerogatives of the president. As the vice president, the only role she can play is nomination bang. After the door is closed, Jiang Yongguo rolled his eyelids, glanced at Lu Ji's information casually. With an uneven expression on his face, he laughed twice. Jiang Yongguo pressed this document under the drawer. It's just a stunned boy with some ability. Although he has extraordinary talents, he is still a little far away from a super genius across regions. Jiang Yongguo turned his head away and began to deal with other tasks. As for Lu Ji's information, it was completely withheld by him, he thinks. It is easy for an ordinary talent with less talent to enter the second division where Samsung started. Boom, in the training room there was a loud noise, and the Starstone Sandbagwich was nearly 2 meters away. Was directly punched through. The heavy and fine sand immediately flowed all over the ground. Hiss tilde Captain, your strength has skyrocketed again. Last time it was a 1.5 ton sandbag, and you punched a hole in it. This time you punched a 2-ton sandbag directly. Zhang Quang stared dumbfounded at the sandbags piled up into a hill, and the shock in his eyes couldn't be concealed. Lu Ji clapped his hands with a satisfied expression. Since he was promoted to a 2-star Awakener, not only the strength of his abilities has increased, the physical body is also much stronger. Zhang Quang, I need to trouble you to clean up again. Lu Ji said to Zhang Quang slightly apologetically. It doesn't matter. It is my honor to serve the captain. A dog-like smile appeared on Zhang Quang's face, and he waved his hands quickly. Lu Ji shrugged. Ever since he trained his strength to break the sandbags last time, this kid hurried over to show his courtesy, and it became a habit later on. After expressing his thanks, Lu Ji turned around and came to an empty dumbbell room. The place is big enough and private, Tang. Lu Ji's left arm suddenly climbed up to the golden hell flame. A lifelike flame dagger was also condensed in his palm. Compared to before, the current flame dagger, whether it is details or solidity, has been qualitatively improved. Lu Ji aimed at a barbell about 30 meters in front of him. The circular hole in the middle of the barbell was less than 3 centimeters in diameter. Go, Lu Ji thought. The flaming flying sword in the palm shot out instantly with a swish. With a buzz, it passed through the center of the barbell 30 meters away. Precision, accuracy, perfection. The distance has also increased from the limit of 20 meters to about 30 meters. Swish, there was another sharp sound, and a silver-white soul chain burning with raging hell flames was wrapped around Lu Ji's shoulder. This time, Lu Ji opened the window of the barbell room and looked up at a gray sparrow flying in the sky. Hum whoosh, the soul chain lightning pierced out. In an instant, a sparrow soul less than the size of a palm was arrested. Lu Ji looked at the sparrow soul with a little bit of blue light in the transparent palm, and the corner of his mouth curled up in satisfaction. The power and speed of the soul chains are also growing extremely fast. 1 month in the past months, Lu Ji has continuously entered the strange mist and harvested a lot of spiritual crystals. After refining it and the black box and purple box obtained before, Lu Ji's source power is now at the peak level of 2 stars. And his fame, it also spread directly among the psionic associations in the entire first district. All the awakened people in the first area have threatened. There is no weird fog that Lu Ji can't break through. Every time we team up to perform missions, We always consciously move closer to Team 749. Because Lu Ji is the captain of Team 749. Close to 749, that is, close to Lu Ji. To be near Lu Ji is to be near absolute safety. Even if you encounter an extremely terrifying and difficult creature. Leave it to Lu Ji, you are right, therefore. For more than a month, Lu Ji actually became the awakened who killed the most strange people in the first district. It's hard to imagine that the person who awakened the F-level ability back then is actually the fiercest one in our district. How long has it been? Less than a month and a half. All the weird fog in our area has been solved by Lu Ji. I don't think even the Vice President Chen Baixu is necessarily the opponent of Captain Lu. Damn, why is an F-level ability so annoying? Could it be that some hidden ability was accidentally unlocked? The devil knows anyway. Captain Lu is fierce. When Lu Ji came out of the dumbbell room, he happened to meet a few one-star awakened people making jokes. The object of discussion is precisely oneself. Seeing themselves coming, they nodded and bowed quickly. Lu Court, hello Captain Lu, morning Captain Lu's. Everyone immediately greeted each other respectfully. Lu Ji smiled and nodded one by one. Facing the admiration and discussion of everyone, Lu Ji was very calm because the strange creatures in the first area really don't exist that can pose a threat to him. What? Lu Ji didn't even have a chance to use the soul chain that was awakened a month ago. In many cases, the form of the evil spirit is not needed, and the strange creatures can't bear it. And they are roasted by the hellfire he cast casually, so. Although my realm has not reached the level of a 3-star awakened person, my combat power should reach the standard of a 3-star. Lu Ji thought silently while walking. Just now he received a message from Yue Shan. A strange fog appeared in the city. This time a total of 5 teams went to crusade and mop up. Lu Ji has already made a decision. After passing through this weird fog, he will be graded and then enter the second district. Only in a higher areas. The awakened have better growth opportunities. Staying in the first district all the time, Lu Ji can't enter the Holy Spirit Academy in the year of the monkey. Lu Ji has never forgotten the agreement with his sister Lu Qingye. Captain, you are here, where's Zhang Quang? As soon as Yue Shan saw Lu Ji, he grinned and greeted him. Lu Ji couldn't help thinking of the scene where Zhang Quang nodded and bent over to help him deal with the sandbags. Helplessly laughed. He's still cleaning the sand for me in the training room. I guess he'll be here in a while. Hearing this, Yue Shan laughed out loud. Captain Lu, your strength is getting stronger and stronger now. But Zhang Quang's muddy legs are busy, but... Yue Shan suddenly bowed his head mysteriously and whispered in Lu Ji's ear. I heard that this weird fog is dangerous, on the surface. The association has only sent 5 teams, but in fact, these 5 teams have 2-star awakeners in charge. Lu Ji was shocked when he heard this. All 5 teams have 2-star awakeners in command. You must know that the first area is no more advanced than other areas. If the 2-star awakened people do not have further breakthrough potential, they will basically serve as senior pensioners in the association. In other words, 2-star combat power. Except for the young and strong and those who intend to fight to advance to the second district. All serve as idlers in the association for the elderly. But this time a total of 5 people were sent. Lu Ji's first reaction was that something serious happened. It is very possible that an unprecedented crisis has appeared in this weird fog. It's so dangerous that even if the association gathers enough combat power, it will still send the retired 2-star awakened ones there. The first area, Suicheng, it was foggy and lifeless. Since the eruption of the strange fog, it has been in a state of silence. Suicheng is like a big hole. The Psionic Association smashed hundreds of awakened people. But it still can't fill it, Captain. Shall we still sweep from the periphery as before? Team 749, Yue Shan asked while running. Lu Ji concentrated and thought for a while. Then shook his head, no. The situation of this mission is critical. Let's go to the center of the fog as soon as possible. It is good. The other team members responded one after another, and continued on their way with their heads buried. At the same time, in the center of the fog in Suichang, a split-headed ghost grinned sinisterly. His arm turned into a bloody machete with a random wave. The heads of the trembling, awakened ones under the split-head ghost wraith were chopped off. Scarlet blood immediately splashed all over the sky. Bloody, brutal, terrible. The rest of the dozens of 1-star or even 2-star awakened were shaking like chaff, with terrified expressions on their faces. Third-order weirdness. How can there be a third-order weirdness in the first district? One of the 2-star awakened was pale, with helpless despair in his eyes. His trembling voice was covered by the commotion at the scene. It's a mess, exclaiming, running, shouting, making a mess. Ordinary civilians are desperate, and the awakened ones don't even care about them. Unprecedented, not surprisingly. Dozens of people in this strange mist must all die. At this moment, Team 749 led by Lu Ji just arrived, however. New rescue teammates appeared, and the expressions of those awakened who were ashamed did not change much. Still staring at Wei Wei numbly and desperately. Waiting to die at any time, Tier 3 is weird. It is no longer an existence that the awakened people in the first district can handle. Third-order weirdness. Lu Ji also noticed the appearance of this split-head ghost. His head seemed to have been split twice by an axe, split into 3 pieces. There is a faint aura floating up and down all over the body. Empty and faint, the further down the more transparent. The expressions of Yue Shan Zhangquang and other team members suddenly changed. Turning pale. Their legs trembled and they couldn't even stand still. One can imagine how much psychological pressure a third-order strange statue brought to them. After Lu Ji carefully looked at Wei Wei, his heart warmed up. The cells of his whole body were hot, and he was eager to try. This is the first time I encountered a third-order weirdness. I don't know how much pressure I can bring to myself, Teng. Lu Ji's palm turned into flames first. He transformed into a flaming long sword and held it in the palm of his hand. After aiming at the split-head ghost wraith, just about to make a move, boom. A sudden air bomb hit Lu Ji's body directly. On the nick of time. Relying on his strong body control, Lu Ji leaned slightly. Dodged the attack, he looked back coldly. I want to see who is actually sneak attacking from behind. It turned out that 2 strange awakened people came out of the corner of the street in the distance. One has a calm and indifferent expression. Claims to be full of Orund, has a very proud posture. An unruly smile, revealing contempt for everyone from the depths of his eyes. Especially on his head, which was dyed with colorful colors, which was unusually eye-catching among the crowd. But the 2 have one characteristic in common. That is on their shoulders wearing a badge with 3 stars. 3-star awakened. It seems to be from the 2nd district, Lu Ji whispered. That stupid boy in front, are you looking for death? A mere 2-star awakener. Dare to attack the third-order weirdness. It's really bad luck. The flower-headed 3-star awakened man with an unruly smile came over, cursing Lu Ji all over his head and face. The other person with a cold face said to the other crowd, "Please get out of the way. This is a weird one with space ability." During the pursuit, he accidentally broke through the space barrier and appeared in the 1st district. From now on, just leave it to us, please spread out. He said in his mouth, please leave and leave. The 2 of them directly started to clear the field from above, brutally pushing away everyone who stood in their way. Seeing this, Yue Shan was outraged, stood up and said, "Why do you want to drive us away? There are dozens or hundreds of awakened people here, and staying here can also be of great help." The unruly flower-headed 3-star awakened person immediately chuckled when he heard this, pointing at Yue Shan with his stomach in his hands. He laughed loudly and said, "Aren't you just like that evil Pens? Your brain is not working. It's just a bunch of 1-star and 2-star garbage. What's the use of staying here? Remember, the 3rd-tier battlefield is not something you can intervene in." His team members next to him looked cold. Just staring at the third-order right hand said lightly, "That's right, you don't have anything to do here. Just leave it to me, a Chuan." Yue Shan was insulted by such above-board ridicule. Chi's complexion was red and he was breathing heavily. But he still had to back away after all. The other party is a 3-star awakened person. Once there is a conflict, it will definitely be you who suffers. The flower-headed awakener known as a Chuan was very satisfied seeing this scene. Nodding his head, he swaggered and prepared to walk in front of the third-order strange creature. He spread his hands and screened everyone away again. The meaning is clear. Everyone spread out, I'm going to start pretending. However, a casual chuckled. It resounded extremely clearly in the ears of these 2 3-star awakened people. A thin and tall figure walked directly in front of them. It's not your turn to intervene in the affairs of the first district. Roll as soon as this statement came out. The faces of the 2 3-star awakened people were extremely ugly in an instant. So gloomy that they dripped water. Boy, do you know what you're talking about. The most reckless A Chuan looked cold. Twisted his neck and looked at Lu Ji with a grin. His eyes were stern. It seems that the next second will choose someone to eat. I said thighs is the site of the first district. And you don't need to intervenegate out. This time did you hear clearly, however. What responded to this guy was Lu Ji's cold language. He never retreated half a step. His eyes were calm and indifferent. Choose to be angry directly in person. This fearless aura and eyes did not deter the 2 3-star awakened. But it scared the players in the other districts enough. Hey, someone lowered their voices. Looked at Lu Ji and they whispered. Is it really okay to be so tough? He's a big boss from the 2nd district. The strong of Samsung, I'm afraid Lu Ji is crazy. I feel the same way. I guess it's easy to kill the little miscellaneous fish before. I think it's the same as before, what should we do? Although the 2 foreign 3-star powerhouses are a little crazy. We can't just watch Lu Ji die. A group of people bowed their heads and whispered to each other. Discussing in succession. His eyes were full of worry for Lu Ji. Hee, did you hear what your teammates said? We are the 3-star awakeners from the 2nd district. It's for your own good to let you go. But now, I suddenly feel that your life like this is a waste of food. And it doesn't make any sense. A Shabai will have a Shabai way of death. Aren't you quite capable? Then go. A 2-star awakened delusional attempt to deal with a 3rd-order strange creature is really the biggest joke I've ever heard today. Ha 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 ha, really, a Chun with a rampant smile. Did not miss the opportunity to mock Lu Ji. After a burst of insults and wild laughter, he and his companion, the cold and calm man, stood aside. He quietly looked at Lu Ji, wanting to see how he would deal with this weird beast. This scene immediately. The hearts of all the other awakened people present were lifted up. Hey, this is a big game. These big shots in the 2nd district are angry. Why do you think Lu Ji is doing this? For a little face-to-face dispute, I put my life here. Many people sighed. Looking at Lu Ji's eyes, it was even full of pity. Zhang Quang ran around anxiously. What should I do with Yue Shan? Are we just watching the captain die like this? Yue Shan's fists the size of sandbags were clenched. His eyes were fixed on Lu Ji's direction. And his teeth were almost gritted. No way. We are just 1-star awakeners. Without the help of these 2 3-star powerhouses, we would not be able to defeat this 3rd-order weirdness at all. Lu Ji Yue Shan's words. It was like cold water pouring on the hearts of other team members. Everyone stared at the hideous and terrifying 3rd-order monster in bewilderment. I only felt that his aura was so deep and strong. So invincible, but facing his captain Lu Ji head-on. His thin back seemed so helpless. Come on. What are you still doing there, you quite capable? A Chuan stood on the sidelines with determination. Seeing Lu Ji not moving, his ridicule became more and more presumptuous, sudden. Boom! A raging fire like a tyrannosaurus exploded across the entire street. Lu Ji's face was calm and composed. It's just that in the depths of his eyes, a raging fire has already ignited. Next second. Justice comes from heaven. A flaming sword with a length of 10 meters fell from the sky. directly penetrate that third-order strange creature from the skycap. Immediately afterwards, Lu Ji's arms turned into deep bones. There are golden hell flames attached to it. A silver-white chain was born from the void, and it was tightly held in Lu Ji's hand. The blazing high temperature swept through the scorching fire waves, roaring wave after wave on the entire street. How is this possible? Achuan and his companions were forced by the monstrous fire waves to retreat again and again. Achuan even touched the hair on his arm with lingering fear, and there was a slight tendency to be burnt. The heart was shocked like the howling of the waves. With a distance of more than 10 meters, Hulang almost ignited his own hair. What kind of flame is this? The temperature is so high. And at this time, Lu Ji's evil-spirited arm tightly held the silver-white soul chain, and then threw it forcefully. The soul chain penetrated directly into the body of the split-headed ghost. Then it quickly danced and entangled, binding a transparent blue faint thing. After the bundle is firm, the corner of Lu Ji's mouth curled up confidently, and then he tugged hard. Boom. The soul chain directly exploded the blue transparent soul body. Dots of bright blue light splashed in the night sky. The third-order strange creature only had time to let out a roar from the beginning to the end. Then his soul broke and he fell to the ground. Boom. The huge body hit the ground, causing a wave of vibration. The same shock was the hearts of all the people around. Yueshan's madness and the others stared wide. And they just froze in place. This shit F***K. Is Captain Lu Ji so fierce? Other 1-star or even 2-star awakened people were injected with a kilogram of adrenaline like a dying patient, and their bodies straightened up from the ground. Then he rubbed his eyes fiercely with both hands, and looked in disbelief at the strange creature that fell to the ground in front of Lu Ji. It's just a seconds. It took less than 10 seconds before and after. Do you want to be so perverted? When? Can a 2-star awakened person have such a high combat power? And the other side because of the close distance. Achuan and his cold companions, who were forced to the corner by the high-temperature wave of Lu Ji's hellfire, were even more exciting on the surface. They were shocked again and again, like waves rolling. That turbulent feeling made them return to the feeling of facing Rakshasa Lu Qingyi in person. Back then, that S-rank woman was so perverted. Could it be that this boy in front of him is also a genius boy with super S-level abilities like Lu Qingyi? The atmosphere at the scene was as cold as frost for 9 days, and the surrounding air condensed. Wait until the third-order strange soul fragments completely dissipate and the last light blue starlight also disappears. The 2 3-star awakened who were forced to be in the corner by the high temperature just woke up like a dream. F***K, where is the stupefied head? It scared me. Achuan's face was extremely ugly, and curse words spewed out of his mouth. But when he looked at the back of Lu Ji in front of him, a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. The companion next to him had a serious face. His lips were tightly pressed and he did not speak. After realizing that the eyes of everyone behind him were slowly coming to him, Achuan suddenly felt his face was dull, and an unknown fire rose in his heart. He spat on the ground. Look at Nima, what are these things? Say it. He will leave with his companions. Frightened by their 3-star power, Yueshan and the others dared not speak out, and stared at them with fiery eyes but helpless. Just when the 2 3-star awakened people breathed out their fragrance and swaggered away, Lu Ji turned around slowly, stared at them, and said with burning eyes, "How is it that easy to leave?" The bodies of the 2 people stopped suddenly, and then turned around. Achuan raised the corner of his mouth, looked at Lu Ji with a malicious smiling mocked. What's the matter, boy? What conditions are there for us to leave? Lu Ji didn't care about the attitude in his tone. His face was calm and he said lightly, it's very simple. Which one of you just had a dirty mouth? Just apologize. This sentence instantly made the 2 3-star powerhouses burst into laughter. They glanced at each other with disdainful smiles in their eyes. Hahaha, sorry Lao Niu, did I hear correctly? Is this evil saying that we want to apologize? Hahaha. A Chuan walked up to Luji directly, looked at him provocatively, and said with a ferocious smile, "What if I say no?" Luji rolled his eyelids lightly and said calmly, "If you don't apologize, then you can only be sorry, hee." The smile on a Chuan's face on the opposite side disappeared instantly, and he gave a dry laugh. The next second his expression became gloomy and distorted. A mere 2-star awakened person pretended to me over and over again. Is it true that I have a good temper? Boom. Groups of dead souls like ghost claws possessed him. Dozens of dark green floating soul-like creatures wandered in his body. This person's body suddenly became translucent. At the same time, this person's smile was even more presumptuous and arrogant. His body was transparent, floating in the air, condescendingly playing with Luji. "Boy, just now, whom did you say you want to apologize for?" Sea-level ability, Lioyu 100 Ghosts. This ability can turn the body into a half-soul, and can collect the dead souls of weird or human awakened people for their own use. A very tricky and weird ability. This person has a supernatural power. There are circles of cold breath in the air. Yueshan Zhangquang and the others shuddered unconsciously, with a little fear and worry in their eyes. The 1-star awakened people next to the two of them had a hint of doubt in their eyes, haunted with the word Chuan in the names. Why is there such a familiar feeling, and at this time? Luji's still calm expression showed a bit of coldness. He finally looked up at a Chuan who was floating in the air, and just raised his right hand, whoosh. A sharp piercing sound sounded. Then a silver-white chain appeared out of nowhere in the sky, piercing a Chuan's body instantly with lightning speed. The flames of the soul burned fiercely, and there was a sizzling, roasting sound. What? A Chuan's entire translucent body, which was directly hit hard by the blow, solidified a little instantly. A scream of pain came out of his mouth, forced to release the possession of his supernatural ability. He fell from the sky in embarrassment. His companion immediately followed up vigilantly, and after helping him up, the two looked at Luji cautiously together, and the silver-white soul chains flying in the air like a swimming dragon gave them a great shock. The arrogance and mockery in a Chuan's eyes disappeared completely. Instead, it was full of shock and fear. He looked at the chains flying in front of Luji, his pupils trembling uncontrollably. What kind of chain is this? Could it be some kind of unique spirit weapon? Even if his ability is in the entire second district, he still has a certain reputation. The self who can become a half-soul can often attack the enemy in battle, but the enemy has nothing to do with him. Such an omnipotent ability was instantly defeated by this chain. It's weird go together at this moment. He didn't dare to hold back anymore, and directly exchanged a glance with his companion, reaching a tacit understanding. He once again transformed into the form of Lioyu 100 Ghosts with a half-spirit body. In the companion's hand, there was an extra blue longbow with a strange shape. The two just needed one look. They rushed forward together, ready to surprise Luji. The two 3-star awakeners shot together. The momentum is frightening. The other awakened people watching the battle couldn't help but exclaimed. Yue Shan's palms were full of sweat. Zhang Quang covered his mouth and widened his eyes. They didn't dare to watch the next scene, however. Luji never moved a footstep from the beginning to the end. Even at this moment, the two 3-star awakened who are one level higher than him come together. He also just stood still, with a tang all over his body. A burst of hell flames burst out in the depths of Luji's eyes. Raging hellfires were already burning. Treating two 3-star awakened people is like dead people. I saw him thinking about it. The hellfire instantly condensed into countless golden flaming daggers. Showing their sharpness, they all aimed at the two 3-star awakeners. Countless small swords burst out with the sound of burning flames. The sky is full of flames, flickering and extinguishing. Reflect Luji's face as a demon from hell. Go. Luji spat lightly in his mouth, whoosh whoosh. Countless small flaming swords shot out like a torrential rain. It was like a rain of fires. One of the two cast out the undead ghost claw. and the other shot the Zioan piercing sword. But they were both incinerated in the torrential rain of the sword. And the momentum of the fire sword continued unabated. It pierced through all their limbs with an incomparable crushing force. They were shot down to the ground like a crushing blow. Wow. A mouthful of thick blood spewed out, tread tilde. Lu Ji's footsteps also started at this time. With an indifferent expression, he looked down at the two seriously injured and coughing up blood from a high position, and smiled lightly at the corner of his mouth. The so-called elites in the 2nd District. Is this the capital, you two? Also worthy of being arrogant in front of me, boom. It was like a muffled thunder shaking out of thin air. All the people present trembled. Everyone looked at Lu Ji with awe and incredible shock. The 3rd level was weird. And the 2 3-star awakened were all crushed, Lu Ji. It's so strong, Galulu. Yue Shan is our captain so strong. It's unbelievable to be strong. Swallowing his saliva wildly and laboriously. Looking at Lu Ji with a stern and proud expression in disbelief. His brain was a little out of order for a while. What the hell's how did labor and management know? Shock was also written on Yue Shan's face. He had fought against Lu Ji, but he was crushed unilaterally in that sparring match. And he couldn't see where Lu Ji's limit was. I thought it would be enough to break through to a 2-star Awakener in just 1 month. I never thought that even the 3rd order strange creatures and the 2 3-star awakened people are not his opponents now. Wow, the awakened ones around became noisy. Everyone lowered their heads slightly and looked at Lu Ji with a cold expression with deep shock and a little awe in their eyes. Obviously unable to believe what they just witnessed. A 2-star Awakener who killed the powerful 3rd order strange and 3-star Awakeners. Sky, do you want to be so crazy, only? In addition to being shocked, the crowd was also mixed with a little worry. Someone recognized the origin of these 2 3-star awakened people. Oops, Lioyan 100 ghosts. Isn't this ability the same as that of Chu Qinghai from District 5? He is Chu Qinghai's younger brother, Chu Qingquan. Chu Qingquan. Someone at the scene heard the name whispered silently and fell into deep thought. After a few seconds, he began to realize suddenly. Chu Qinghai. The ability is the one with the S-level ability 100 Ghosts Night Walk. Oh, this guy is Chu Qinghai's younger brother, Chu Qingquan. It's over now. I offended the boss of District 5. Captain Lu is in trouble. A group of people were whispering, and Chu Qingquan, who was lying on the ground at this moment, finally stopped pretending. He wiped away the blood oozing from the corner of his mouth and looked up at Lu Ji with a wicked smile. His expression rampant and angry. Good boy, I remember you, my lord, if you dare to attack me. Even the people in the 3rd district don't have the guts. You are dead, Chu Qingquan spoke viciously, and his expression was as arrogant as possible. But deep down in his heart, he was still crazily wondering about the silver-white soul chains wrapped around Lu Ji. What is the origin of this ghost chain? There are such strange and powerful spirit soldiers. Even my brother's spiritual weapon. The effect is not so evil. Chu Qingquan felt that his body didn't seem to have any injuries. But as long as he moves a little, the sense of splitting from the bottom of his soul will make his heart tremble violently and be terrified. Lu Ji stood silently in front of the two of them, facing harsh words and provocations, as if he had never heard of them. It's just that the corners of his mouth inadvertently pulled out a little arc, which seemed to reveal the disdain in his heart. A 2nd-generation ancestor who hastily pulled out his background and backer after being embarrassed and defeated is like a stray dog after being pale and eager to prove that there is a more ruthless and stronger elder brother behind him. Whether it's harshness or bluffing, Lu Ji felt that he didn't need to talk to him, however. His inadvertent ridicule deeply hurt Chu Qingquan's fragile heart that has never been pierced. F***K, didn't you hear Laozi talking to you? You still dare to laugh at me? Chu Qingquan struggled to support the ground and was about to get up and fight Lu Ji again. He was caught by his companion in time. The companion changed his previous paralyzed expression and solemnly shook his head at Chu Qingquan. stopping his impulsive thoughts. The night was like black ink, and the pain of the silver-white soul chains that touched the soul faintly leaked in the cold air, which made Chu Qingchuan recall the pain of the soul just now. With a slight chill, his impulsive heart calmed down instantly as if ice water had been splashed on it. The moment he bowed his head, Chu Qingchuan suppressed all the unhappiness and resentment in his heart. The moment when I limped away with my companion. He turned around suddenly and said to Lu Ji again, "Boy, if you are capable, don't step into the second district in your life. If you dare to enter the second district, you will die." Finish the harsh words. Probably because he was afraid of Lu Ji's revenge, he ran away with his companions in a desperate manner. Lu Ji stood there flatly, shaking his head slightly. He didn't take these two to heart at all. He casually put away the spirit crystal and black box that fell on the ground. This is a spoil of war. Lu Ji took the third level of weirdness by himself, and the things that broke out should belong to Lu Ji alone. No one present dared to say anything, not only that, instead. Many people gathered around with complimenting expressions on their faces, full of praise for Lu Ji. Praise is like the pride of District 1. The rising supernova and the savior of the awakened were all placed on Lu Ji's head. Even the members of Team 749 wanted to come over and say something nice, but they didn't have a chance. Lu Ji has no time to tangle with everyone. After nodding with a perfunctory smile, he left alone. Clean up the weirdness in the remaining area one by one. This time, the weird fog has been completely and satisfactorily resolved. When it was almost dawn, Lu Ji, Yue Shan Zhangquang and the others got together and prepared to return to the Psychic Association together. On the way, he found that the attitude of his teammates had changed a lot. All in all, Yue Shan's demeanor of a big brother in society is gone. And Zhang Quang doesn't say any nonsense. The dense night is about to be completely replaced by the dawn. The internal status of the 749 team has gradually undergone some rapid changes. Back to the Psychic Society. Lu Ji was just about to enter his room to digest the harvest this time. Those who haven't come quickly closed the door. A plump and graceful girl in black silk stepped on her high heels. Walking da-da-da, the Vice President Chen Beixu moved her curvy waist and her eyes lit up when she saw Lu Ji. She waved to Lu Ji, "Come to my office." Well, Lu Ji touched his nose. "Why are you in such a hurry to find yourself?" Generally speaking, the Psionic Association will give the awakened ones a week or even longer vacation after completing the task. Like Lu Ji, it is very rare for the vice president to call the back foot to the office as soon as the front foot comes out of the weird fog. However, seeing the seriousness of the vice president Chen Beixu, Lu Ji had no choice but to temporarily hide his doubts behind his head and followed. On the way to the 5th floor, while Chen Beixu pretended to be calm and led the way ahead, she tried her best to calm down the wonder in her heart. Yes. For some reason, Chen Beixu had a mysterious appreciation for Lu Ji, so he naturally paid extra attention. As soon as Lu Ji and the others came back, Chen Beixu learned the detailed report of the mission. It was this report that completely shocked Chen Beixu's mind. With a 2-star realm with his own strength, he killed a third-order strange creature, and the process is still spiking. According to the descriptions of those present, the entire beheading process took less than 10 seconds. What kind of amazing record is this? Not only that, what followed in the report made Chen Beixu even more frightened. Lu Ji and the others clashed with the awakened ones from the 2nd district, and with an absolute advantage, defeated 2 3-star awakeners from the 2nd district. If it weren't for the unanimous opinion of the people who came back, Chen Beixu would even doubt the authenticity of this report. Even so, her state of mind at this moment is still difficult to calm down for a long time. That's why I couldn't wait to give Lu Ji a break, and hurriedly called him to the office. Not for a while. Lu Ji reached the same position as Chen Beixu, although he was curious about the purpose of the vice president calling him. His expression remained calm. In his eyes there was always calmness and calmness. It was Chen Beixu who turned his head and took a deep look at Lu Ji. She has decided that Lu Ji's strength is definitely more than 2 stars. She has worked in the 1st District Psychic Association for many years, and she has a lot of experience. But among the tens of thousands of awakened people who come and go in the 1st District, none of them can reach Lu Ji's level, generally speaking. It takes at least 3 years for an ordinary 1-star Awakener to advance to 2-star. A genius can speed up this speed to 1 year or even half a year. But someone like Lu Ji, who has just awakened for more than a month, has such a state, which is unheard of. Bang, the two walked into the office. The door was slammed shut. Chen Beixu took the lid in sitting on her sofa chair, raised her long legs in alluring black silk, but stared at Lu Ji with a serious face. One mouthful is full of worries. You. Do you know who you offended this time? Lu Ji was dumbfounded. What a fool, did I offend anyone? After turning his mind, he immediately realized who the Vice President Chen Beixu was referring to. It was the 3-star awakened person who had to be moved out of the background by himself in a second. Lu Ji himself, of course, didn't care at all, and didn't take this kind of person to heart at all. He said absent-mindedly, "It doesn't matter, I don't care who I offend." Hearing Lu Ji's words, Chen Beixu rolled her beautiful eyes. She knew at a glance that Lu Ji did not realize the seriousness of the problem. Deng even began to tell him the background of the 3-star awakened person earnestly and earnestly. How terrifying it is, you really. I don't even know what to say about you. But Chu Qingchuan's own strength is not particularly outstanding. He has been in the 2nd District for 4 or 5 years and is still in the realm of 3 stars. But do you know who his big brother is, Chu Qinghai? That's a big shot from District 5, you know. The most advanced area in the entire world is the 5th area. Where is the 5th District? It's full of 9-star powerhouses and heaven-level powerhouses. Any one of them blows and we will die. Let's not talk about Chu Qinghai's own strength, but his supernatural ability is S-level Hayeki Night Walk. After using it, one person can be an army. I once achieved all the weird feats of blocking a whole fog of fog with one person's strength when I was young. And it is rumored that he himself is very defensive and belongs to the type of revenge. You provoked his younger brother, so he must have recorded it. After Chen Beixu said so much in one breath, he stretched out his hand to find some tea on the desk and drank it all in one gulp. The reason why she was so solemn was to tell Lu Ji that he was in trouble. And it got into big trouble only. Lu Ji didn't seem to be very interested in this, and his face was still calm when he heard this, with no fluctuations in his expression. Chen Beixu had no choice but to advise him solemnly. Since you offended Chu Qinghai's younger brother, it's best not to enter the 2nd District. Otherwise, life may be in danger, her reminder. Lu Ji accepted the kindness, but deep down he didn't care at all. His goal is to enter the Holy Spirit Academy. That is a transcendent institution above all 5 regions. Even her sister Lu Qingyahu has S-level abilities, is struggling so far. Now that Lu Ji has made a vow to enter the Holy Spirit Academy with his sister, how can he give up because of some twists and turns? Therefore, Lu Ji not only decided to enter the 2nd District, but also as soon as possible. Faced with the kind reminder from Vice President Chen Beixu, Lu Ji could only shake his head and said, "Do not. I decided to enter the 2nd District now." The decisive tone stunned Chen Beixu. She even saw stars like iron sparks in Lu Ji's eyes. That kind of firm will is indelible like a rock. Opened his mouth, Chen Beixu could only sigh helplessly. Okay, I lost to you. Since you insist on entering the 2nd District, I will take you to the president and then go to Dingxing. To determine the star is to evaluate the real realm and combat power. Thank you, Vice President. Lu Ji nodded his thanks. Chen Beixu curled her lips and waved her hands, indicating that she lost to this guy. Then the two came to the president's office on the opposite side. Jiang Yongguo was puffing up the clouds inside. Seeing Chen Beixu leading Lu Ji forward, she slowly put down her cigar and said with a smile, You are here. Seeing this, Lu Ji raised his eyebrows. He felt that the chairman seemed to be sure that they would come and had been waiting here for a long time. Old Jiang, Lu Ji is determined to be promoted to the 2nd district. Give him a star test his true realm, however. I guess Lu Ji's strength is no longer 2-star. Let alone 3-star but a higher realms. Chen Beixu went straight to the point and stated his intention for coming. He also proudly boasted about Lu Ji's strength. Back when she was optimistic about Lu Ji, Jiang Yongguo didn't believe it, hehe. I've also seen Lu Ji's record. And his strength must be more than 2 stars. But if you say it surpasses Samsung, that's a bit ridiculous. After Jiang Yongguo extinguished the sparks of the cigar with his backhand, he smiled and denied Chen Beixu's guess, old Jiang. Lu Ji is a strange 3rd-order instant second. Do you know what instant second is? Can the 3-star awakened person instantly kill the strange existence of the same level? If it's really that simple, the people in the 2nd district won't let the 3rd-order weirdness run away. They even sent 2 awakened people over. Jiang Yongguo didn't argue with Chen Beixu even though he was getting old. He took a key out of a drawer, got up and said, "Let's go and test it and you will know." Chen Beixu grabbed Lu Ji's shoulders and gave a wink with joy. Go, let the old man see. Lu Ji was helpless. He found that the woman was still trying hard to hold his arm. Ordinary strength can't shake it off, there was no other way. So I had to follow the 2 guild leaders to the Dingsing Hall. The door, it has already been crowded with melon-eating people who watch the excitement and don't think it's a big deal. Many people heard that Lu Ji, who had just returned from the weird mist species, was going to fix the star in seconds. Everyone was as excited as if their wife had given birth to a fat boy. Dancing and dancing, messages spread layer by layer. When Lu Ji and the others arrived at the Dingsing Hall, they found that hundreds of people had been waiting here. They all looked helplessly at Jiang Yongguo and the others leading Lu Ji to fix the star. Should I be so exaggerated? Lu Ji slandered in his heart. Feeling like a girl with big flowers on a sedan chair, who could be watched by anyone. I'm coming. I'm really looking forward to it. A ruthless person who can reach the 3rd level of weirdness in an instant. I don't know what level of strength it is. It's not just the 3rd-order weirdness in an instant. I heard that Captain Lu even beat up the elites in the 2nd district. Tusk, I was there at the time. Captain Lu is truly extraordinary. Like a god descending into the world with just 1 blow. He beat the 2 3-star elites from the 2nd district to no avail. His tilde such a D***K. It's not just a D***K. Is there a D***K that explodes? I really want to know how many stars Captain Lu can order later. It doesn't matter how many stars he has. A boss who can beat 2 elites from the 2nd district. His strength can't be weak. A group of people discussed and watched Lu Ji's face light up. They listened to Lu Ji's record, as well as the gossip passed by word of mouth among friends. And all of them were excited, as if he was the one who beat up and insulted the elite of the 2nd district. And there is honor in the corners. Looking at the bustling crowd, Zhang Quang sighed. He asked Yue Shan, after the captain fixed the star this time, we will rarely see each other, right? Yue Shan leaned against the door rail, silent. After a while he sighed. Lu Ji is the real dragon in that pool of water. And we are just fish and shrimp who once swam with him. The real dragon always wants to jump over the dragon's gate. As a fish and shrimp, how can you follow the real dragon all the time? Yue Shan's words immediately made Zhang Quang's expression froze. It took a long time before he resentfully said, Vice Captain, I thought I was the only one who could speak nonsense before. But I didn't expect you to start talking nonsense too. No one compares himself to a fish or a shrimp. Yue Shan shrugged indifferently, fact, in the hall. Lu Ji has already stood on the test platform according to the request of the chairman Jiang Yongguo. The standard for star determination this time is the abundance of source power. Source force is the foundation of the awakened. People who have no or very little source power in their bodies, even if they awaken S-level powers, are useless. Take a deep breath. Luigi closed his eyes. The abundant source power in his body became active under the mobilization of the platform, and react on the display stand through the equipment. Gradually, as all the sources in Luigi's body were awakened one by one, the stars lit up on the display stand gradually changed from 1 to 3. Samsung awakened, the measurement results are out. Luigi's strength has successfully reached 3 stars, and he is already qualified to officially go to the second district. The other side, Jiang Yongguo is very satisfied with the results of this measurement. Exactly as he imagined, Luigi is indeed a Samsung. But what he didn't know was, the strength of the 3 stars is at best the level of source power in Luigi's body. But now he has Hellfire and Soul Chains, 2 big killers. This will not be sensed by the Source Force measuring instrument. And in the foreseeable future, Luigi will also have mysterious and unpredictable abilities such as Eye of Judgment, Eye of Scourge Elemental Manipulation Ek. The strength will only become stronger. And compared to the chairman's expectation, Vice President Chen Baixu was a little puzzled. At this moment fell silent holding Luigi's information. Many people have either witnessed or heard about Luigi's amazing and proud achievements. Almost forgot that this guy is just an F-level ability. Aerobic inflammation. No matter how Chen Baixu saw it, he found it ironic. She whispered, F-level ability. A super genius who soared to 3 stars in a month. The world must be crazy. After Luigi got off the test bench, seeing the Samsung logo, he nodded in satisfaction. Chairman Jiang Yongguo even smiled and personally presented him with a 3-star badge. Staying on his shoulders, Luigi has since become an officially recognized 3-star awakened person. Papa, Chairman Jiang Yongguo slapped his hands. Then he and Chen Baixu looked at each other and announced loudly. Starting tomorrow, Luigi will leave everyone. He will be transferred to the second district, where he will continue to fight bloody battles with the weird ones. This is what was said before. The star setting this time is also to pave the way for the Luigi Ascension area. However, the melon-eating crowd below were in an uproar. Their hearts were shaking. In addition to envy, there are countless shocks in the eyes. One by one seem to be dumbfounded in place. How long has this Nima been after more than a month? He was transferred from the first district to the second district. Even the most monstrous genius in the history of the Psionic Association can't do this. Right, only teammates around Luigi who knew Luigi. Zhang Quang and Yue Shan had already expected it, however. The expressions on their faces were still full of shock. But more it is exhortation and encouragement. Since the fish and shrimp will part with the real dragon sooner or later. Then, sincerely wish that the real dragon can soar into the sky and fly all over the world. The next day, many awakened people who went out to perform tasks, and others who did not hear the president's announcement yesterday, also learned that Luigi was about to go to the second district. After hearing, Thais Vrion was stunned in place. Dumbfounded, damn it, Captain Lu is still human. I've been in the first district for almost 3 years, and I'm not even a 2-star awakened person. He's about to be promoted to the second district. Don't forget he has an F-level ability, damn it. F-level ability, soaring to 3 stars in January. He also beat 2 elites from the second district. Do you believe it? It's too exaggerated. It's a pity that I looked down on Captain Lu a month ago. But he can be promoted to the district in a month. What a slap in the face, hey. I heard that Captain Lu's sister is a talented girl with S-level abilities. If there is a sister, there must be a younger brother. I really don't know what kind of fame Captain Lu will achieve after he is promoted to the second district. In the dining rooms, all the awakened people were discussing things in the Lu Jiesheng area enthusiastically with their bowls and chopsticks. Everyone is enthusiastic in addition to the shock. There is also countless pride in the joyful expression. After all, this is the fastest record ever. Lu Ji didn't eat at noons. The star setting time was delayed yesterday. Now he is shutting himself in his room, digesting the gains of this time. The 2 black boxes are from the second order and third order weirdness respectively. and dozens of spirit crystals, such a big harvest. Even if the black box is not counted, it will take several months or even more than half a year for other awakened people to accumulate so many spirit crystals. Not everyone can single out the same level of weirdness, or even kill it instantly. Luigi was calm and relaxed, holding precious cultivation resources in his hands. After letting go of your thoughts, start practicing to improve your strength. Time passed little by little. The spirit crystal and the black box in his hand also gradually lost their sparkle, turned into dry powder and then dissipated. And Luigi's own source power and realm will rise accordingly. A steady stream of climbing ding. Congratulations on improving the host's strength. Bonus template fusion, current fusion degree, 8%. When Luigi's practice is coming to an end, the system's boost sound came quietly. As soon as Luigi opened his eyes, he seemed to be bursting with light, 8%. This progress is already amazing. In just 1 month's effort, the template can be advanced to 8%, which is only the weakest weird area in the first area. In time, Luigi can continue to sharpen in areas with higher resources and more abundant. And the speed will definitely be faster. With his heart surging, Luigi settled down to check his progress, Tang. With a thought, a coquettish and mysterious hellfire appeared at the tip of Luigi's index finger. The color of the flames is bright and deep. The brilliant lava gold core inside has expanded to 1/3. Swish, Luigi thought again, and the hellfire on his fingers turned into a bright and pretty face. The beautiful face of Sister Lu Qingyi was condensed by Luigi with flames. Really, Luigi's heart skipped a beat. He was just thinking about trying to see if he could imagine the thoughts of his sister Lu Qingyi in his mind. Unexpectedly, hellfire could really change into the appearance of Lu Qingyi's face according to his will. This means that Luigi's proficiency in hellfire has reached an extremely high level. Ordinary people may not be able to look like real people even if they copy paintings from photos. On the other hand, Luigi directly used his own ability to transform out of thin air. This kind of meticulous control is evident, tilde. There are also soul chains. Luigi said softly he has not forgotten his big killer. Whoosh, Luigi's eyes flashed, and a silver-white chain came out of thin air. As graceful as a frightened bird. As graceful as a dragon swimming. Luigi tried to change it into the shape of a lightning spear. Bang, the soul chain, which was dancing slightly in the air, directly made a sound of steel. And the chain itself was immediately straight as a gun shaft. And the sharp head of the chain turned into a silver spear tip, exuding the ultimate frontal cold. Go. Luigi looked at a 3-meter-high boulder outside the window and raised his eyelids slightly. Hum. The sharp gun transformed into the soul chain was shot out instantly. Boom! There was a lightning-like roar and a burst of explosion. The huge movement alarmed many people in the association. Luigi manipulated the soul chain in time and took it back in. Hardness and softness, you can do whatever you want. And the soul chain can also change its shape. Luigi nodded in satisfaction, and then put the soul chain back into the void. He estimated his own strength should have already caught up with the 5-star awakened ones. The next day, Luigi simply packed up and saluted. Prepare to quietly go to the 2nd district alone. Did not expect, he just walked to the door. I saw that the former team members had already waited again. Zhang Quang Yushan and the others watched him with a smile. If I knew you didn't like to make noise, I would sneak away alone. Sure enough, we caught him. Yue Shan grinned, walked over and hugged Luigi with his broad shoulders. But we are brothers in a small team. Brothers want to leave, so we can't do it if we don't send them off. Zhang Quang and the other 2 team members nodded vigorously and looked at Luigi. Well, I got caught by you. I really don't like crowds. Luigi looked at the brothers who had been together for more than a month. And at the last moment they came to say goodbye. And a warm current flowed through his heart. Captain Lu, you are leaving. Brothers will miss you. You are so awesome in our 1st district. Don't let us down in the 2nd district. Yue Shan said again. Luigi's eyes turned red when he saw this burly guy. And he couldn't help being moved. He stretched out his fist and bumped each team member one by one. Don't worry, it's not just in the 2nd district. In the future, rather, will be the 3rd district, the 4th district, the 5th district, and even the 6th district and the Holy Spirit Academy. And I will make a big name, the other side. Just when Lu Ji said goodbye to Team 749 one by one. The Vice President's office on the 5th floor. Chen Baixu leaned on the window, closely watching Lu Ji's movements. The expression is thoughtful suddenly. She made a phone call. The telephone line was placed separately, and even Jiang Yongguo didn't know that there was such a telephone line in Chen Baixu's office. Hello, I'm codename Frost. Subordinates want to report to an awakened person with exceptional talent and strength. Ability level F, who has been awakened for more than a month now. And his strength has reached 3 stars, yes. Please pay close attention. It can be listed as a key observation object. After putting down the phones, Chen Baixu looked at the back of Lu Ji, who was fading away downstairs. Her red lips curved into a smile. Brat, don't let me down. Lu Ji left early in the mornings. By the time the awakened people in the first area reacted, he had long since disappeared. Many people were annoyed and quickly put their minds into the task. However, the Psionic Association in the 1st district had an unexpected visitor. With anticipation and joy on her face, Lu Qingyi stepped into the gate of the association. The pretty girl at the front desk recognized her immediately. This is a well-known girl genius in the 3rd district, a future star with S-level abilities. The girl at the front desk didn't dare to offend. So after the grand reception, she trotted all the way to invite the president to come out. When Jiang Yongguo heard that Lu Qingyi was coming, he didn't swallow a sip of tea, so he immediately got up to greet her. The moment he saw Lu Qingyi, Jiang Yongguo's old eyes lit up. 5 stars on the epaulettes, 5-star Awakener. It's really a boy born from a hero. He deserves to be an S-rank Awakener. The last time he said goodbye was just looking for the moon, and he was promoted to 5-star so quickly. Lu Qingyi wanted to see her younger brother urgently and had no time to be courteous. Just ask my brother. The president thought to himself that this is really unfortunate. Your brother just left this morning, so he sighed. Alas, your brother Lu Ji has gone. When Lu Qingyi heard this, she was struck by lightning. The expectant smile froze instantly. My brother is dead. Jiang Yongguo had a question mark on his face. A strong sadness melted away. From Lu Qingyi's body, it spread to the entire office. Her expression changed from anticipation and joy to sadness and grief. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. Jiang Yongguo was surprised to find that the tea table and cups in his office, and even the tables, chairs and benches were shaking uncontrollably. Zizza 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 zizzy. The blue-purple lightning arc jumps and flashes. The incandescent lamps in the room were affected by the lightning. Flickering, the floor is shaking. An astonishing momentum suddenly erupted from the 5th floor office of the Psionic Association, until it spreads to 1 layer. All the awakened were shocked. What happened? The earth is shaking in the room. Lu Qingyi was furious, and the terrifying momentum waved one after another. All electrical equipment is affected by her S-level lightning ability, and there are different degrees of changes. Jiang Yongguo and his little secretary Wang Qi were shocked. Is this the power of the 5-star awakened? The ability can already resonate the entire building. Too frightening, Jiang Yongguo hastily explained. Miss Qingyi, you misunderstood when I said Lu Ji left. I didn't mean he sacrificed, but the literal meaning. Lu Ji went to the 2nd district. The abnormality disappeared instantly. The tea table cups, table chairs, and electric lamps and appliances all fell back to their original places. Quietly, the trembling of the walls and the humming of the building disappeared. Only Lu Qingyi looked surprised and delighted. She heard Jiang Yongguo's words clearly, and her heart was shaken. Brother Lu Ji went to the 2nd district so soon. Subsequently, intense joy burst out in Lu Qingyi's heart. My brother's growth rate is much faster than I imagined. A dark star said in her heart after confirming Lu Ji's news. Lu Qingyi couldn't bear the longing in her heart anymore. After greeting Jiang Yongguo, he rushed to the second district without stopping. Looking at the back of Lu Qingyi leaving in a hurry, Jiang Yongguo's old face couldn't help sighing. As expected, like a sister, there must be a brother. The talents of these two siblings are too amazing. Given time, the future is limitless. The other side. Lu Ji trekked for most of the day. Has successfully arrived at the Psionic Association in the second district. After coming to the front desk of the second district to report, the front desk lady took the information in Lu Ji's hand, read it carefully and immediately raised her eyebrows. Her F-level ability is the information printed wrong. Lu Ji said calmly, no. The front desk lady couldn't help but looked up at Lu Ji carefully. Her eyes locked behind the Samsung badge on his shoulder. And she sighed. It's a miracle that someone like you can reach the second district. Lu Ji is not sure about this. After completing the handover procedures, there is still a series of cumbersome registration procedures. The front desk called another secretary girl. A secretary girl in a black professional suit knee-length skirt brought Lu Ji into a room. There were two other awakened people lying bored inside. From now on, you are members of Team 443. His name is Lu Ji. And he has just been promoted from the first district. The secretary girl briefly completed the handover work and left in a hurry. Lu Ji originally thought that joining the team this time was the same as joining the 749 team before. The captain introduced himself to the team and then showed him around the training facilities and had a meal to deepen his relationship. Did not expect. Team 443 plus myself, there are only 3 people in total. You are Lu Ji Suddens. The two teammates who had been lying on the sofa board before bounced up a carp and asked Lu Ji curiously with wide-eyed eyes. Lu Ji raised his eyebrows. It's me, what's wrong? F***K. Are you the ruthless person who beat Chu Qingchuan in the first district? Awesome brother. Lu Ji was taken aback. Can this matter spread to the second district? He nodded indifferently, as an acknowledgement of the matter, and at this time. It is located in a semi-open KTV entertainment venue of the second district Psychic Association. Chu Qingchuan hugged a princess in each of his left and right hands. The two private room princesses winked like silk and said in a coquettish voice, Master Chuan, don't touch it, let's sing a song. Chu Qingchuan enjoyed closing his eyes and not speaking. Suddenly, a person walked into the door and whispered a few words in front of him. Chu Qingchuan's eyes opened instantly, and a real fire burned in them. Damn. This evil pen really dares to come to the second district. Have courage, go and kill him. Finished. Chu Qingchuan pushed away the two princess girls on the left and right, put on his coat, and was about to F***K someone aggressively. All the way to Lu Ji here, after seeing Lu Ji himself. Chu Qingchuan was so angry that his nose was crooked. I didn't expect you to be so kind. You really dare to come to the site of the master. You too, are you going to be a member of his team? Grandpa, let's talk about it today. Who dares to team up with this kid? Don't blame me for being rude. Chu Qingchuan pointed at Lu Ji and roared. The two teammates around Lu Ji were shuddered by the yelling. And there was not only unwillingness but also deep fear in their eyes. They didn't have the guts to offend Chu Qingchuan. Looking at Lu Ji timidly, the two of them said sorry in their hearts, and then slipped away like a defeated dog with its tail between its legs. Lu Ji has always looked down on everything with a cold eye. The departure of his unfamiliar teammates did not cause waves in his heart. After all, he himself is the king who controls Hellfire. Whether he has teammates or not doesn't matter to him. In the darkness, Lu Ji soldiers shuttled through the evil spirits in hell. On the contrary, Lu Ji was amused that Chu Qingchuan came out so impatiently to provoke him. He looked at Chu Qingchuan coldly and said with a sneer, Since when did the huge second district become the domain of a defeated individual like you? Such a big place, can you cover it? Chu Qingchuan laughed angrily. Not to mention the second district. Even in the third district, There is no one who does not give himself face. Just by himself, Big Brother is the strongest in District 5. 9-star awakened. Didn't you see those two teammates facing your threat? Didn't you dare to fart and ran away, so he laughed wildly. Boy, listen to me, my big brother's name is Chu Qinghai. Inquire about him. The 9-star awakened person in the 5th district. Do you know what a 9-star awakener is? An existence with 1 foot about to step into the sky. With my brother covering me, I'm crazy. Stepping on you is not negotiable. Chu Qingchuan's expression at the moment was full of complacency. He thought to himself, the 9-star awakened. Might he be able to scare this weak country bumpkin from the 1st district? However, after Lu Ji heard this, his expression was not flustered. Instead, she smiled lightly and said lightly to him, "Oh tilde, so what? It's not that I rubbed on the ground. Hitting you would make my hands dirty." Lu Ji's contemptuous and disdainful smile caught Chu Qingchuan's eyes. "I'm damn you're looking for deaths." Chu Qingchuan only felt an evil fire jumping up in his chest. His eyes were bloodshot and red as he watched Lu Ji panting heavily. A ghostly green undead escaped from the body surface, actually disregarding the rules of the Psionic Association that no infighting is allowed. And want to make a move, Lu Ji cast him a cold look. If this person really wants to do it, he doesn't mind teaching him an unforgettable lesson. As wish. Dozens of dark green ghosts attached to Chu Qingchuan's body in the blink of an eye. With a low growl, he was about to charge up with red eyes. Lu Ji's heart skipped a beat, and he was just about to make a move, snapped. There was a clear and loud lightning strike. Chu Qingchuan was beaten more than 10 meters away by a thunder whip. It was blown away then at the end of the corridor. A woman covered in lightning arcs gradually dissipated walked out. Lu Ji's eyes widened involuntarily and he saw his sister. Lu Qingyi. Chu Qingchuan lay on the ground in pain and got up moaning. Just when she was about to speak harshly, she suddenly saw 5 stars on Lu Qingyi's shoulder. The cruel words that had come to his lips were immediately swallowed back by him forcefully. Chu Qingchuan was indeed crazy and arrogant, but his mind was quite normal. In any case, he was no match for a 5-star awakened person. Big Brother Chu Qinghai was powerful, but he couldn't teleport over to help him find a place. Damn it, a good man doesn't suffer from immediate losses. He buried his head and ran away in despair. Younger brother at this time. Lu Qingyi's fair and pretty face was full of smiles. Looking at the face of my younger brother Lu Ji, my heart couldn't help beatings. She opened her arms and embraced Lu Ji's body excitedly. "Sister, why are you here?" Lu Ji was also very pleasantly surprised. His neck was encircled by his sister's arms, and there was that familiar smell in his breath. A long-lost family affection rippling in his heart. "Brad, of course I'm here to see you," after the hug. Lu Qingyi rubbed Lu Ji's hair affectionately. "I told you not to touch your heads, you won't grow tall." Lu Ji grumbled and complained. Lu Qingyi opened her arms and looked at him with a smile. "They're a head taller than my sister, how long are they?" "Well, have you been working hard during this time?" Facing her sister's concerned gaze, Lu Ji felt his nose sore. For more than a month, countless people have marveled at his own strength and achievements. But no one has ever cared so much about how he is doing, whether he has worked hard or not. Lu Ji said with a smile, "Practice, it's not hard, besides. We agreed to enter the Holy Spirit Academy together. How can we do it if we don't work harder?" Lu Qing gave him a white look. "You really have been thinking about this all the time, kid." Finished, she pulled out a purple pill, solemnly handed over to Lu Ji. "This is the purple marrow pill that flows from the 4th district. It can improve your supernatural power level. Take it quickly, as long as it is an ability below S level. It will have miraculous effects." Lu Qingyi stared seriously at Lu Ji's eyes, wanting to watch him take it with her own eyes. Modified, effective for S level and below. Lu Ji held this purple marrow pill with a strange expression. Can he say that he already has Hellfire? This kind of super S level ability. However, under the concerned eyes of my sister, He still put the pill in his mouth and swallowed it. Then Lu Qingyi opened her eyes wide and looked at Lu Ji's body without blinking. Only it's been a long time. Lu Ji's body did not produce any strange changes. This scene made Lu Qingyi a little discouraged. Seemingly struck, she muttered to herself, "Is it not effective? I remember Xia Oxuan said that Zisui pill is very precious and effective." Looking at her sister's lost appearance, Lu Ji couldn't help comforting him. "Sister, don't be sad. It doesn't matter even if the ability level can't be improved. Look, haven't I been promoted from the first district to the second district soon? It even broke the record in history." The younger brother's consolation dispelled a large amount of disappointment in Lu Qingyi's heart. She raised her smiling face again and looked at Lu Ji dotingly. "Of course my brother is the best, Lu Ji felt weird hearing this. But his state of mind is indeed very calm, in fact. After his sister handed him the elixir, he had expected the effect of taking it because his ability is no longer the most trashy F-level ability aerobic inflammation. It's the powerful and mysterious ultimate flame hellfire. How could there be a pill to increase the level of hellfire in this world? Then Lu Ji talked to his sister for a long time when parting. Lu Qingyi was very reluctant to let go, holding his hand for a long time and refused to let go. Lu Ji was moved and made an agreement with a very solemn expression. "In the future, we must enter the Holy Spirit Academy together." Lu Qingyi's eyes were rosy, and she nodded heavily when she heard the words, "Okay. Come in together." After sending off her sister Lu Qingyi, Lu Ji stayed alone in the squad room. The two teammates who were afraid of Chu Qingchuan's big brother ran away and never came back. Lu Ji didn't wait for the two of them, but he waited for the manager from the 2nd District Psychic Association. One claimed to be the Secretary General of the association, and the other claimed to be the logistics minister. After they revealed their identities, Fankai said to Lu Ji earnestly, "Well, Chu Qingchuan, you'd better not offend him. You are new here, so you may not know his background. This guy's character is hard to say. If you offend him, you will end up miserable." Facing the reminders from the two managers, Lu Ji nodded to indicate that he understood. "I don't care. If it wasn't for my sister who slapped this guy away." He had planned to teach Chu Qingchuan an unforgettable lesson. But that's fine too. Everyone knew that he had offended Chu Qingchuan. No one wants to associate with him. The team's training room, for the time being, belongs to him alone, and no one disturbs him. "Go to the gravity acceleration cabin." Lu Ji looked up at the tall white machine and was amazed. The acceleration of gravity in the secondary area can reach 40 times. The psionic association is really rich and powerful. Sai eager to become stronger, he adjusted the data and stepped directly into it. Inside the machine, it is endless darkness. "I can't see my fingers, it's dark enough." Lu Ji said softly. This sentence has just been said. A whirlwind coercion came over. At the same time, there is also the gravity under the feet. The air seemed to be tens of times heavier, like a solid weight on Lu Ji's body for a moment. Lu Ji was sweating profusely and his bones were bent. He gritted his teeth to prevent himself from lying down. His gums were bleeding from the bite. "This shit, it's really violent." Lu Ji felt that the cells in his body were frantically agitated, as if he had been drowning for 30 minutes. And the moment his alveoli were about to turn white, he found fresh air and breathed greedily and frantically. The pressure continues to mount. Due to the pre-adjusted pressure coefficient of Lu Ji is 20 times to 40 times, the gravity increases step by step. So gravity is only going to get stronger under pressure. Lu Ji clenched his teeth and stood there without saying a word. Never giving in, the veins under his skin were exposed. Like a rugged earth dragon, his complexion was flushed, and the energy in his body was surging like a river. The sweat was more like the tide, and large swathes of sweat soaked Lu Ji's clothes. And with the high temperature of his body surface, it transpired into a pure white mist, permeating the inner room of the gravity cabin. Finally, 30 minutes passed. Training is over. The hatch opens. Lu Ji walked out exhausted, drooping like a drenched rat. He gasped heavily, his skin flushed with sweat. But at this moment, his eyes are as bright as stars. 40 times 30 minutes, I persevered. Before that, this record is held at 28G for 15 minutes. When Lu Ji abruptly raised it to the highest multiple, the time also doubled. The simulation training ground on the top floor is open to everyone once a month. Lu Ji has just arrived and has no authority yet. So after training, take a shower early and go to bed. The next day, the secretary at the front desk called to inform him that there was a new fog in the 2nd district. Lu Ji's 443 team was dispatched to carry out the task. After Lu Ji hung up the phone, he glanced at the empty team training room. How can I have teammates, but it doesn't matter anymore? Be alone and be alone anyways. Lu Ji feels that his own strength does not need the help of others. At the same time, in the entertainment hall of the Psychic Association, a few people with mischievous eyebrows sneaked into a private room. After finding Chu Qingchuan, who had been waiting for a long time, he lowered his voice and said secretly, "Brother Chuan, find out this kid entered the fog alone." When Chu Qingchuan heard the news, his eyes lit up. A cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Nodding said, "Very good, this kid has a hard head. I can't blame Lao Tzu for wanting to die. I caught him this time and wanted him to die." About Chu Qingchuan and their conspiracy, Lu Ji didn't know it at this moment. He has officially stepped into the weird fog of the 2nd district. However, although his teammates in the 443 team are gone, but there are still many members of other teams on the way. As a result, as soon as they stepped into the mist, these people walked away one after another as if they were avoiding the plague god. They didn't want to offend Chu Qingchuan, so naturally they didn't want to get too close to Lu Ji. After all, not everyone can ignore the weight of a 9-star awakened person. The 9-star awakened person represents the top power in this world. All of them are very important, stomping their feet, and the whole area will shake. That is a strong man who will step into the heavenly level at any time. And almost all the strong men in the heavenly level represent the Holy Spirit Academy. Every pull-out can easily destroy a skyscraper. Every hit is more terrifying than a missile. A master of this level is indescribable, even by a humanoid Tyrannosaurus. Who wants to provoke? Shake your head. Lu Ji lamented the people's hearts indeed. Interests are always paramount in the eyes of outsiders. If he offended Chu Qingchuan, who had a very deep background, he might not be far from bad luck. Lu Ji estimated that within a few months, no one would be willing to talk to him. Forget it. Lu Ji looked at the empty street and randomly found a compass showing a strange direction. It's good to be a lone wolf. You can move freely without restraint. Lu Ji was so happy. He watched the direction of the compass and hurried on his way. Roar, tilde, 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 roar, tilde, tilde, tilde. Suddenly, at the end of the street corner, there were 2 demonstrative howls. The advertising paper and fallen leaves on the ground were all thrown up by the sound waves. Lu Ji stopped in an emergency, looked at the rubbish shaking on the ground and said thoughtfully, "It seems that the weird creatures in the 2nd district are not simple. Just relying on sound waves has such power. The body must be stronger." However, this is exactly what Lu Ji wants. His pupils were burning with excitement, and he swooped straight forward finally. Saw this weird creature on the other side of the street corner. The whole is composed of gray-white sarcoma. Like a mountain of meat, the protruding muscles on the chest. The lines are smooth and tough, and 10 steel claws nearly 1 meter long stretch out from the thick and perverted arms. Dripping blood and minced meat dripped on the steel claws. The soles of the feet were covered in bloody red footprints. Seeing this, Lu Ji's eyes turned cold. This strange head killed many people at the first glance. The blood between the teeth and claws said it all. So he didn't hesitate with a thought. The golden hell flame at the core instantly enveloped his whole body. Lu Ji is like a spirit of fire coming out of hell, descending to the mortal world with torrential fire. Roar, tilde, tilde, tilde. The level of this monster was level 3. And the moment he turned his head to see Lu Ji, A bloodthirsty and cruel smile appeared in his eyes. You're just a mere person, how dare you find yourself alone? Court death boom. The strange creature of Roshan smirked and waved its giant claws, trying to tear Lu Ji into pieces with one blow. The sharp steel claws revealed a cold light in the moonlight. 10 metal scratches flashed across the sky. He blatantly cut at the oncoming Lu Ji. There was a sneer on the corner of Lu Ji's mouth. Since the opponent took the initiative to attack, he just saved himself the process of sprinting. He remained motionless, but the fire on his body quietly expanded several times. For a moment, the mighty flames devoured the giant claws of the third-order strange creature. It has not yet been reflected to the extreme. Melted instantly, Zai-la-la. Thick smoke and black fog filled the moonlit street. The burning pain was accompanied by the piercing penetration of both arms into the weird brain. The terrifying high temperature directly changed his expression. Only one face-to-face, I lost my arms at this moment. This third-order weirdness is no longer as ferocious and violent as before. It has only one thought in mind, and that is to run away. Unfortunately, Lu Ji didn't give it this chance. A huge and simple fire sword extended from Lu Ji's right arm. Gently swipe at the strangeness, bark. This third-order strange body was cut in half. The cut is not smooth, because it has been melted into scorched flesh by the terrifying heat of hellfire. Boom! Roshan fell to the ground strangely. Lu Ji put away the flames on his body and casually picked up the spirit crystal that fell on the ground. Hey, if this is in the first district. The third-order weirdness can't let me explode a black box. Lu Ji held the spirit crystal in his hand and was in a good mood. Then he took out the compass. Continue walking towards the next weirdly marked location. The location near the center of this fog. Under the walls of a coal-fired power plant, a grimacing spider about the size of 2 people and the height of a child was cornered with white silk. Under the bright moonlight, Lu Ji's thin but tall figure gradually approached. In front of him, a silver-white soul chain was slowly flying. The flame on the body surface is also gradually extinguished. In order to exercise the proficiency of his abilities, Lu Ji did not adopt a one-hit kill fighting method. Instead, use a small strand of hellfire to continuously force it to move, and then use the soul chain to change its shape and kill it with one blow. Go! Lu Ji spat lightly in his mouth. The soul chains that were originally winding and circling instantly turned into flaming guns burning with raging hellfire. The sharpshooter aimed at this third-order weird grimacing spider. Whoosh broke through the air, instantly pierced the grimacing spider's body. Burnt black smoke rose slowly, and the soul chain that turned into a spear was quickly pulled out under Lu Ji's mental control. It turned into a winding chain again and disappeared into the void. Slap another flaming spirit crystal. It only took Lu Ji less than a quarter of an hour to deal with 2 third-order weirdnesses. At the same time, he harvested 2 third-order spirit crystals. This spawning speed and amazing gains. If other awakened people in the second district find out, I'm afraid they will be shocked, normally speaking. 3-star awakened ones will have a hard time facing the third-order weirdness. One-on-one and Lu Ji not only doesn't work very hard, but also kills every time. Such an easy-to-kill strange battle. I am afraid that it is really the only one in the world. The route chosen by Lu Ji this time is of course aimed at the center of the fog. But I will try my best to choose a direction with more weird creatures. After solving the 2-end and third-order weirdness, Lu Ji put away the spirit crystal and continued on his way. Unexpectedly, on the way to the center of the fog, I bumped into an acquaintance. Chu Qingchuan and 2 strange awakened people have already been waiting for a rabbit on the way to the center of the strange fog. Waiting for a long time. One of them had 5 stars on the badge on his shoulder. It turned out to be a 5-star Awakener. The moment Chu Qingchuan saw Lu Jihai's eyes lit up, and he swaggered up to Lu Juttering nonsense. Good boys, how the hell can you hide? I brought a 5-star Awakener this time. Let's see if you're still crazy. I must kill you today. 5-star Awakener, the existence of this level. The lowest are people from the 3rd district. There is an overwhelming advantage between the strength and the 3-star 4-star awakened in the second district. Enough to sweep away a piece of existence. Luigi thought in his heart, his eyes turned cold. This Chu Qingquan, in order to deal with him, really spent all his money. The other side they finished. The two people next to Chu Qingquan walked forward with grim smiles. Especially the 5-star awakened person looked at Luigi like a dead man. The three of them have already made plans to kill Luigi right here. Although the Academy of the Holy Spirit has already set the rules. Among the awakened people in this country, they cannot kill each other, but in the weird mist. There are powerful and bloodthirsty weird creatures everywhere. Extremely dangerous. You are a little 3-star awakened person. You have just been promoted from the 1st district to the 2nd district. And you are still a lone wolf without teammates. It's reasonable to accidentally encounter an overpowering strange creature and die in the mist. Right. It was with this idea that Chu Qingquan dared to blatantly shake people from other areas. And intercepted and killed Luigi in this weird fog anyway. Even if a small 3-star awakened person dies, no one cares. There will be no official investigation into how he died. When he thought that Luigi would be killed by the three of them together later, he could see this enemy who made his teeth itch to hate die tragically. Chu Qingquan felt indescribably happy and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Brother Chuan, I've made all the arrangements. No one will pass by this road at all. Let's do it here. Without anyone noticing. Let my younger brother help you to test the depth of this kid. At this time, the younger brother next to Chu Qingquan came out to flatter him. Chu Qingquan was very satisfied with his attitude and nodded. The 5-star Awakener next to him didn't refuse either. With his majestic 5-star realm, he must be able to pinch a small 3-star Awakener. If you can let the people under you take the first shot, then naturally you don't have to use your own sword. Boy, I'm sorry if you want to blame you for not having ice-offending brother Chuan. That little brother got the approval of both Chu Qingquan and the 5-star awakened person. Even more eager to try, pulled out the sword from his waist. Pointed at Luigi and muttered nonstop. He just wanted to release his ability, so that he could catch everyone's attention first and catch Lu by surprise. But he didn't expect that Luigi on the opposite side moved faster than him. From the beginning to the end, it started when the three of Chu Qingquan appeared in front of Luigi. He kept a calm expression, calm face. Even in the face of a powerful 5-star awakened person. There is no fear. Luigi was even a little impatient. The three guys in front of him clamored for a long time and didn't come up. Finally let him wait until the younger brother next to Chu Qingquan held a weapon and wanted to gesticulate with him. Tang's boom. A raging fire engulfed the little brother's body in an instant. The whole process takes less than 3 seconds. With Luigi as the center, a radius of 5 meters completely turned into a sea of flames. And that little brother's. The body has long been burned to ashes in flames. Luigi's face slowly emerged, revealing a bright smile. I heard that this path was specially chosen by you. No one to bothers. That's right, killing you will save you trouble. Chu Qingquan was furious, his body seemed to be stressed. And he watched helplessly that the younger brother who had been saddled by his side turned into ashes in the blink of an eye. He never expected that he would invite a 5-star awakened person and suffer such a big loss. In a fit of rage, he yelled, "Damn it, Brother Jing. Let's go together, kill this kid." The name of the 5-star awakened person was Ma Jing. And there was a little surprise in his eyes. He also didn't expect that Luigi could instantly kill a 3-star awakened person of the same rank so quickly. But that's all for now. I am a dignified 5-star awakened person. In this second area, it is the top of the pyramid. To deal with a 3-star rookie, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a blow to dimensionality reduction. The attack of 2 people, Luigi looked at him coldly. No matter which direction the opponent is attacking from, he will instantly ignite a raging hellfire, making the opponent have to give up. Using the fiercest spear like hellfire to turn it into the strongest shield made Chu Qingquan and Ma Jing helpless for a while. This kid has weird abilities. You can't fight him hand to hand. Seeing that he couldn't get close, Ma Jing decisively informed Chu Qingchuan, who was next to him, and changed his tactics. He wants to go alone. Crush Lu Ji with the supernatural power of a 5-star Awakener. Hellthorn, Ma Jing roared in an instant. The world was dark, the hazy moonlight was blocked out, like half an eggshell upside down on the ground. Within a radius of more than 10 meters, countless black branch-like metal spikes appeared densely. Each spike is comparable to the strength of a special metal. Not to mention ordinary flames. Even E-level and C-level supernatural fires may not be able to blow out. Countless black metal spikes are like hell in Hades, turning an area of hundreds of square meters into a fortified Shura field. As long as it is not an elemental or soul-like body, it will definitely die inside. That's awesome, Brother Jing. It is indeed right to find you. Chu Qingchuan leaned over excitedly and looked at the magnificent masterpiece in front of him side by side with Ma Jing. Within a radius of more than 10 meters, there is darkness and hell spikes. Each spike is several meters high, cold and sinister. All of them rose from the ground, and they were hard to guard against. Lu Ji happened to be in it and couldn't even run away. Ma Jing smiled coldly, worry. This kid is shrouded by my hell thorns. He must have been stabbed into a sieve, must die. Chu Qingchuan's eyes were shining brightly. Still staring at the dark area, Ahid nodded and said, "That's right. Brother Jing will know if there is one as soon as he makes a move. That kid can die under the big move of your majestic 5-star awakened person. It's considered a phase." The two talked with each other one by one. The expression is excited and confident, convinced that Lu Ji is dead next second. A sudden accident happened, click click. The semi-elliptical dark area cracked open like a broken eggshell. What followed was a monstrous fire. The fire was blazing wherever you go along the ways. Not a single blade of grass grows. The hell thorns, which were said to be as strong as special metals, were also burned to ashes. An evil spirit that was burning with the flames of hell and whose body was as dense as bones stepped out step by step. This person is Lu Ji, his injured legs torso and arms are rapidly recovering under the raging hellfire. In the white and hollow skulls, two eyes burning with fireballs stared at the two people outside majestically and domineeringly. When Chu Qingchuan saw Lu Ji's appearance, he was scared to pee. The whole body trembled, pointing at Lu Ji with trembling finger, speechless. Ma Jing next to him was also dumbfounded. His mind was blank. He couldn't believe Ithai's two twitches were shaking. And he was shivering. You, how is it possible? How can that be elementalization? No. This is not elementalization. Why are you like this? Thump, there was a sound of falling down. And it was Chu Qingchuan who looked at Lu Ji, who looked like a demon, and fell to the ground in fright. He swallowed saliva frantically. Lu Ji, in the form of an evil spirit, was reflected in his pupils. Like a devil coming out of hell. No, it's impossible. How could anyone in this world be able to resist the ultimate move of a 5-star awakening? What's so weird about this guy? Chu Qingchuan was frightened. His heart was like a turbulent sea, which had already made him slurred and unable to speak. Boom, a more violent burst of fire burst through. In the blink of an eye, all the hell spikes summoned by Ma Jing melted and collapsed, and then incinerated into nothingness even. The guiding concrete poles on both sides of the road and the gates of shops facing the street were all incinerated in the raging hellfire. The terrifying high temperature has already exceeded the limit of understanding of these two people. Looking at this scene, Ma Jing's heart was shocked. And he was numb. I am a majestic 5-star awakened person. A sea-level supernatural ability, hell stabbing with all my strength. Even Kinglian Huoho is also sea-level. Couldn't burn out his hell thorns. What level is this guy's flame? There is such a high temperature that it can even easily melt cement and steel. Da-da-da-da, the tongue of fire swallowed blazing stars. It fell to the ground, burning small potholes on the dark blue asphalt road. The night was dark and the wind was blowing everywhere. The sound of the wind mixed with the whistling sound, even blowing the hellfire on the surface of Lu Ji's body, forming a violent fire tornado. Lu Ji quietly stood in the center of the eye of the fire tornado. Silent, but it brought incomparable psychological pressure to the two people in front of them. Facing Lu Ji, who turned into an evil spirit, Chu Qingchuan finally came to his senses after trembling with fear. He gritted his teeth, his eyes suddenly became fierce. Damn it, fight Tilda, no matter how evil this kid is. Can he beat the two of us together? It's just a 3-star trash. As he spoke, he picked up the weapon that fell on the ground. Get ready to rally and fight again in Lu Ji's dense bones. Fierce hell flames were burning in the eye sockets. In the face of Chu Qingchuan's stubbornness, he made an ethereal and grand sound. Like the demons of hell chant loudly. A piece of rubbish that lives under the background of the Big Brother has been defeated by my hands time and time again. Don't kneel down and beg for mercy for my forgiveness, and dare to spit out fragrant words. Who gave you the confidence? Boom. The bursting hellfire suddenly swelled up at this moment. Lu Ji's arm slowly turned into a huge sharp sword. The wavy flame edged like the magic sword Awaken shot out from Lu Ji's hand instantly, pooh. Flying like lightnings, it pierced Chu Qingchuan's chest in an instant. The huge flaming sword hoisted Chu Qingchuan's body high, and Lu Ji threw it away. It was like throwing away a dead chicken and threw it out. Seconds Chu Qingchuan, whose body was pierced by the flaming giant sword and hit the ground heavily, unexpectedly survived. Sprawled on the ground, weakly coughing up a few mouthfuls of blood. Unexpectedly got up again with difficulty. His face was extremely horrified, and the little bit of fighting spirit that had just been ignited disappeared in an instant. On his chest, an emerald green gem pendant emits a hazy emerald light. It was this emerald light that protected his body, Ma Jing. The 5-star awakened man was jealous in his heart. This pendant was a life-saving treasure given to him by Chu Qingchuan's big brother Chu Qinghai. It is enough to withstand the full blow of the 6-star awakened person. Ma Jing couldn't help cursing inwardly. Shit. Such a precious treasure is wasted like this. While envious and jealous, he had to look up at Lu Ji, whose whole body was covered in flames and his body turned into bones. It's like facing a big enemy. Lu Ji walked slowly, approaching the two of them step by step. The grand fire is like a great gift from the devil, reflecting it like an ancient evil spirit. Tonight, the fire of hell will cut through the night and burn all the darkness. High-spirited words came out of Lu Ji's mouth. Ma Jing's heart trembled when he heard this. Cannot wait. This kid has weird abilities, keep waiting. It's no different from sitting and waiting to die. Thinking so, Ma Jing made up his mind to strike first. Anyway, my 5-star realm is to really crush the opponent. Edging my father can also consume you to death. Ma Jing's eyes flashed coldly, and a handful of hell thorns appeared in his right hand, which was exactly the same as before. The dark color exudes a gloomy atmosphere. The hell thorn slashed heavily at Lu Ji's body, but was blocked by Lu Ji with the flaming sword, Kang. Metal roared and the sound clanged and trembled. The two giant sharp blades collided together, emitting a terrifying sound wave. Chu Qingchuan, who had just got up from the ground with difficulty, was directly knocked down by the sound wave. Ma Jing's expression became extremely ferocious, and he fiercely raised the hell thorn in his hand again to slash at Lu Ji. Since he didn't cast spells in a large area, all his source power was blessed on this hell thorn, so Lu Ji's hell flame couldn't incinerate it. The main thing is, the strength of Ma Jing's 5-star awakened person is terrifying, and the level of source power in his body and his own physical fitness far exceed that of Lu Ji. The momentum of each blow has the effect of being powerful and heavy. Lu Ji parried, feeling as if a hammer had hit his arm. Every time I transformed into a new flame blade, trying to pierce Ma Jing's body. The giant conical hell thorn in Ma Jing's hand can change into a kaleidoscope shape in time, stretching out countless hedgehog-like thorns. Back and forth, Ma Jing parried all of Lu Ji's attacks. Lu Ji also had to expend a lot of energy to defend against Ma Jing's fierce slash. Lu Ji found that he couldn't hold it for a second at all. A 5-star awakened person, whether it is the source power in the body or the 6-dimensional quality, is much higher than the 3-star realm. Lu Ji remained calm throughout the battles, carefully calculating the pros and cons of both sides in his mind. And Ma Jing was even more astonished. A 5-star awakened person can't take a small 3-star for a long time. And I actually have to maintain a high degree of mental concentration at all times. Otherwise, if I am not careful, I will be pierced through the body by the elusive flame blade on the opposite side. Rumble! The pitch-black thorn of hell and the golden sword of hellfire collided with each other. Every blow is a firefight of iron, blood, and strength. The sparks generated by the impact are splashed in all directions. It fell to the ground, forming a concave hole. Hit the wall and incinerate the reinforced concrete structure inside. The two people who were fighting gradually turned into a real fire. Lu Ji has one arm full firepower with a heart move. The void summoned a silver-white soul chain to join the battlefield. The soul chain, like a silver dragon, shuttles flexibly between Lu Ji and Ma Jing. The surrounding environment was beaten into a mess. Like a peaceful world, the thick layer of asphalt that was laid was abruptly wiped away. The surface was leveled with potholes like a bulldozer. The glass of the shops and office buildings facing the street was broken. The walls were peeled off. The supporting steel bars and steel frames were broken and melted. And dark red molten iron was falling, puff finally. With a transparent sound, Ma Jing's eyes lit up. Relying on his 5-star physical fitness and huge reserve of source power, he finally overwhelmed the other side and ruthlessly stabbed the hell thorn in his hand into the other side's body. Very good, Brother Jing is doing great, Chu Qingquan, who was evaded by the horrific battle between the two, jumped up excitedly when he saw this scene. Finally succeeded. The 3-meter-long conical knight spear ruthlessly pierced into Lu Ji's body. He definitely doesn't have the treasures bestowed by powerful awakeners. There is no doubt that he must die. Watching the thorn sinking into Lu Ji's burning body, Chu Qingquan felt that the injuries on his body did not hurt anymore, and his fear of Lu Ji disappeared. Anyway, the sky cleared and the rain stopped. He felt like he was going to stand up again, only Chu Qingquan just wanted to walk to the center of the battlefield and greet Ma Jing. A violent flame instantly baptized Lu Ji's body and the ghost spear in Ma Jing's hand. You guys, what are you happy about? Lu Ji's indifferent words resounded loudly. Ma Jing's hand holding the hell thorn trembled violently. Chu Qingquan's excited and joyful face froze instantly. He opened his mouth wide and couldn't close it from ear to ear, looking at Lu Ji in disbelief, terrified. How is it possible? You have obviously been pierced through the body. Why are you unscathed? Why aren't you injured? Why aren't you dead? Lu Ji's reshaped body from the hellfire stood in front of the two of them intact. This scene completely shocked Chu Qingquan so much that he almost lost his mind. Ma Jing was so shocked that he almost couldn't hold the weapon in his hand. Why, after expending a lot of effort, he managed to kill him with one blow and stabbed the spear hard into his body. Why the other side was unharmed? Could it be that this person is the reincarnation of a demon, possessing an immortal body to this? Lu Ji didn't bother to explain. The self in the form of evil spirit repairing the injury is really the passive of the fur in the fur, no nonsense. Flames flickered in Lu Ji's eye sockets that had turned into bones. The soul chain flying in the air instantly turned into a straight silver spear, piercing through Ma Jing's body in front of him. Then the gun head turned into a soul chain, turned into a chain again, tightly pulling out a light blue soul bundled in the sky. The light blue soul struggled frantically, but to no avail. This Tao came from the depths of Ma Jing's soul, full of endless regret and despair. Why did I agree to Chu Qingquan? Why did I have to go through this muddy water? After provoking such a ruthless person, Ma Jing really felt remorse and wanted to kill Chu Qingquan. Lu Ji raised his eyes lightly and his eyes moved. The ferocious hellfire burned it into nothingness. On the ground, Ma Jing's body also limp and collapsed on the ground. The Chu Qingchuan people who witnessed all this with their own eyes were almost scared to pee. He was really scared. Looking at Lu Ji's fiery evil spirit form, his heart trembled. The 5-star Awakeners were all killed. Are you still running? He is about to run away. The great fear made Chu Qingchuan's legs weak, and he limped when he rain burst and funny, like a demon. Lu Ji's eyes were burning with hellfire, quietly watching Chu Qingchuan who was fleeing, not in a hurry to make a move at all. He is like a cat catching a mouse, with hellfire attached to his body, wandering in the night like a ghost wherever you go. A road of thorny ruins was incinerated from the ground. Lu Ji's ethereal voice also floated on the silent road. Run, keep running. When Chu Qingchuan's already weak-legged body heard the ghost-like voice, he trembled with fright and almost fell to the ground. He crawled forward with claws and teeth, while crying for help. Whoosh. A 50 cm flaming arrow shot across the night sky and pierced through Chu Qingchuan's thigh. Whizzing, another 2 flaming arrows came. Chu Qingchuan's thighs and arms were all nailed to the ground. Lu Ji's whole body was burning with flames, and with every step he took, a footprint that melted everything would appear on the ground. Chu Qingchuan's limbs were nailed to death, excruciating pain and breaking out in cold sweat. Seeing Lu Ji approaching again, he was so frightened that he was out of his mind. In a panic, he once again held out his big brother as a threat. You can't kill me, my big brother is Chu Qinghai, a 9-star Awakener from District 5. You killed me, my big brother will never let you go. Lu Ji was speechless for a while. It's all here, starting with Chu Qingchuan intercepting and killing himself on the road leading people. The two sides are already in an endless situation. Also move out your own background backer, is it useful? Just when Lu Ji was speechless in his heart, a sudden accident happened. Chu Qingchuan, who was originally nailed to the ground, broke free from the shackles at some point. There was an extra crossbow in his hand, and a small dark green arrow was shot from it. The small arrow quickly shot into Lu Ji's body. Lu Ji felt a pain in his stomach, but recovered after a few seconds. Chu Qingchuan is stupid. This time he was completely paralyzed to death on the ground, and there was only incredible shock and unwillingness in his eyes. Lu Ji is too lazy to talk nonsense. Zhang condensed countless flaming arrows and shot them into a sieve. Then a big fire. Chu Qingchuan died without a whole body. After the flame is extinguished, the scene was a mess. There are ruins and rubble everywhere. Chu Qingchuan's body was completely reduced to ashes. Leaving no residue, the smoke cleared. This sudden interception battle came to an end completely. The flame on Lu Ji's body was extinguished, and the bones turned into flesh and blood. Everything returned to the thin, tall and sunny boy before. Only the 3 people who came to intercept and kill were completely buried in the sea of flames. Lu Ji walked to the front and picked up a small and neat crossbow from the ground. It was heavy to hold, as if heavier than gold. It survived the heat of hellfire unscathed. Lu Ji played with it in his palm, thinking about his own affairs silently just now. Chu Qingchuan actually had a whole card in his body, and it was this crossbow that shot into his body. At that time I really felt a touch of pains, theoretically. Pain should not exist for the demonized self. So my current fusion degree is still too low. Lu Ji stroked the small crossbow inside. My own fusion is still not high enough. So the evil spirit form is not strong enough. But this spirit weapon is good. Although it is a bit heavy, it is powerful. Lu Ji decided to take it away, needless to say. This crossbow was also given to him by Chu Qingchuan's 9-star big brother. There are a total of 3 small emerald green arrows inside. 1 is used up and there are 2 remaining. This small crossbow can actually corrode the enemy's flesh in an instant. Toxic, more overbearing than the most venomous snake in the world. After checking the function of the small crossbow, Lu Ji felt a chill in his heart, and was startled by Chu Qingchuan's weapon that plotted against him. If he hadn't possessed the evil spirit form and could instantly recover from his injuries, any other person would have died. Then count the life-saving pendant before. Chu Qinghai really had nothing to say to his younger brother, and gave him two priceless treasures. Chu Qingchuan died, and Chu Qinghai would definitely not let it go. In the foreseeable future, Big Brother will definitely come to make trouble for himself. But the corner of Lu Ji's mouth curled up slightly. There is always a solution to a problem. I am no longer the ordinary person who encountered strange creatures and had to run for his life. Since you want to kill yourself, no wonder you are so cruel. The battlefield was already in a mess. After Lu Ji figured it out, he stepped on the rubble and left the scene in a hurry. About half a day's work, there is a newcomer on this street. A team of awakened from the 2nd District has arrived here. As soon as he entered his eyes, he was shocked by the astonishing scene in front of him. Where is this peaceful street for human life? You say that this is the scene of a fierce merger between two countries. And they all believe it. There are scorched and rolled land everywhere. Those urban asphalt roads, the buildings and infrastructure on both sides of the roads, all become post-war ruins, a mess. This is all leftovers from high-temperature roasting. This is how asphalt melts and dries. Several awakened ones frowned as they picked up the soft gelatinous objects on the ground. Suddenly F***K come here. An exclamation came from afar. Everyone rushed towards the sound. A dead body was seen on the ground, just a glance hissed Tilda. A 5-star awakener. Is this person actually a 5-star awakened? Everyone saw the badge with 5 stars on Ma Jing's body. Their pupils constricted and their breathing became short of breath. They looked at each other and stared at each other, realizing the seriousness of the problem. The highest in the 2nd District is the 4-star awakened person. How could there be a 5-star awakened person? And it's dead. The captain of this team stood up, stroked his chin and pondered for a moment and said, "It is very likely that the strange creatures in the high-level area will flee to our 2nd area. This 5-star powerhouse may have died on a strange creature in a high-level area." The team members looked horrified and their scalps were numb. They all looked around involuntarily. Strange creatures in advanced areas. Could it be that the horrible, peaceful ruins around were caused by the ability of this strange creature? He took another deep breath. All the teammates looked dignified and panicked. The other side. Lu Ji didn't know what kind of shock the scene of his battle had caused to others. At this moment his right arm was on fire, forcing a 3rd-order weirdness. This weird ability is difficult to deal with. The whole body is scattered together like plant spores. Hundreds of millions of spores form the eyes of the strange creature. And hundreds of millions of spores form the mouth-nose and ears of the strange creature, including the limbs and torso. All of them are made up of countless spores. Hard to find entities, the most troublesome thing is. The countless spores casually sprinkled by this 3rd-order weirdness have grown more spores again. The reproduction rate is astonishing. Lu Ji was careless at first. A few places were left out and were not burned cleanly. So 1 life 2 2 3 3 all things. This 3rd-order weirdness is endless. Lu Ji felt his patience was exhausted bit by bit. Tang. The fire became bigger, and Lu Ji changed from being on fire in his right arm to being covered in hell flames all over his body. With a wave of his hand there was a monstrous sea of flames, which swept across all the surrounding areas that the spores could touch with an unstoppable force. "Can't you reproduce? A fire will burn it all for you," Lu Ji whispered, and continued to increase the intensity of the fire. It burned for half a minute. After making sure that all the corners in sight were not lost, Lu Ji slowly put away the ability. A blood-red spirit crystal burst out. Tilda seeing this, Lu Ji breathed a sigh of relief. He could be said to have burned this difficult weirdness to death. Besides, there are also several blood-red plants with coquettish colors on the ground. This is a blood strain. Isn't this thing said to be extremely rare? And the growth environment is extremely harsh. Lu Ji collected these blood strains in surprise. This is a baby that restores strength and increases vitality. Lu Ji was only seen in the weird illustrated book before. According to the weird illustrated book, The growth environment of the blood strain is harsh and the effect is powerful. It is one of the best resources for the awaken to improve blood energy. Did not expect to. Killing a tier 3 weird creature will explode it for Lu Ji. Earlier, Yue Shan told me that he once exploded Fingluan Pill. And I thought he framed me. But I didn't expect that killing weird could really unleash good things other than spirit crystals. Lu Ji looked at the blood strain and the corner of his mouth slightly raised. It was a real surprise. Casting the evil spirit form by yourself. Being strong is powerful and invulnerable to swords and guns. And invulnerable to all spells. But it's just too exhausting, in other words, lack of blue. If there are a large number of natural materials and earth treasures that can replenish the source of blood energy to help practice, then this problem can be easily solved. I calmed down for a while. Lu Ji put away the blood strain and spirit crystal. Look at the position on the compass. And continue to rush towards the center of the fog. Boom, there was a violent vibration. The gate of a skyscraper near the center of the fog was directly kicked open by someone violently. In the skyscraper, hundreds of well-dressed white-collar workers gathered. They usually work at the high level. But suddenly the fog descends, the elevator is so broken. All ordinary people working at the top are straight up desperate. This shit can't even run away, he can only wait to die. Jai Jai, a strange laugh came through the broken gate. 3 hideous and huge strange creatures walked in one after another. These 3 strange creatures are extremely huge. A full 3 to 4 meters high. And the whole body is made up of more than a dozen mutilated human bodies. Just like, more than a dozen corpses were mended and mended. As if glued together. Such a terrifying and infiltrating 3 heads barged in strangely. And all the trembling people in the building shouted crazily. The cries of fear and fear made a mess. Many people regretted coming down from the top. If they knew that the weirdness was blocking the door, they might as well hide and seek in the upper floors honestly. Why do you think that the first floor is safe and then run out? Suicide Jai 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 Jai. The ugly and creepy creature let out a strange laugh. And walked in with blood oozing from its mouth. Just when everyone at the scene was frantically squeezing upstairs. But the more chaotic it became, the more they couldn't make it. And they closed their eyes in despair and waited to die. A raging fire rushed into the building from outside the building in an instant. Like a roaring flame dragon. Wrapped around the bodies of 3 strange creatures. They disappeared in a blink of an eye. Wait until the dragon disappears when the scene was quiet. Everyone opened their eyes and found that the scary and hideous strange creature had disappeared. Instead, there was a young man who looked thin but tall. Lu Ji greeted them with a smile, "Do not worry. It's safe here, hurry up and go, say hello." He conveniently put away the 3 spirit crystals that fell on the ground. It's a pity that no other good things broke out. A group of people who survived the catastrophe in the building looked dull. Still unable to believe that they had been saved. When someone reacts, Lu Ji has quietly left. His target is the black box in the center of the fog, which is the best resource that explodes every time the strange fog falls. Lu Ji went straight to the center of the fog along the compass line. According to the compass, there is probably less than 2 kilometers to go. Unexpectedly in the way, they heard the sound of fierce fighting from a long distance. Lu Ji stopped and listened carefully. And it turned out that most of the shouts were from humans. In other words, the strange creatures encountered this time are very powerful. It is so strong that many awakened human beings attack together. Lu Ji's eyes lit up, the monster is stronger. High-level monsters can burst out better resources. The effect of the third order erupting spiritual crystals must be much stronger than that of the first order and second order. So far, Lu Ji has not encountered a more powerful strange creature. Think about it, Lu Ji changed the routes. Slightly deviated from the established route. And rushed straight to the source of the battle sound. Lu Ji's steps are light. Riding the night wind with the moonlight. His movements are elegant and capable. Just arrived at the destination, woo, hum. A complex and familiar long cry came to Lu Ji's ears. The voice was familiar. Lu Ji frowned, thinking secretly for a few seconds. Then suddenly realized. This sound is very similar to the horn that was heard by the railway when the train came when I was a child. I haven't heard that there is a subway or train near here. Lu Ji was wondering suddenly. Two wounded awakened flew upside down from the sky and hit the ground heavily. Whoa, they vomited blood from their mouths. Their faces were like gold paper. And they were clearly wounded on their bodies. The uniforms of the awakened had been burned so badly that they couldn't see their original appearance. His face was covered with pitch-black charcoal, and his exposed limbs, such as his arms and legs, had a lot of edema and red burns. When Lu Ji saw it, he knew it. The strange creature they besieged was probably a strange creature whose attribute was fire. The fire attribute is weird. Lu Ji thought softly in his heart. I don't know, and my helper who is better. He took a step forward, eager to try, ready to fight this strange creature. Brothers, wait, ahums. The two awakened who were lying on the ground and couldn't afford to be seriously injured suddenly stopped him. Lu Ji looked back suspiciously. The two struggled to prop up their upper bodies, coughing up blood while persuading Lu Ji. Brother, did you just come here? Please hurry up and call your teammates and more rescuers. In front is a terrifying fourth-order monster. Clepsydra Yasha, the strength is extremely strong. The current manpower is no longer his opponent. Cough, cough. After Lu Ji heard this, his expression didn't fluctuate much. Tier 4 weird creature, that was really difficult. Generally speaking, the overall situation in the second district is that the third-order weirdness is the mainstream, and the fourth-order weirdness is rare. But it is much more than the fifth-order weirdness. Once the fourth-order weirdness is encountered, it can still be won by relying on crowd tactics and strict and delicate cooperation. But the fifth-order weirdness is completely different. Whether it's a lone wolf or a small team, it's a narrow escape. It takes a while. The two people lying on the ground introduce the changes in the current situation to Lu Ji. In this battlefield, there are 2 4-star awakeners and 4 3-star awakeners. Such an excellent staffing, but they are still struggling. The main reason is that this fourth-order weirdness is very tricky, and it is sometimes tangible and sometimes invisible. In the illusory state, it cannot be touched at all. The most ed up thing is, in the illusory state of the weird creature, the attack on the awakened is effective. Such a perverted ability directly blinded these awakened ones. I can't hit you if you pretend that I can't hit you. And then you can hit mates, not fair right now. The 2 seriously injured awakened people next to Lu Ji are one who was not paying attention and was rushed into the sky and fell here by the illusory Clepsydra Yaksha's flame impact. Thank you. After listening to their explanations and descriptions, Lu Ji left a thank you note. This made the 2 awakened bewildered. I wipe. Cooperating with what the 2 of us said just now. This kind of strange creature that touches the invisible state only rarely appears in the 3rd district. When encountering such a terrifying existence, isn't a normal person's first reaction to seek help? What's going on with this stunned young man running happily with an excited expression on his face? And at this time, Wu hummed. The familiar sound like the long train roar sounded again. The expressions of the 2 people lying on the ground changed. They knew that this was a strange creature and it had become an illusion again. They looked at each other with bitter expressions. I don't know if the captain and the others can withstand it. Haze, if only the brother didn't have a headache just now. He ran to rescue the soldiers. The 2 of us are lying on the ground now. It's really suffering. Lu Ji stepped into the night and finally saw this fourth-order weirdness. There are 2 long and curved horns on the weird head. The body is fiery red, and it is in a transparent shape at this moment. Lu Ji saw it in his eyes and knew it in his heart. This is estimated to be the weird illusion ability really. Lu Ji also saw 2 4-star awakeners and 2 2-star awakeners, each holding a weapon gasping for breath. They were all badly wounded, with redness and blisters all over their bodies. The clothes on his body were scorched and rotten, and they were burnt out of shape at this moment. The eyes and the forehead are full of anxiety and irritability. The weird creature has turned into an illusion again. They can only be burned passively, but they can't hit weird tilde. What a fire! On the teapot-like face under the horns of the Clepsydra Yasha, there was a strange smile that was more miserable than crying. The phantom body quickly floated towards the group of awakened ones. Prepare to explode with a big move and burn them to death in one breath. Whizzing, 2 flying swords shot away, passed through the body of the Clepsydra Yaksha, and as expected it still penetrated in an illusion. The 2 4-star Awakeners spat on the ground angrily. Damn it, you can't even hit it, how do you hit it? The other 2 3-star awakened people grinned in pain, fearful as they watched the 4th Order eerie approaching. An atmosphere of desperation enveloped this team with not low configuration. If nothing else, they are about to be burned to death by a new round of offensive. They were burnt to serious injuries perhaps. Their death will be next. Several people trembled in despair, swallowing saliva, silently waiting for death to come. Boom, there was a sound of bursting fire burning. The faces of several people with their eyes closed trembled, and they resisted not moving. They thought that it must be the 4th Order strange explosive big move, which was about to burn them to death, however. 10 seconds passed. The momentum of the flame explosion was still mighty. The heat was overwhelming and the waves of fire followed. Even with their eyes closed, the 4 of them could still feel the impact of the flame. Only they are curious, it's been so long. The big moves of the weird creatures exploded wave after wave. Why haven't they been burned to death? One of them couldn't help but opened his eyes. Wanting to see what was going on, just open your eyes. In an instant, his eyes widened. Pupils trembled, unstoppable shock. There was a gasp of surprise in his mouth, hiss. I rely on it, real or faked. The other 3 couldn't help opening their eyes after hearing this. Then, like the other person, his pupils suddenly dilated and his mouth was stunned. In view, a young man who looks like a god and demon, wearing a robe of flames, wrapped in a monstrous sea of flames, forced back that strange 4th Order creature, F***K. I know him. Isn't he a newcomer who just arrived yesterday? What kind of horse? That freak who was promoted from the 1st district just now. Isn't he new here? The F-level ability can actually force back the 4th Order strange creatures. How desperate the 4 were before. How shocked they are now, fighting hard on his own side, but unable to do anything. The 4th Order strange being hanged and beaten was actually forced to retreat by an F-level ability user who had just been promoted from the 1st district. Such an unbelievable scene hit their hearts hard. Luigi stretched out his arms and suppressed the flames. Hellfire consumes a lot of energy, and it was released with all its strength just now to force way back and save 4 people. Now, he is ready to concentrate his strength and fight fire with fire. Use stronger and more violent hellfire to burn this strange fire attribute to death. Wait, brothers, however. Just when Luigi was gaining momentum and ready to make a move at any time, the 2 4-star awakened people behind him suddenly stopped him. Brother, me name is Chen Fengen, this is my teammate Chu Nan. Thank you for your timely action just now, for saving my life. The first 4-star awakened took the time to drink a bottle of low-level healing medicine machine, and said quickly in a low voice. The other 3 also took this opportunity to speed up their healing. Another 4-star awakened person, Chu Nan, showed gratitude and said, Brother, this weird ability is so tricky that it can illusory body. Once this strange head is allowed to display its abilities, we can only be beaten passively, and all attacks that fall on him will be in vain. I suggest that we join forces together. First, find a way to force out this weird illusion ability, and then find a chance to kill him with one blow. Chu Nan's eyes were shining brightly, in his opinion. Since Luigi can successfully push back a strange one, maybe you can force a second time. As long as this weirdness can be broken out of the illusory state. Then with the strength of the 2 4-star awakeners present, he and Chen Feng, he will definitely be able to kill this weirdness. The remaining two 3-star awakened people also nodded when they heard Chu Nan's words. In their view, this is indeed the best solution. It's just that Luji's face is calm. After listening to Chu Nan's suggestion, he actually shook his head. Are you joining forces? I do not need. Luji directly rejected the suggestion of these two 4-star awakeners. He wants to go alone. Single kills are weird. The loot that comes out belongs to me alone. And if we join forces with Yao, have to share the things. Luji thought to himself. He urgently needs to become stronger. And naturally, he will not let go of any opportunity. Besides, face enemies that can be illusioned. It may be tricky for ordinary awakened. But for Luji, there is no solution. He wanted to try the power of the soul chain. The soul chain can penetrate the invisible. Even if it is the unreal Hua, it can successfully hit and directly hit the opponent's soul. Is this kid crazy? Chen Feng frowned. He whispered in a voice that only a few of them could hear. After all, Luji just saved their lives. It is estimated that he just forced back a 4th-order monster. And he is currently at the stage of bursting with confidence. Chu Nan also shook his head, feeling a little tricky. Behind the two of them, the other two 3-star awakened people had even more complicated expressions on their faces. All four were speechless. A 3-star awakened person actually wants to single out the 4th-order weirdness. It is still a 4th-order weirdness with the ability to unreal. Crazy, absolutely crazy. Just as the four shook their heads secretly, clenched the palm of Luji's hand. He rushed forward with a raging fire, his eyes sparkled. And the flames in his palms gradually spread to half of his body. The extreme high temperature melted the asphalt road under his feet into a dripping semi-liquid trace. Klepsi Yasha was angry. It was angry that it was forced back by a small 3-star awakened just now. It was angry that Luji dared to come up alone to die. This is clearly looking down on it. Woo, hum. The strange roar of trains sounded from its clepsydra-shaped sky cover. And thick white smoke steamed out next second. The body of the Clepsydra Yasha became transparent again. Like a fire elf, his whole body is fiery red. Translucent like a monster carved from red crystal. Oops. This weirdness has used illusion. And the attacks from the outside world can't hit him. In the rear, Chen Feng Chu Nan and others who were paying close attention to the battle situation tensed up. They were suffering from the perverted and difficult skill of illusion before. At this moment, Clepsydra Yaksha used it again. And this new brother who joined the battlefield might be in trouble. And at this time, after the Clepsydra Yasha successfully transformed his body into illusion, a smile uglier than crying appeared on his face again. In its eyes, Luji is already a dead man. Boom. The fire was vigorous, stirring up countless sparks and stars. The battlefield was crimson, and the intense heat was intertwined and surging. Chen Feng Chu Nan even felt that the hairs on his body were about to be ignited. Finally, the two are about to collide, fire against fire. Fight in hand-to-hand combats. And the winner will be determined. A silver chain appeared above Luji's head out of thin air. With lightning speed, it pierced through the body of Yasha the Clepsydra in an instant. Boom! Tilde. A shrill scream suddenly crossed the deep night sky, followed by a loud howls. The voice is so shrill it hurts my heart. What happened? Chen Feng Chu Nan was shocked. They saw that Luji suddenly transformed into a silver chain. Immediately afterwards, the monster screamed in pain. Is it a spirit soldier? Chen Feng Chu Nan looked at each other, with unstoppable surprise in their eyes. What kind of spiritual weapon can actually touch the invisible? No, that's not a spiritual soldier. Chen Feng knew a lot about spiritual soldiers. After a few more glances, he immediately judged that the soul chains were not spiritual soldiers. It's not a spirit soldier, then what's going on? I heard it's not a spirit soldier. Chu Nan was even more shocked, and at this time, after Lu Ji successfully stabbed Tier 4's strange body with the soul chain, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It worked. Then he clenched his fist. The soul chains changed shape rapidly in the sky. It turned into a silver cage with complicated and exquisite shapes. And it fell from the sky. The strange creature was directly imprisoned. Luigi narrowed his eyes, slightly stretched his arms. And the fierce hellfire erupted like a volcano. Erupting from his body, he violently leaned against the Clepsydra Yaksha, who was trapped in a cage turned into a soul chain. What a more miserable scream came out. And the sound was sharp, piercing the sky. After less than 10 seconds of screaming, it stopped abruptly. The hellfire slowly dissipated. The moment Luigi closed his fist, the world is at peace. And the silver-white soul cage in front of him, the fourth-order weirdness that could illusory body, was completely burned to ashes. Chen Feng was stunned. His footsteps were frivolous, and he staggered back a few steps. The 2 3-star awakened people behind him supported him in time. But they couldn't help staring at Lu Ji's direction. Swallowing hard, I rely on, Chu Nan was also stunned. He's numb, this Nima is too strong. A 3-star awakened person singled out a 4th-order strange creature with ease. Is the world in chaos? A few of them stood there doubting life. Lu Ji immediately took away a bigger and redder bit. This is the spirit crystal that erupted from the 4th-order weirdness. What? While putting away the spirit crystal, Lu Ji's eyes lit up. They even found an ivory bell as red as pigeon blood. There is a windfall. Lu Ji was a little surprised. This bell is very similar to the material of the horns on the head of this Clepsydra. What? Lu Ji held the bell in his hand and thought about it in his heart. The texture is very warmed, as a bellet is not made of metal. Lu Ji shook slightly, and there were bursts of strange sound waves from the bell. It's a different weapon, that's right. Lu Ji's eyes immediately brightened. In this world, human awakeners are fighting against weird methods. In addition to aura, there is also a special item called a different weapon. Generally speaking, after killing weird, 100% will drop a red spirit crystal. And some very special strange creatures after being killed. A certain part of the body will turn into a special item. This kind of item is called a different device. The alien weapon has various functions. And it is not an exaggeration to call it the most cherished treasure. But the probability of this is relatively small. Lu Ji has killed dozens of strange creatures so far. And this is the first time that a strange weapon exploded today. I heard that the higher the level of weirdness, the more tricky the ability, and the stronger the effect of the strange weapon that explodes. Lu Ji looked at the bell in his hand, examined it carefully, and found that it was indeed a 4th-order alien weapon. Don't look at the similar appearance between the alien weapon and the spirit soldier. In fact, there is a big difference between them. Spirit soldiers are forged by strong human beings, and there are many powerful ones among them. But there are relatively few types. Ability needs to be empowered by abilities to achieve various functions. For example, the dark gold dagger that Lu Ji issued when he first joined the Psychic Association was said to be a spiritual weapon, empowered in batches by a certain B-level high-star awakener. The effect is to break armor, which is negligible. The upper limit depends on the forger, and the constraint factor is extremely large. Spirit soldiers are not as strong as alien weapons after all. This is my first alien weapon. Lu Ji thought about it and decided to name the bell. Why don't you call it the soul-destroying bell? Because the effect of this bell is that when it is shaken, the sound it makes can be breathtaking, causing the opponent to fall into a short-term trance. The name Dementor Bell can be regarded as deserving of the name. That little brother, thank you for your help. Not only saved our lives but also solved this weirdness. At this time, Chen Feng and Chu Nan limped along with the other 2 3-star awakeners. Chen Feng opened his mouth in embarrassment after all. He and others didn't believe him before. As a result, Lu Ji not only solved the 4th-order weirdness alone, but also won in an extremely neat way that could be called crushing. With such an astonishing record, it is inevitable that they feel embarrassed and feel a little uncomfortable facing Lu Ji. Lu Ji put the booty in his arms and turned to face Chen Feng and the others. He smiled and said, "Helping each other is a matter of course, but Lu Ji changed the subject, looked at the injuries on Chen Feng and the others and said, "The wounds on your body need to be dealt with in time. Although the physical fitness of the awakened people is far superior to that of ordinary people, after a long time it will always leave sequelae. It is recommended that you leave first and move on. There is only one dead end." In the face of Lu Ji's pertinent advice, although Chen Feng Chunan and the others looked unwilling, they were not unhappy. Although this place is very close to the center of the mist, the injuries on himself and others are so serious that they have to be dealt with quickly. Burns are not just simple trauma treatment. Body dehydration, it is the fatal factor. A few simple greetings, Lu Ji didn't stop there. He remained alone and continued to travel into the depths of the mist. Chen Feng and the others watched Lu Ji's back together and couldn't help sighing with emotion. It seems that we have a ruthless character in the second district. Deep in the fog, Lu Ji took out the compass and adjusted the final route in time. The expression on his face was relaxed, and he was very satisfied with the battle just now. He found that the effect of the soul chain is amazing. With this method, he will be invincible in the third district. That's where the illusory and weird creatures officially appear. To the third district, intangible creatures that are difficult for others to see. It's not a problem for me at all. Once the soul chain is released, all invisible and weird creatures have to kneel and crawl. However, I have to consider my promotion to 4 stars. Lu Ji thought as he walked. His overall strength has now reached the level of a 5-star Awakener. When the realm reaches 4 stars, one can step into the third district in the third area. There will be more and better resources to break through faster. Moreover, with Lu Ji's current strength, once he breaks through the 4-star Awakened, he will be able to travel through the entire second district unimpeded. Basically walk sideways. Time is running out, seize the day, sister. I have never forgotten the agreement to enter the Holy Spirit Academy together. Lu Ji secretly clenched his fists, taking advantage of the night, stepping on the moonlight. His figure gradually melted into the depths of the mist. A few minutes later, Lu Ji successfully reached the center of the mist. According to the compass within, a radius of 1 kilometer is where the final boss will appear. Lu Ji began to be cautious. It is the first time to enter the fog center of the second district, so be careful in everything sudden. Lu Ji looked at the ground ahead and frowned. He walked quickly, rushed forward to look, and immediately frowned even more. Corpse. Dead bodies all over the floor. Just a quick count, there are more than a dozen. Broken limbs were everywhere, and the solidified black blood was splashed all over the place. The thick bloody smell hit Lu Ji's nasal cavity, making people sick. The death is too miserable. Lu Ji inspected the corpse, frowning and whispering. At this time, several awakened ones arrived. Lu Ji scanned it, and the epaulets were all 3 stars. The arrival of several 3-star awakened people soon formed a small group of their own, and the formation was very exclusive. Presumably a member of a squad only. Their expressions towards Lu Ji were not very friendly. Rather vigilant and xenophobic, there is no other reason. Black box, these people are also determined to win. Lu Ji had a clear mind and knew what they were thinking. But he didn't express much anyway. When the time comes, each will show their magical powers and rely on their own abilities. Whoever kills Wei Wei will own the black box. Everyone has their own thoughts in their hearts, and they have their own little abacus. Some of those people seem to have recognized Lu Ji, pointing at his boss and saying, "Captain, isn't that offending Lu Ji, Brother Chuan? Brother Chuan always said that he was going to kill him. We have many people now and he only has one. If this guy is not paying attention, we will be behind." How sensitive Lu Ji's 5 senses are. Although these people lowered their voices, he could still recognize that they belonged to Chu Qingchuan. At this moment, they are actually discussing how to blackmail themselves later. Lu Ji's face turned completely cold. He just made a move. Sudden mutation happened. The dozens of corpses at Lu Ji's feet were resurrected. One by one they twisted their necks and twisted their hips, crawling towards Lu Ji and the others with their weird angles twisted. The body movements of each corpse are filled with a word. Creepy. Lu Ji's heart trembled when he saw it, and he couldn't help cursing inwardly. Is this a zombie infestation? The other 3-star groups had horrified expressions. Their muscles tensed, and they immediately became vigilant. More than a dozen resurrected corpses had hideous faces, coupled with their scary movements and bloody wounds. It is extremely terrifying, and most of all, these dozens of corpses actually still have the ability of life. All of a sudden, all kinds of magical and powerful abilities frantically moved towards Lu Ji and the team of awakened people. Lu Ji is quick on his feet and quick on his reflexes. Dodged the first wave of offensive that was caught off guard. And that group of Samsung awakened team was miserable. I don't know if it was because I focused on Lu Ji before or for other reasons. 2 team members were hit by the revived corpse ability and were seriously injured. Damn, how did these corpses come back to life? Could it be possible that all of them were made into puppets? The awakened who looked like the team leader roared angrily and chopped off the head of a zombie with all his might. I thought it would kill an enemy in this way never expected. After the corpse was severed, the zombie still moved freely. The severed head was even able to move on its own. It rolled to the ground and swooped. And the head bit the captain's calf by itself. What? The team leader screamed in pain, his expression horrified and terrified. He couldn't imagine why the head that had been cut off by him could fly over and bite his calf. Not just this zombie. Several other team members also quickly found out. These dozens of resurrected corpses not only have the supernatural powers of life, but also have a lot of weird tricks. For example, if a limb is cut off, in addition to being able to act independently, it can also be spliced back at any time. There was a 3-star awakened person who watched a zombie in front of him have his arm cut off with a single knife. The zombie picked up the severed arm again without realizing it, and violently butted back. The backhand was a claw, which scratched off a layer of flesh on the face of the 3-star awakened person. Everyone was tired of dealing with such a weird and difficult method. The other side, Lu Ji's expression remained cautious, but his movements were light, and he easily dealt with the strange zombies. He has flames attached to his arms, but any zombie that finds him has no chance of recovering its limbs. Under the terrifying high temperature of the Hellfire, it was directly incinerated into nothingness right now. Suddenly, dense footsteps came from the darkness. Then hundreds of figures rushed out of the darkness together. Lu Ji burned the zombies in front of him with a backhand, and turned his head to look at the hundreds of figures rushing out of the darkness. Roar tilde, roar tilde, roar tilde. There was a low roar in their throats, and their eyes were fierce. As soon as the dense crowd surged up, they drowned the struggling awakened team in the blink of an eye. These hundreds of figures, like those zombies, were resurrected from dead bodies. Lu Ji observed for a while after fighting and found that although these zombies are ordinary people, they no longer have the powers they had in life. But it has a weird ability. Lu Ji saw with his own eyes that several corpses had their hands and feet chopped off by the awakened ones. Next second, the severed limbs grew back rustlingly. The regrown limbs squirmed and turned into pale tentacles, which could be shot out instantly to firmly lock the body of the awakened one. The mouth became like the mouth of an octopus, with viscous liquid sharp and dense mouthparts, and white and sharp fangs. This damn is not a zombie but an alien. Lu Ji looked psychologically uncomfortable, and the awakened ones who were surrounded by zombies also began to cry for help desperately. Lu Ji looked indifferent and ignored them. If these people had a slightly better attitude towards themselves before, or did not show xenophobia or hostility, of course he doesn't mind helping out. As for now, boom. Lu Ji's eyes froze, and monstrous flames erupted all over his body. The fire burst like a tornado, and the flames surged wantonly. The monstrous flames swept across the entire street. All the zombies around Lu Ji were all burned to slag. Boom. Boom boom. Finally, after Lu Ji broke out, There were heavy footsteps in the distance, like a drum beating on the human heart. Every footstep is heavy and makes the scalp numb. Luigi was wrapped in flames and looked in the direction of the footsteps. The weirdness of an indescribably tiny creature, with a height of 4 or 5 meters wriggling all over its body, appeared in front of his eyes. Luigi's pupils shrank this weird head. He's seen it before. It is exactly the same as the first time I met the spore. Only bigger, the shape is even more weird and hideous. Luigi looked at the corpses of ordinary people who were entangled with the Awaken team. Only then did I discover that these zombies have the ability to regenerate their limbs, or change their limbs into various tentacled octopus mouths. All because of this strange creature. Those so-called limbs are actually white spores spreading from this strange creature. It seems that this is the most powerful strange creature in this fog. Luigi figured out the cause and effect, so he didn't hesitate. Now that we have found the boss in the center of the mist, then do it. A flaming giant sword burning with great prestige appeared on Luigi's arm out of thin air. He jumped a few feet and slashed fiercely on the strange body of the giant spore with a volley of sword. Kaila, the flame-burning fat business, rings out. Sizzling white smoke burning non-stop, roared Tilda. The giant spores let out a strange howl of pain. Its body squirmed, and more spores crawled out along the ground. Instant effort. Just clinging to the group of zombies besieging the Awaken team. The zombies roared angrily, as if they had been spat with chicken blood. All kinds of weird mutations emerge endlessly. Several of the zombies shot together, and the pale tentacles tightly locked the 2 3-star Awakeners. Then the mouths of the other zombies instantly expanded to a terrifying size of 2 meters in diameter. Viscous pus, dense fangs, one bite clicking down. The heads of the 2 Awakened people were bitten off, with only the body left. The corpse fell down heavily with a bang. After a while, he wobbled up again. Become a member of the zombie army again. The other side. Luigi holds a huge flaming sword and engages in a strange and fierce exchange of fire with giant spores. Wuxin didn't care about the 2 Awakened people who died over there. There was a fierce battle for several minutes. Luigi found that this strange creature was quite difficult. It was more than 10 times more difficult than the previous little one. Evil spirit form as soon as Luigi gritted his teeth. His gaze became resolute and fierce. He erupted with the last source of power, and the violent fire tornado flew together in an instant, like a devil coming out of hells, with burning hell flames attached to his whole body. He walked out slowly. Luigi turned into an evil spirit, venting all the energy in his body to his heart's content. The endless hellfire is like a vortex tightly wrapping the giant spores. The terrifying heat burns everything. Luigi saw the timing and his heart skipped a beat. The silver-white soul chains appeared out of thin air. Turn into a vigorous silver snake and wrap it around tightly. After ensuring that all the escape routes of the giant spores are blocked by themselves, Luigi raised his right hand. A ferocious roaring fire dragon came out angrily. It was strange to swallow the spores in one bite.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.